Cosmoverse 2023 Istanbul. Now this video, we're going to take you on a tour around Cosmoverse at the Swiss Hotel. Unfortunately, we can't record on the first floor, so we are going to have to cut out here and then we will continue from the stairwell onwards. But let's go and enjoy the tour and go and see what the event's all about. So this venue, yeah, it's a very, very big venue. So we've got 5 floors. We've got the main stage on the 5th floor. As you can see, we've got the exhibitions, the Hacker Lounge on the 7th floor, and a lot of the workshops are going to be on the 10th floor. So let's go down the stairs and go and start exploring the venue. Perfect. Right, I think first place we go is if we continue around this way. Sorry, can I just show, can we just get the diagram of how the layout is as well, please? So as everyone can see, the main stage, lunch area is just around here. We're currently on the 5th floor. I am going to be exploring and learning while I go around with everyone who's watching. So if we continue around to the left, let's go and have a look. Oh, sorry guys. So we can see everywhere it's got all the labels, Cosmoverse Hacker Lounge. So if anyone's interested with the OKP4 stand, they've got a spin the wheel. So feel free to come and join this booth if you are at the event. Right, let's carry on veering around to the left now and go and have a look here. Right, so I assume this is one of the Hacker Lounges. Looks like people are going to be sitting up there doing panels, all kinds of things like that. Obviously, as the day gets on, it's going to get busier and busier. So I think when we carry on round to the left here, this is going to be like the main booth area. So we'll go around again, we'll go and have a look at some of the booths, give everyone a bit of insight to how the event is and how the layout is. Plenty of stickers, things like that, merch. No, that's fine. So if we carry on coming around here, as you can see, it's a little bit noisier, a little bit busier. This is one of the main booth areas. As you can see, we've got DYDX, we've got Strange Love. So again, if you are at the event and you see this, feel free to come and check out the booths, grab yourself some merch, so you can see the sort of the amount of effort that goes into creating these events and making these booths, these stands. We keep going through, and I think as the day goes on, it gets busier and busier. Awesome. Right now, so now we're entering the other booth room. Look at this, perfect. Octopus on your right-hand side here. Sheldon working hard. Perfect. Steak frights just at the end here. Getting ready to go and do all of their recording as well. Awesome. Right now, we'll start heading down towards the main area where the main stage is. All right, guys. As you can see, another Cosmoverse stand here, leading everyone down. Perfect. So as we can see here, the Turkish experience by Neutron. I'm not quite sure what the experience is going to be just yet, but we'll try and maybe come back and visit a bit later on and add some more little videos in when a lot more things are open. But if we carry on continuing downstairs now. Right, before we go and check out the main stage, we're going to go around and check out, there's some more booth areas. We're going to check the media, we're going to check out the media area. It's so easy to get lost in this place already. So if we keep coming around to the left-hand side. Now this, I'm going to show everyone. If anyone's here at the event and they see this, feel free to come round. It's a 360-degree camera that records you, and it's like a backwards as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, forwards and a reverse. Yeah. So,
Boomerang effect on the Instagram.
yeah, perfect. So, if you are here, remember to come and give this a go. Right, let's go and check out this booth room. As you can see, you've got, it's a lot busier in here already, and it's going to start getting a lot busier. Amazing to see a vibrant crowd here today. Obviously, IST guys. We've got Agoric here. What we got round? Crabble. Yeah. But I think this does show the magnitude of how much effort and work goes into creating an event like this. And I hope everyone at home is enjoying the tour so far. We learn as we go. Right, if we carry on around here, we've got the media room round here. So this is currently where everyone will be doing their interviews. A lot of the media guys will come in here, get their interviews done. Like myself, you're going to see some more interviews with me a bit later on. And yeah, let's carry on, and we will go around now and see what's up on the left-hand side here. Just quickly get there. Everyone at home, I'm exactly the same. I haven't familiarised myself with the venue yet, so we're learning together as we go. But as you can see, we've got another booth room here. With the Neutron stand, we've got the Neutron stand, the Noble stand, Stride stand. One of the best wallets in Cosmos at the moment. Mr. Bendy here with Atom Accelerator. This is actually one of the main sponsors of Cosmoverse.
Oh,
so I hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, having a great day.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, really enjoying it.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. And if people make it down to the AZ room, we're doing a little bit of an onboarding thing for new users. Perfect. So they kind of install a little Leap wallet. We give them a bit of Atom. They can go and use it on the hub. They can use the LSM. They can use Stride to do a bit of liquid staking. They can take it and use it on Noble. And if they complete all of that, we do a prize draw on day 3. They can win a bad kid.
So is this only for people at the event?
For people at the event that are here now.
Yep.
But,
yep.
But it's.
No, that's perfect.
Everyone should be doing that sort of thing, and it's a great opportunity to showcase it to like the Turkish community and people that are down here.
Yeah. It's a great incentivising people to give something a try. Like you say, try a new area. I mean, it's the same with the Leap Wallet guys. They're doing an amazing job.
It's a great experience, and it's been really nice. Like that. I'm going to talk about collaboration every time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm collaboration, inspiration, innovation.
All these teams together to work together is awesome.
Yeah, 100%. Right, we're going to carry on with the tour anyway. Yeah, and I'll catch you a bit later. Yeah, so as you can see, still the Atom DAO presentation, everything there, all these seats. But we will continue round now, and we will go and explore the main stage. Yeah, that's fine. Well, all I'm doing is touring the venue. So I'm showing everyone the venue on the video. So I'm doing a walk round tour. Yeah, one of our main organisers here.
How are you?
So I'm still going to take you up to the workshops just to give everyone a feel of how the venue is.
Yeah.
And everything like that. No, that's amazing. I love that.
You see that?
Right, so we're going to go and check out the main stage now. Go and show everyone it. Keep doing your work, and yeah, I'll see you in a bit. I don't know whether we can. Is there any chance we can get this board in shot as well? So we can only thank all the sponsors for making these events happen. And as you can see, Atom Accelerator is the main sponsor. We can only thank you all for doing this. These events wouldn't happen without you, so that's great. If we carry on walking down this way now. So we sort of have, this is like, as you can see, a lot of people are eating, coffee, drinking. There's a lot of relaxed, chilled areas around on the right-hand side here. Is there any chance we can just get a picture of that view as well, please? Just so everyone can see how nice that is out there. There we go, beautiful day in Turkey. That's amazing. And as you can see, the Cosmoverse Osmosis pillar covers. It's what's amazing about this, which a lot of people don't realise, is I came here yesterday morning and none of this was built. And the fact that they've been able to build all of this up in one day, I think shows again how much work goes into these types of things. But if we carry on coming up here, I've not checked out the ball pit yet, but there we go. So if anyone at the event sees this, the Osmosis ball pit, find the purple ball. All a bit of fun. Got to have a little bit of fun at these conferences as well. Right, let's carry on going. As you can see, everyone's looked after as well, food-wise. Yeah, it's been a very busy morning already. I can see that the staff are working extremely hard. We got to say thank you to all the staff and all the volunteers and everyone who works here. Yeah. Perfect. Right, let's carry on going round, and we're going to enter the back of the main stage. And what we'll do is, I'm going to be quiet when we go in there because we've got speakers and people sitting down, and the last thing they want to hear is me walking around talking. So we're going to do like a little silent walking tour of the main stage. We'll try and get as close as we can to show you, and yeah, then we'll go and show you the workshops. And the workshops aren't going to have very many people in, but the workshops don't open till tomorrow, but I just want to give everyone a feeling of how the venue is and everything like that. So if we just sneak in here now. Right. This is where we... So if we come down the back here.
But great, now you have your assets on osmosis. How do you actually still use all the other details?
We're going to have to whisper. We're going to have to whisper for this one.
Today, you have these legacy, you have the...
But as you can see, if you can pan round now, we can see the whole main stage. You can see Sonny talking about osmosis in his Roman outfit. We'll take a little walk round, yeah?
Nice seamless wax and composable between that. But once we start to get smart counts, things are going to get difficult.
And the magnitude of how big the main hall is.
I made the transaction on osmosis to add that as a key on my Osmosis Smart account. I have to remember to go add that to my Stride Smart account, right? Otherwise, the system is going to get out of sync. If I
don't think we'll go much further than here.
Maybe I thought I lost, I think my Kepler key got compromised. I'm going to remove my Osmosis account. I have to go remember to do that on my Stride account, right? This is going to get complicated.
Sonny's like the one person who turns up at events dressed for the event, as I'd like to say.
The original address is based off this original Kepler key that you don't actually have access to anymore because you deleted it. This is going to get messy. How do we solve this? Well, Synapsys, one of the core contributors of Osmosis, many years ago they came up with this idea called interchain accounts, which is, the idea that an account on one chain can make transactions on another chain.
Right, I think that's enough of the main stage. We'll start heading back out and having a look.
So you'll have a smart account on Osmosis, and the analogy I like is in Avatar, you have an astral projection where Cora's body stays in the physical world, and her astral projection.
And as you can see in the little booth here, we've got translators translating into different
so it'll be a similar
languages.
Situation with interchain smart accounts, where your core smart account is still going to be on the Osmosis chain, but you'll be able to astrally project using the interchain account and do actions on the Stride chain. So as you add keys, you change your authenticator, you don't have to make any transaction on the Stride chain, because your account on the Stride chain is just a projection of your smart account.
So I hope everyone's enjoying the tour so far. Sorry about that, I couldn't speak. I hope you could hear what I was saying. If not, it doesn't matter. As you can see, Sonny, doing his speech as always. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go and find the lifts. And wait, we'll go around here first actually. Let's go and have a look at the lunch area. Let's go and see what's going on around here. Right, I think this is everything down on the 5th floor. So what we'll do is we'll head back up now and we'll go and get in the lift and we'll go and check out the workshops. Again, the workshops are going to be empty now. They don't start until tomorrow, but let's just give everyone, the gist of what the venue's like. So let's continue going up. Yeah, so we're going to go up to the 10th floor now. We're going to go and check out the workshop area. And yeah, we're just doing a tour of the venue. So we're touring the venue, showing everyone around. So we're going to go and check out the workshops now, see what it's all about, and hopefully everyone at home can enjoy the venue as well. Awesome, thank you. Right, let's shut that again. So another thing that's quite crazy about it is I'm pretty sure in Lisbon 2021, the first Cosmoverse, I unfortunately didn't get to go, but I'm pretty sure it was around 500 attendees. Then last year at Cosmoverse Colombia, Medellin, I think it was roughly around 1,000 tickets that got sold and 1,000 attendees. And obviously Cosmoverse 2023, there was 1,500 tickets sold, so 1,500 attendees. So I think it proves that each year it's growing and growing as we go. So it's going to be extremely quiet up here. The workshops don't open until tomorrow. But it's nice to give everyone a feeling, again, I keep saying, of how the venue is, how much goes into organising these sort of events. Yeah, so you can only give your hats off to the people doing it. Here we have one of the workshop rooms, getting ready, making sure everyone's got their water, notes, mints. It's pretty spectacular, isn't it, really? Perfect. Right, now if we carry on going round to the right-hand side. So again, they've done well. They've got all their visuals up, which is quite nice to see because it is very confusing around here. Very easy to get lost. Automatic contracts workshop, Juno. Hope everyone goes in there and has a little look at some point. I don't know whether there's any. Yeah, I think as you can see, as in general, they're all going to be similar sort of workshops. Yeah, for everyone to come, learn what they want to. No, that's perfect. Right, if we carry on going round, let's go and check out the last one, I think it is. The Design DAO workshop. So I'm not quite sure what will be going on with some of these workshops. I don't know whether this is going to be interviews or anything like that in here. We can get to the main hall around here. So just through here, yeah? Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for your help. See, and that's the great thing about this, is you've got all the volunteers and you've got the guys who are helping. And I know exactly where we are now, because when we were about to walk to what I thought was the lunchroom, it wasn't. That was the way to get round to the lifts. So again, yeah, the lunch area was a bit deceptive with things like that. But what we'll do is, if we just have one more walk around, because as you can see, it's actually getting a lot busier now. So when we first started here, it wasn't, yeah, it was a lot quieter. I mean, I'm probably shouting. I don't know whether you can hear me shouting, but it's, yeah, it's getting very busy here. I'm not sure whether it's the break time, tea time. No, it does look like people are still talking in the main stage, but we'll have another loop around. Just so we can get everyone to have a feel of how many people are here. And we always talk about it, about collaboration, innovation, and without these events, the process takes a lot longer. I've always tried explaining to sort of people that you can get a lot more done face-to-face in half an hour than you can 6 months online in DMs. So unfortunately, I think some staff got in the way there. Here we go, look, we've got Seb in here. Have you found the purple ball? He's got the purple ball.
I've got the purple ball.
And a woof woof gar. Everyone knows who that is now, don't they? So what do these guys win? What do they win?
You have to find this blue ball for swag.
For swag? Right, perfect. So find the purple ball, you get some swag. But they look like they're just relaxing and chilling in there. We'll also go and have a look outside, because we never went and checked out outside. And some of the views here are absolutely amazing. Oh, how's it going? We good, yeah? Yeah, good. Looks like this is a sort of it's where all the smokers are coming at the moment. So how's it going? We good? Good to see you. We'll catch up with you around the event. We're just recording, showing everyone the venue. So let's carry on going around this way. God, it's got really warm as well here now. So look at that view. Absolutely gorgeous out there, isn't it? Perfect. Right, let's head back in and just go and have another little loop round and check out the booths again and see how busy it is in that sort of area. How's it going? We good, yeah? Well, I'll catch up with you all later. We're just doing this venue tour at the moment. As you can see, everyone sort of is relaxed. Everyone seems like they're in a good mood. Down through here. As you can see all these guys as well. So as you can tell, I don't really need to do much talking and you can hear the noise around us. Excuse me guys, can we just get through here, thank you. Let's carry on going, perfect. Right, I think we'll go back upstairs and we'll just go around the booths again one more time. And we're going to see how much busier it is now. Within the space of sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, you can already tell how many more people have turned up. And I expect it to be like that more and more as the day goes by. Oh, we can see, as we can see actually, if we just come in and we have a quick look. Hiya guys, you're right. Sorry, we're just doing a venue tour at the moment, but I just wanted to come and show what this Turkish experience is. Sorry guys. So can we just come and get a little video of this and see what this is all about? So can I ask, what is this?
Turkish coffee.
Turkish coffee. Ah, lovely. Nice, nice. Right, we're going to leave this area and we'll carry on going around to the booth area for a little while. But yeah, this is, I can already feel how busy it's getting now. I feel like I can't walk backwards and keep talking to you because I'm going to bump into someone soon. There we go. Yeah, it's still quite quiet around this area at the moment. I think a lot of people are focusing on the main stage and that sort of area. But we'll take another tour of the main booth area. I can already hear that it's a bit more busier. So we also have the terrace stand. I don't know whether we got the terrace stand in before. Stride. So this is Stride. Can we just get a quick shot up here so you can see your liquid staking? And with the LSM model now, you can basically instantly unstake or unstake your Atom. So you can get staked Atom to go and explore the DeFi ecosystem. It's definitely picked up in here. It's a bit more vibrant. Just keep going, we've got Ledger, Babylon. We will be interviewing you soon. I'll catch up with you in a little while, yeah. We're just carrying on with the tour for now. It's all a bit mad round here at the moment, as you can see. But really, really good to see. Again, for me, it's a lot of collaboration, innovation, inspiration from people. This is what we want to see at events like this to sort of push the industry forward. We're going to have another little check round here just to go and see how many more people are about. Yeah, so we got the NIM. Because as you can see, things are a bit more in full swing now. So when we first started the tour, I think people were still entering the venue and getting on with it. Yeah, there's nothing's really going on here yet. I'm not sure what sort of time these talks start, but it'll all be streamed. So just make sure that you find what you need to. Oh. So what we'll do is we'll wrap it up here. We'll finish the tour. I hope everyone enjoyed it. As you can see, it's getting a lot busier now. So I hope you enjoy the rest of Cosmoverse 2023, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you very much.
Hello. Welcome to the second day of Cosmoverse. We made it. You're here. First of all, who went to a side event last night? Raise your hand. Oh my God, really? Were you like getting to know the city too? Nice. I mean, I did go to a couple of side events. Don't ask me how, but I was here and there. The first one was a boat of Terra, and it did not sink, which is good. So there is like a promising future there. And then I went to, of course, the Omniflix party, which was amazing. And I really don't know how the guys handled to come here at 6 a.m. in the morning to get everything ready. So huge shout out to them. Now, the second thing that I have to tell you guys is that we have to wear the badges. I know. So please text your friends because they are having like some troubles with the people that don't have any badge. So just wear it, please. Thank you. And we have our first speaker, who is going to be Josh Lee, co-founder of Kepler Wallet. Josh, welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Probably need to update that photo. It's 4 or 5 years old. Definitely don't look like that, as you can see. Yeah, second day, first thing in the morning. Thank you all for being here. Really ecstatic. Yeah, great vibes. Yeah, today I'm going to talk about governators. And you're probably wondering, what the hell is a governator and why do we need it? Yeah, I will dive right in. Just as a background, my name is Josh Lee. I'm a co-founder at Chainapsis, and some of the products that we either help contribute or help build are Kepler Wallet as well as Osmosis. And yeah, we have a lot of team members here as well. So if you'd like, grab any of them, have a conversation. So yeah, what is a governator? And this is something that's been on the back of my mind for a very long time. But what a governator is, essentially I'm just taking two words and putting it together because I think the end result sounds kind of cool. But it's basically a governance-focused validator. And before we even kind of get into why or what governator is, we probably need to define the things that a validator does. And I've just kind of put a list here together, but typically the role of a validator, first and foremost is you run software that checks for the validity of the transactions and that the state transitions are correct. And that's just a fancy way of saying, hey, you run software and you want to make sure that this software continues to run very resiliently. And in case there are any type of transactions that are invalid, you make sure that doesn't get through. But typically, the software has checks for that, so just making sure that that runs in itself is good. And then there's a few other things that validators do in today's world, right? For example, I think we have seen a lot of validators who are active contributors to the protocols that they validate, and which is fantastic because if we're trying to build these decentralized systems, decentralizing who gets to commit code and write the code itself is an important factor in building this kind of long-term decentralized resilient systems. And I think a lot of validators have gotten into providing auxiliary/supplementary services for the blockchain. So for example, a lot of the people that are running IBC relayers are validators of that chain. Great example, one of my favorite teams, Crypto Crew, right? Like they sort of started as a validator and they kind of became this like IBC relaying powerhouse who, are doing a fantastic job making sure that these packets go from one chain to another. Some validators also run full nodes as a side, which is crucial when someone wants to get data from the blockchain or build front-end focused services. So yeah, that's really cool. Some people build front ends, different ways of staking, different ways of kind of showing governance code or dashboards and portfolios. And lastly, validators participate in governance. But I think there's kind of this differentiation of some of these things that the validators do and what is cryptographically enforced on-chain. So realistically, the only thing that the blockchain code itself cares about is the first thing, right? You want to make sure that the validators are running the software and the software is running well. A lot of these other things are sort of, nice to have, ways to distinguish yourself from your other validators, but it is not something that the blockchain forces you or punishes you for not doing. And I think out of all these, optional things, I think I would really like to focus on this participate in governance thing. Yeah. Right before we kind of dive into it, I think there is kind of this vague definition that the role of a validator is to vote on governance, but this isn't on-chain, right? This isn't enforced on-chain. So I think there's this kind of like weird expectation where some people believe, yes, this is the job of the validators, and some people say, hey, if it's not enforced on-chain, then should it be considered an expectation for validators to do so? But the truth is, this wasn't always the case, right? I pulled this kind of like GitHub issue from, I believe, 2018, right? There was a day and a time where the Cosmos SDK actually had code where if validators did not vote on governance proposals, it would end up in a slashing. And there were actually many attacks that happened before the Cosmos Hub launch during the Gaia testnets where someone would put up a bunch of governance proposals and try to slash other people during kind of these like, PvP incentivized testnets. So this got removed after launch, and the norm is, hey, you don't vote on governance proposals, and there's no punishment for it, so there's no direct incentive for you to do it. But yeah, and then I guess the other thing is kind of cool that the 4 people, I don't know, this was the first issue that came up when I looked up governance slashing on the Cosmos SDK. Found it fascinating that we have Chris Goes, Fede, Felix, and Dave, and all of them are still around within the ecosystem like 5 years later. I think that just kind of goes to show how great Cosmos is. Yeah, but that was the code in 2018, and here we are in 2023, and I think the class of validators, or who validators are, have evolved massively. Just as a few examples, you have VC / like self-delegation validators. So maybe they hold a lot of tokens, and their primary goal is not to be diluted by inflationary staking awards. The other thing are exchange validators. Exchange validators were not a common thing you'd find back in 2019, 2018. Today, it's the norm. If you have a proof of stake network, which has a sizable demand from the user base, very likely that exchanges will run a validator. The other thing are like validator as a service, custodial validators, where hey, we don't have the technical needs or expertise to run a validator on this chain, so we would work with another team that has expertise to kind of run our branded validator. And then last, is influencer validators, right? Like maybe they have a lot of social leverage and social power. They don't have the technical knowledge, but they would still like to kind of get into this val set because they're able to kind of sway people's opinions and things like that. But the truth is the code has not. The validator space has evolved massively, but the code has stayed largely the same as it was when the hub launched. And this is a Zaki tweet I really like. I always put this in. I find some way of putting this somewhere, in most of my presentation, but the purpose of a blockchain is to create an automated representation of social consensus. And I think social consensus around validators and governance has changed quite significantly in the 5 years, but I feel like our code has not. Now we kind of go back to the governators. Because validators and governance isn't a good versus evil thing. Everyone just moves based on their best self-interest, right? I don't want to be diluted. I want staking awards. And if I don't get punished for not voting, that's what I'm going to do. So I think what we want is the evolution of code to meet the expectation, meet the reality, with kind of less of this ideal view of what validators should be doing in terms of governance. So one of my favorite movies, this is, I feel like, where Cosmos is, where it's like when exchange validators came in, we're like, great, now we're kind of this big name. Binance is willing to run a validator on the hub, on these other chains, but we're sort of left behind and realizing it's like, oh wait, we have to message these people every single time, and they're saying, hey, we're not going to vote on governance proposals. So this was kind of a snapshot of the state of governance of the hub, and the reds here are basically the validators who have not voted on most proposals, right? And I've kind of tallied up the numbers, and surprisingly, it's about 24% of voting power who are non-voters. And these are exchange validators, self-delegations, VCs, a lot of the categories that I've mentioned. And another thing that happens is, I don't know if you guys remember this happening, but, Twitter influencer runs a validator because they want to participate in governance, right? Like this guy was like, hey, governance doesn't make sense for the average people. I know how to make it easy. So this unknown person basically started a validator primarily with governance participation as their selling point. But the challenge is that being able to participate in governance and running a good, highly resilient block production software are two completely different set of skills. And for these two to be kind of completely correlated together leads to situations where maybe a delegator who really believes that this person is the right person to represent my vote in governance ends up getting slashed even though they had good intentions of supporting this person. And I've talked to a few other validators, right, on why do you not vote on governance, or why do you not run a validator that is active in governance? And Binance, after the whole Steemit debate, has this internal policy where, hey, we will stay out of all governance proposals unless it's just a normal software upgrade. And as some of these kind of enterprise-focused validators have evolved, they're starting to realize and getting notes from their lawyers saying, hey, governance participation might be a liability where if you're changing the state of a blockchain and you chose to do so, you may be kind of getting into legal troubles when this ends up in the court, right? So they're like, all right, we're just not going to participate. Say we didn't have a part in this. And the other thing is, you have more of these people who want to be in governance, but they don't want accidentally getting their delegator slashed because they're not a technical person. So all a governor is a new way of just framing block production and governance. Because we already have this idea of a voting power where if you stake a token, you get these virtual brownie points that you can stake to people called voting power. And right now, this is used for both block production and governance. But all we're trying to say is, hey, can these two things not be linked to each other, right? So, hey, I can designate validator A to be the person to produce blocks. But hey, I would also like, governor B to be the person that represents my voting power when it comes to governance. And the key here is, I think, validators should also be able to be governors, right? It's what we're trying to propose is not a two completely different set of validator and governor set. Because I do think genuinely that most validators are people who have a lot of context in the software they run and are very well incentive aligned. But what we're trying to fix is the lack of evolution of code where the expectation is very different from the reality. So all we're trying to say is, hey, we want to be more explicit that this is a duty, and you don't have to do it. This is not something you have to do. But once you say, when you sign that transaction saying, hey, I would also like to become a governor while I'm also a validator, you're explicitly opting into this system. No one is basically forcing you to do it, right? So people would then ask me, right, hey, wouldn't the voting power almost be identical? But initially, I would say that's actually a good thing, because you don't want a system where the ideals that the block producers have are completely divergent from what like the governors would like to have. And initially, you know, while this could be identical, I think the hope is that this will diverge, right? As we see more very highly focused governors spin up, we will see kind of a lot more of average retail voting power move away from validators who may be kind of mediocre at both to kind of splitting it to highly resilient infrastructure company and a highly active governance leader, governor. And the other thing is, I think, there has to be on-chain incentives for this special class of governors to exist. I'm not saying this is a final number, I'm just throwing this out there, but you know, what if we don't even increase the inflation, we just take the existing stake, whatever goes into the staking rewards pool, and we just split that 80-20, 90-10 with the majority of it going to the block producers. And because validators can also be governors, if you opt in to do both, what you get out of running a validator, and you're basically doing the same job and you'll be earning the same rewards. But what this allows you to do is there is this expectation that, hey, as exchange validators who have never voted on a single proposal and have no desire to do so, then maybe you shouldn't run this, right? And if it's a 90-10 split, 10% letting go of 10% of staking awards might be something that an exchange may be able to negotiate with. Obviously, this is the expectation, but what is also nice is then there is this kind of explicitness around the expectations of governance, that it can be a starting point of codifying a lot of the expectations around what representation, the people that represent voting power should be doing, not as a social consensus, but into the code of the blockchain itself. So just as random scenario, if an exchange validator opts out to becoming a governor, then let's say, hey, they traditionally held 2.3%, but they don't opt into governance VP, so they will just have 0. And validator A, they're like, hey, we have already been active in governance, we're fine with keeping that. So they opt in, and they would basically inherit the existing voting power as governor. What's kind of cool is now you allow this special class of governors to exist, where influencers or people who are extremely active in the forums but have never been incentivized for the work and effort they put in are able to kind of become a special class on-chain, right? And I think that's the important thing. And the other cool scenario is you are able to kind of run a validator that specializes in governance and potentially have a higher voting power on governance than you do on block production, or the other way around. And what this allows then is that you're able to revive governance slashing conditions. I think discussions around slashing over governance have basically stalled in the past 5 years. But now that we have this explicitness, it would be cool to kind of figure out discussions on, hey, how do we codify expectations, right? Turn these laws into actual code. And I think there were a lot of other ideas on how we can get to this state without writing something called a governor. And a lot of things I hear was around auth-Z, right? So some will be like, hey, can't delegators essentially do this by auth-Zing their proposal vote message to someone else, and they can basically tally up and vote on the user's behalf. But I think if we want a system that runs, right? Like, you want this to be explicit. You want the voting power to be explicit and recorded on-chain as a state. And auth-Z doesn't really allow you to do it. And front ends just, it'll be really difficult to figure out, hey, how much voting power does this person have? Because then you have to run multiple queries to figure out all these Auth-Z delegations. Alternatively, validators could also let someone else do this, but you come to the same problem of there is this lack of transparency, right? Like what we want is maintain the same principle of Cosmos where it is this liquid democracy of where you're able to vote on yourself, but you're also able to inherit the kind of voting power of your validator or governor in this case, should they kind of agree with what you were going to vote with anyways. The other thing is, shouldn't we just be minimizing governance? And I think the best discussions around governance minimization only happens when we have an explicit expectation around governance. And that's not the case, right? So I do think that this is sort of the first step, even if you want governance minimization to kind of, get to that state eventually. And lastly, software upgrade proposals, hopefully there will be this two-step process where, you don't get this thing where the governors say, hey, we're going to make all these changes, and the expectations from the block producers are, hey, we don't want to do this. And in that case, then the chain could potentially halt. So there could be this two-step process for actual software upgrade proposals versus text proposals. Obviously, this is just an idea and a framework that's been on the back of my mind. I'm just getting this out there to see, if there's other like-minded people who have thought about the same thing or have ideas around this. But this isn't perfect. There's a lot of questions on how do you balance governance activeness versus populism. Because what you don't want is just people say, hey, we're gonna give you more money if you delegate to me. And what you end up with is just a very poor, non-robust system, pure populism. And how big should this val set be? Because it doesn't have to be the same as the block producers. And we already have issues around validator profitability. And if some validators are having to let go of 10 or 20%, it might be an issue because some of them are already not making enough to be sustainable. And yeah, lastly, this is less of a problem since you can halt the chain. But yeah, how do we ensure that there's some level of distribution in voting power for governors? Or maybe there doesn't have to be, right? Because this isn't directly linked to consensus. But yeah, just throwing this out there. Would love to get a discussion started and hopefully get someone to build this as well. So if you're building this in Hackmos, I'd love to talk to you. I have more ideas. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good job. That was amazing. Did you guys know that Josh has a bad kid, but it's not like a regular bad kid. He has like a dog in the picture too. So he's like the special version of a bad kid. He's like the baddest bad kid. Okay. Anyways, side note. I'm really in love with these kind of advertisements. I know that you have seen it multiple times, but we haven't seen them in a while. And for me, they have done a great job with that. So huge shout out to all the teams, the marketing teams of these companies that put that together, because it's a lot of work, sorry. And I think it's very good. And now let's get with the second speaker, who is going to be oh my God, I knew that this was going to happen. Jesse Chung. I knew this is going to happen. I've been very, very scared of this moment. Jesse Chung, I'm so sorry. Founder of Numetric, the stage is yours.
Also a bad photo of me looking a little too like edgy, but hey, so I'm Jesse. Okay, thank you. Founder of Numetric, and we're going to talk about what our company Numetric is doing. So we are a company solely focuses on developer experience side of things. So We want to become like an end-to-end development platform for Cosmos blockchains in general, and we're going to talk about what we have been building and how we're going to like push out everything. So before we like jump straight onto the actual product side of it, I want to sort of iterate on what it means to sort of encompass the complete life cycle of Web3 development. So like before founding this company, Numetric, I was a builder myself, like, writing contracts here and there on Cosmosm. I used to be also part of TFL. I did a bunch of infra stuff. I also partook in the Anchor protocol as well. So, but every time I built something, I felt the need that there's gotta be a better version of the development toolkit or the world surrounding us in terms of how we test or how we make our product really shine. So I'm gonna just talk about that. So in the development phase, obviously you're building everything from 0 to 1. That includes writing a bunch of contracts, like 17 to 20 different contracts, and then writing a lot of tests to make sure that your contract is working up to the expectation. And then you go on to like test your contracts on actual testnet. For example, like Terra or Osmosis, whatever chain. You want to just put all your contracts on testnet and then see how that works, right? And then next phase you're gonna hit is, okay, so I thought testnet is a thing. Yeah, I knew it was a thing, but then it's not always available to you. And as in like the RPC is sometimes down, or like you just simply don't have access to these test networks, like networks that are dedicated to test. But then the other problem with testnet is there's no real user activities on testnet. Like we barely use testnet simply because there's no value, like real intrinsic value to the tokens that are sort of being tossed around in testnet. So that means it's kind of hard to get a real user activities. What that leads to is, let's say your contract or your product is heavily market dependent, as in, say, for example, Quasar or some Levana protocol that depends on the market situations or dynamics. Testing that on testnet is kind of difficult because you need to now fake all these user agents, as in, you gotta behave like 100 different people making the actual trades or LPs and stuff like that, which is all very, very, very time consuming and sometimes very exhausting in the long run. And like we move on to the phase of we actually hit the production, right? That's great. So we somehow got through the huddles of testing things on testnet actually, and then now we have to face this reality where the RPC on, say, mainnet is somewhat like shaky, as in not reliable sometimes. And then you need to think about V2s. And V2 usually it means like, rewriting part of your contract so that, has a better functionality. But then, you basically go back to this middle step where, okay, testnet, shit, there's no user, right? And how do you make sure that your new code is, say, up to the current trend of your protocol, which happens to be on mainnet, so that the V2 or V3, what's coming after, is actually up to the spec and up to the expectation. How do you do that? That's really difficult. And this whole cycle, if you built something already and then running your product somewhere on mainnet, it's going to sound extremely familiar. Or if you're just starting out, it's going to be something that you're going to be facing really often. So in my opinion, the current development lifecycle has these two problems. It basically comes down to these two problems: availability of the infra that we're testing against, let that be RPC or set of toolings. And the second part is testability. How do we make sure that our contract, which happens to be dealing with whatever sort of assets, like let that be actual asset like Osmo or Atom, that carries value, or let that be NFT, which has some intrinsic value attached, like emotional intrinsic values that people have. How do you make sure that these two things are always correct, and then you know what you're doing, right? So solving these two things is our company, Numetric's mission. So we have a very obsessive, say, attitude towards like these two things, like availability and testability. And so we basically are trying to solve these problems with two products that that I'm gonna introduce about. The first is, so I'm just gonna restate our mission. So we are here to become the all-in-one development platform that covers all your needs from development to production. That means, let's say you're just starting out to write some set of contracts, and then we're going to be there for you to support a set of toolings that you can use really usefully. And then when you go to actual production, say going on to mainnet, we're going to be still there as your partner for like RPC or whatever tooling that might be needed after that. And we have two products. The first product is called Mesa. So Mesa is an ultra high performance RPC cluster. So in Cosmos land, like we have had some RPC related issues here and there. Like right now it's a bear market, so there are not many or not too many users to saturate the RPC cluster that we have around the globe. But not around the globe, but then bull market or users come in, and then we're gonna be soon facing the reality of how say unscalable the RPC really is at this point. This is what I like to say. So we use Netflix every single day, and I like to say that Netflix wouldn't be Netflix as we know today if it were slow. As in like you don't really expect Netflix to be down or not really giving you the video outputs or delivered to you. And as a product, you just use it, always, you kind of think it's always reliable. With Web3, we are sort of trying to categorize this as the next web or next money or whatever. So web that actually carries money, right? It's not going to happen if it's not faster than now. So I just want to talk about SLA. So SLA stands for Service Level Agreement. This is say when you're signing up for a service, like how many of a downtime or how many of a performance you can expect from the provider. Right now, the status quo is that all of us, including all of you whoever is building on Osmosis or whatever platform, we are largely depending on the infra that are run by, say, community-provided nodes. For example, like even Kepler has their Kepler infra team. Polkachoo, like Lavender 5, all of these great providers who actually happen to be also validating on chain. That's great. But then those are more of a public good, as in like they're just providing like subset of their infrastructure to the community for free out of a goodwill, right? So let's say we hit the next bull market and everyone's like hitting RPC really hard, and then they're also going to have really hard time managing the RPC cluster. And then what they do is they block out certain demographics from the world, or they rate limit you, and then that has negative impact onto your web application because now your web app doesn't have a reliable connection onto RPC. With Mesa, we want to say that so this is like a professional grade RPC cluster that can actually offer you this level of SLA. So 1.9 is about equivalent to like few days in a year. So it's only going to be like down for a few days, but after that it's all going to be like performant and always reliable. We want to make sure that this happens. And how do we do it? Like where are we? Like in terms of product building. And in an internal testing, we were able to like just push out 1 million queries per second. That's impressive because like if you have a node, for example, if you ever ran on a node, the usual say request per second you get is like somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000. Obviously depends on the complexity of the queries, but having this level of performance, as in like 1 million queries per second. That means more than, say, 10 million people making like their wallet balance queries like every single second, and it's still going to be fine. Like we're still going to be able to support that level of bandwidth. And then we have the fully elastic sort of backend. We're not going to obviously spend or spin up a bunch of nodes, like 100 or 200 nodes, and then serve it, because that's going to nearly bankrupt us. So we developed a solution where everything is like fully elastic. So when there's idle time, it sort of scales down to almost nothing. And then when there's like more bandwidth that's coming into the cluster, it's going to like scale up like linearly to a level where it can actually support million requests per second. So at this point, RPC scalability is pretty much a solved problem, I'd say, because like million requests per second is a lot. Like if you think about it, we have a block duration of 5 to 6 seconds, and then you only get to check search and state every now and then. So this is almost infinity, I'd like to say. So Pocket Network, another great RPC provider, which has decentralized RPC, has put out this RPC trilemma. So basically, RPC trilemma is composed of reliability and performance and cost. So reliability is like really just how reliable the nodes are. Like I said, when you give a little too many traffic to a single node, it's likely going to go down because there's like a lag in consensus or something, so it's likely going to crash something in the node. We don't have the problem because our read nodes, aka the nodes that process the actual queries, are actually completely isolated from the sync nodes, basically. So like no matter how hard you hit our RPC cluster, it's still going to be reliable. Also performance-wise, like I showed you earlier, it's able to push out 1 million requests per second with elastic scalability and improve the latency. We want to leverage our sort of system's cost reduction factor to make sure that the nodes are installed across the globe, so that no matter where you are, you have a fast enough of a connection to RPC. So it's always fast. Your web app is always responsive. Cost. So obviously, we're going to be like a subscription-based paid service, like Alchemy. Think Alchemy for Cosmos. But it's probably going to be cheaper than you running it yourself anyways. So you probably just have to use it. We have a shared storage model. That means our operational cost is kept very, very low. So like we can actually like sustain a set of nodes that are sort of clustered big enough so that it can support whatever bandwidth in the future. And no, we don't. So many people asking me like, how do you actually achieve that level of performance? And people I think generally ask out of their own experience of running the vanilla nodes, like nodes as is. We don't do that. We actually build custom binaries for every single chain. And then we fix basically a lot of concurrency-related issues. We also have failover measures where, so if one of our nodes goes down, we have an automatic recovery or disaster recovery measures already in place. And let's say the block is like, it doesn't really happen in Cosmos, but reverted, or something might have gone wrong. Like, let's say we fail to upgrade the node, and then we have a way to say roll back just blocks one by one, so it can like very quickly like catch up and sync again. So we also fix that sort of reliability issues as well, and then we also come with useful default indexes like. On Explorers, you get to see, say, you search by an account, and then all the list of transactions that the account is associated with. We also have those built in. So if you're building some sort of Explorer or like a protocol-specific user history, it's easier for you to do just make that using our default set of indexes. Currently testing. Already have support for 7 chains and more, beta soon. We don't really take too much time to onboard new chains after all, because we developed something we call a common module, so that as long as it's some sort of a Cosmos application that runs on Tendermint or Comet 50, it is compatible. So if you're interested, just talk to me after this. The second product is Cradle. So I've been talking about this on Twitter, or X now, I should call it. a lot recently, and it's what I call the ultimate test environment that forks mainnet. So this is what I like to say. Literally, this is what I told my teammates as I was laying down the first byte of code for Cradle. That's mainnet is the only correct testnet. Like I mentioned earlier, you probably don't want to test things on testnet because the user agents or behavior or even the data or states are sort of never up to the quality of the mainnet because there's no there's no market. And so Cradle as a product lets you turn a running mainnet into a dedicated devnet, right? What that means is you now suddenly have an access to all the states that has ever happened on mainnet, but we are going to fork it into a dedicated network just only you can access. So you can just send whatever transactions, you can configure the parameters the way you want, everything. And it's a SaaS solution, so everything runs in our cluster. So funnily enough, at least 3 to 4 teams in Cosmoverse this year are doing some sort of main networking thing. But they have to put down a running mainnet and then create a new Genesis file for the fork network. You don't have to do that. You don't have to download anything. You just sign up with our dashboard. This is the UI that you're going to see. So, hey, if you want to fork Neutron, you have a Neutron already running. Current height is what? Minimum height is what? You get to set the session name. What is the the height that you want to fork from? You can also designate that. Also, what is the block interval? So this basically means there's 0 configuration for you. You just click some buttons, and it's going to be spun up for you. And then it only takes about somewhere between 30 to a minute and a half for boot up. But we have a way to sort of cut it down to say 5 seconds in the future. Battery is included. So the dashboard actually comes with a lot of things. It being a SaaS solution, you don't have the terminal anymore, but we just decided to put everything on dashboard so you can see what's going on the node itself. As you can see, we have little tabs up there, so blocks, transactions, mempool setting. So all these mini explorers are all included, so you can just monitor what's really going on with your fork, or just monitoring the standard output, the console, to see, hey, whether your transaction has failed or succeeded, or you can also check it with your transactions tab as well. Unlike other forks, we also keep the validator set, so you can just you can use other validators that are naturally present on mainnet as a proposer on the forknet. If that matters to you, that's a great feature too. And then you can just click this button. It's going to do something, and then there's going to be a bunch of logs just printed out here, meaning that there's a new block injected to the forknet. So what I really envisioned with Cradle is development should be sort of limitless and frictionless, as in okay, forking is fine, but then if you cannot act on behalf of other wallets that are present on mainnet, there's little to no point of calling a simulation environment, right? So we also bypassed the signature verification. That means you can act as the wallet that, say, holds the largest LP in whatever osmosis pool, test it with, say, pulling all the LP in that pool, okay? It's not your wallet because you don't have the keys to it, but we just happen to allow those behaviors. So, you can definitely, absolutely test anything or simulate anything on Cradle. Compatible with all the tools you love. So interface-wise, it's almost 99.9% identical to whatever existing nodes out there. So if you're developing with Cosm.js or whatever toolkit or SDK there might be, chances are you're still going to be able to use it. At this point, imagine what you can do with these tools. And let's say you're done with imagining, chances are you can already do that on Cradle. So contract migration is especially pertinent use cases for this. V2, V3s, you can just frictionlessly test migrations on top of it. Market acceptance test, especially your contract is super market dependent. You can also do that. We also seen a party before who wanted to run a multicolor simulation, just generating random fake user behaviors onto market and throw them onto the market. See how the contract actually adapts to it. You can also do that. Whale simulator, just for fun. You can do that too. And whatever ideas you might have, you can do with Cradle. We have a workshop today, 2 p.m. In the room Monterosa 1. It's sold out, but I think you can just come by and have a look what's really going on, I guess. So that's it. Thank you for listening. I hope, yeah. I talk to most of you guys. Thank you.
That was Jesse Chung from New Metrics. I will never forget your name, Jesse. I promise. Seriously. Okay, now we have our next panel. Let's. Did you guys have breakfast already? Yes? Was it good? Man, the food here is amazing. Like, seriously, is really, really good. Last year we had the Cosmoverse in Medellin, Colombia, my country, and the food, of course, was great. But the food here is another thing. I can say that. So, okay, almost there. Okay, so the moderator for this panel, which is about validators, is the one and only Talita Franklin. Talita, welcome to the stage. She's from Chorus One, by the way, so shout out to Chorus One.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the validator panel. I'd like to invite Dan, Steve, Josh, and John, representing Strangelove, Dora Hex, All Nodes, and A41.
I guess I'll follow right here. I think so.
Dan, you want to?
Oh, yeah, let me.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, I only caught that right at the end there as well. I was like, okay, might as well. Sit with my photo, my mugshot. How's everybody doing? Oh, getting some fun feedback there.
Okay, good. So the idea of this panel is basically to cover a little bit of background. I'd like to start asking the guys, how was the process to become a validator? Like, very briefly, because we don't have that much time, but how was the process? Why did you choose to do what you do?
So for us, we started as miners, and we started getting interested in proof of stake, and just kind of started from there and just slowly built from one protocol over to 75 different protocols now that we support, all on proof of stake.
Sure, I'll go next. I started off as an Ethereum validator back in late 2019, and then I really pivoted to Cosmos in around 2021 when I joined Jack Zamplin's team at Strangelove.
A41 started out as an investment vehicle and research firm, and then we started out, I guess last year from January till May, we've done some proof of concept of whether we have what it takes to become a validator. Do we have tech capacity? Do we have governing or capability as well? So we've done a testing for 5 months. We first tested out in Cosmos. Is it me?
I don't know.
We've closed the seed round last year, and then that was when we dive deep into the infra space. We now support about 20 networks, and we're also heavily jumping into ETH as a validator, and also supporting diverse Cosmos and Cosmos app chains.
Yep. So Dora team has been working with multiple multi-chain ecosystems to distribute grants, organize hackathons, with basically trying our best to support developers. And our biggest concern is when bear market hits, how can we distribute grants to developers? So we came up with this validator idea where we can distribute some of our validator profits, work with foundations, institutions, and stakers to distribute grants to developers. So we started actually last year, and right now we're validating 30 plus mainnets and testnets.
Super cool. Well, I do the research part at Corazon. I think it's the part of that I understand more. But where do you sit on the validator responsibility chain, let's say, and even more important, can you describe how do you choose the networks that you'll be joining or the projects that you'll be supporting?
I guess we'll start with me. So I don't see our responsibility as ever ending. I mean, we're focused on, of course, keeping the chain up as 100% close as possible, but then we're just focused on building out more resources towards, public use goods. So we have a website, publicnode.com, that we let people use for free, and it helps them, with RPC resources and on testnet and mainnet as well.
Great. Yeah, so going to your question about choosing networks, one thing that Strangelove does a lot is we try to stay bleeding edge. So we were very big into when ICS came out, a huge participant in Game of Chains. So like anytime that we can help kind of like push Cosmos to a new level, we like to kind of hop in there, help figure things out. And that's kind of how we choose which networks we participate in initially.
I guess we're a little bit different from others. I guess you need to take into account when the validators started as well, because we are fairly newbie compared to Allnodes and Strangelove. I sit on, I guess, like we're an Asian company, so we're very hierarchical in a way, and I sit on the top of the chain, so I choose which chains to go into. But when we do that, we have an internal meeting with all the team leads who are leading our business side and also infra side. And based on the research that we've done, through by our interns and the team managers, we have multiple candidates and then choose with profitability first thing in mind, and second, can we actually increase our tech reputation will be the second priority. The reason why we go for profitability instead of ecosystem contribution would be probably because we're a newbie and we need to always keep the lights on. Whereas I guess we don't really have a luxury in terms of doing things for the community before the company, right? After the company, then maybe there may be community, right? So it's a little different, and it's not sexy, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So our approach is a little bit more bottom up. We listen to our developers, which chain do you want to build on, and they'll let us know, hey, I want to build on probably Cilicia, I want to build on maybe DYDX, and we'll try to talk to the core team on whether we can spin up a validator, whether we're getting delegations, whether we can work with some of your institution partners, so that we can support this cause together. So we're a little bit more bottom up. We listen to our devs. Fairly
interesting because you can see that for every institution, mostly the trigger is different.
Yeah.
That's fairly interesting. I think even this makes our industry very rich. Yep. Because of that, you have different purposes, and it makes sense because it guarantees diversity that we actually need. We can't have only one validator, so it's fairly interesting. But usually, so you choose the networks, or do the networks approach you to join? Do you have any prioritization way on when a network asks you to evaluate?
Let's start with Steven now.
Yeah, you want to start? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, let's start with Steven.
Yeah,
sure.
So yeah, we're actually relatively new. I would say it's competitive across all the validators. It's relatively rare compared with we're reaching out to the foundations for a validator slot, or we want to spin up a validator somewhere, then the foundation is coming to us. I guess this will happen more on newer chains and newer ecosystems. But there's essentially more validators on the market, I would say. So I definitely think some of them are more reputable and influential compared with the smaller ones. Yeah, so like we do more, I guess, like outbound, BD compared with like inbound.
I don't know. Like, I don't know how to answer it. I guess it depends on how you look at the game or the industry. My perception on the validator business or infrastructure business is basically like there are two key success factors. One is relationship building, and second is tech reputation. And hereby, tech reputation doesn't really refer to your node operations, because once you're considered as like a top tier or tier 1 or tier 1.5 validators among like, the L1s, or at least among the founders, your architecture should be like, up there enough that you don't really worry about the tech of your node operations, I would say. It's more about, are you at the center of tech discourses that are happening around in the ecosystem that you're trying to validate for. For instance, for ETH, like, are you a validator that gets brought up in the talk in regards to account abstraction, or like, when the people talk about liquid staking, do they talk about you? Or like EigenLayer, like, do they talk about you? For Cosmos, like, like, would people like, consider you as one of the players to talk to about ICS? Or those type of like, things are really important. So if you don't have that, I think it's more about you approaching them. Whereas like, if you do have that, it's more about like you're getting inbound. And I think when you're starting off as a newbie, it's always about creating that moat of yourself, because we're basically talking about an industry that is so commoditized that if I poke a pink elephant in the room, except the Coinbase, everybody is fighting for the same like slot, and all the founders are going to go to tier 1s, and like, for Cosmos, I would say it's Course One, and like a few others as well. For ETH, like, you're talking to P2P and like, Killen and like, a few others as well. So like, if you're not at that stage, you're always fighting for how much inbound you can create, like as a volume, by creating that moat of like, oh, we are technically capable by being at the center of all these discourses, and at the same time, just, build a relationship with the founders, I guess. Like, that's the way we do it. That's why we, like, went really hard during Korea Blockchain Week and Token 2049 in order to actually attract the people in and treat them as VIPs, basically, and make them feel good. And like, out of all the validators, why would you choose A41? Like, what are the differences between A41 and others? It's basically, oh, I know John Park, I love him, and that's it. Like, most of the time it is this, but people don't really talk about it in the room. They just like, have or make up these like, fake reasons to why they're staking or diversifying. But I think that is what it is for validators,
Yeah, for us, we've been validating for a long time. So usually a lot of teams will come to us and kind of like ask us to either participate in their validation, and then we do several different talks with them, get an idea for what they're building, looking at their documentation for like what's involved in like building the validator is a key part. We always start with the test net, getting in there, making sure that we're comfortable running it, that the community communicates well, and then we'll consider kind of like pivoting to mainnet support, and then more like infrastructure services, running relayers, helping them out to expand, running RPC nodes, running other kind of like applications.
For all nodes, we're builders, so we're constantly working on test nets and trying to get in at the first start. But I mean, there's times where we miss, and we're joining late into a test net if we can, if it's still open. Otherwise, if it's joining on mainnet, we sometimes have to join on mainnet. So we're just always building and trying to build on new different blockchain protocols.
I guess I was the only controversial one, but like I think you can basically see that like all the OGs and like builder-centric like validators have very technical like capacity to support mainnet and networks, whereas like the newbies tend to see it as more of a private banking and wealth management point of view, and we like poach clients in a different way. And Dora has also different moat of like doing hackathon, like and also like being a helper for L1. So I guess we're all fighting with the different weapons, and like we all have different colors. And yeah, that's what probably you guys are seeing here.
Yeah, I agree. Makes sense.
Actually, I'd like to extend a little bit more exactly on that dimension. If research is where validator responsibility starts, because you need to choose the projects to join, where does it end? Because now there is this kind of expectation and even requirement sometimes that it's not enough for validators to run infrastructure. So how exactly happens internally for you to decide? I think you mentioned a little bit already, like you want to build in that for this chain. But so what exactly? Yeah, I think it's interesting. For example, mention a little bit of what are the additional contributions that you make when you join a chain, and how do you choose what exactly do you want to build for that chain?
I can start on this one. So one thing that Strangelove likes to do is we like to kind of build tooling that will help other validators kind of step up their game as far as like security. A huge product that we have, it's called Horcrux, which is a very security-focused tool that allows you to take your key, split it into multiple shards, just like Voldemort split his soul into multiple parts. And I think that's probably one of the key contributions that we like to do, is just helping other people kind of get into the validation business, understand the tooling that's out there. We run a bunch of relayers too, so if teams need help, if what they're building depends on being able to communicate with other teams, we set up those paths for them, whether they're regular transfer paths or more complicated ones like you use for consumer chains.
Our thought process is always making things easier for everyone. So we're helping people, whether it's stakers and delegators, we're helping people just stake easier and track their rewards easier and make it easier for validators as well. One of the things that we're launching here at Cosmoverse is actually our governance tool on all nodes, and it helps people vote without using CLI or any technical problems or issues. So it's basically click and sign with your wallet, and you can also do other things like granting your wallet management tools to basically delegating voting from one wallet over here and maybe managing the node over here, so it's safer and secure as well.
I mean,
John, I want to hear your opinion on that.
Massive respect for like all nodes, Strangelove, and there are so many like OG validators in the Cosmos space at least who have contributed to the ecosystem, and even for the validators too, like helping out in Discord, Telegram, and like setting aside the toolings that you guys are providing. Like you guys been like been very helpful for not just validators, but I think for the general users as well. I guess from a newbie perspective, it's more of a luxury. I guess the research is more focused on, like from our end, is more focused on like, selecting chains that does it really suit or fit with the clients that we have? Like, are we trying to run a chain that is profitable for us and also like, beneficial for our clients? That's one. Two is, as a company based in APAC and as a company that is striving to become a go-to validator in the space, in the APAC region, can we actually help out the chain in that like angle? Is also the another research that we put in a lot in terms of, can we really appeal to the APAC like market with this L1 that we're trying to help out? If not, we don't tend to take the validator opportunity even if it's an inbound. So I guess it's really different. I mean, we don't really have a luxury to provide tooling. It's more about soft areas that we touch that not many other validators can touch. We have a deep root in the APAC market, like including Singapore, like Korea, like, and other areas as well. It's just that like, do we have that capacity to, translate that to the L1 or not is basically the research that we do internally, and then we provide that to the L1 as we move forward together, like, in terms of like, getting listed, like, connecting them with the listing teams or the exchange research team, or those are the type of the activities that we tend to do, and I think that is heavily related to our research. So our research is a little different from course one's like more like, deep research, but like, I think, as a newbie, that's like a way to survive, I would say.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so there's actually also like a value add that you can bring to the ecosystem as well. So yeah, I think I actually have a theory where running validators and generating like native block rewards is actually such a like Web3 native way to survive first as a startup, and then like generate profit for a business, regardless you're actually building a startup. I always like encourage, actually, like if you're building like a startup in any ecosystem, that you're like sort of like surviving because there's no like immediate business model for a project. I encourage them to actually like have the capability to run a validator. It's not that hard if you're just spinning off like your first chain or the second chain. And like for those like Solana projects to run a small validator in the Solana ecosystem. And similarly in Cosmos. So we actually think we're lucky to actually start thinking about this and start generating revenue for Dora. Our goal is actually first to survive and second to actually generate money for dev. That's just our contribution that we really want to give to developers and really want to give to every ecosystem that we want to support. But I do see like all the panelists here are contributing to the ecosystem in your own way, whether it's like attracting more retail stakers or like making core contributions to the ecosystem or actually like helping ecosystem in like different region adoptions. It's just like our own way of like contributing to the ecosystem.
Now the question, Steve, do you work on the weekends?
Yeah. I have been not taking weekends off for like 6 years.
So is it a problem if a network decides to do an upgrade on a Friday? Like, what is there the best day of the week where networks should do an upgrade for you? Like, what is your recommendation for builders that are here?
Yeah, like Web3 is like really fun because the trading is nonstop. It's 24/7. The validation is nonstop. I give huge credits to our DevOps team. Like I always push them, hey, we're like the bottom validator on like this network. Can we like move it up? And they're always like, okay, Steve, let me work on it. But they actually work overnight to fix it. So they're like really, really good. And I bet like all of the validators here have a great DevOps team that provides like impeccable services to the I think the uptime of like different networks. Yeah, so
Shout out to DevOps teams.
yeah, shout out to the DevOps.
Yeah, definitely.
And here's this like DevOps here. Woohoo! Amazing.
Over here.
Kudos to you guys.
Absolutely.
I think it's the same story for every one of us, right? Do you stay offline in the weekend? I don't know. Like, I think most of the validators who are actually operating at the top level has probably similar systems internally. Like, they would probably have a Slack channel just dedicated to their alert systems or alert notifications, which goes off like 24/7. We just tell like business guys or other team members to, hey, shut off that channel for you guys. But like, you know, for DevOps, it's always like 24/7, like, you know, it's going on. Like for instance, like, you know, it's Korea is like a huge national, like, you know, holiday season. I don't think our business team members and DevOps team members are actually having any breaks because it's only for Korea, right? Whereas we're communicating with like mostly people like who are not in the region. I think what L1s could do in order to actually alleviate the pain of the validators would be, I guess DYDX has been really good in terms of like, you know, doing the test net, like, you know, trying to like, you know, minimize the friction with the validators. They've been approaching in many different ways, like having separate channels for separate issues and separate agenda. It's a lot of work. Kudos to DYDX team for like all the showing all the works for the testnet validators. And I think it's really important for L1s to actually think about it because at the end of the day, the fatigue that gets to validators sometimes just like kind of make you become a second priority out of all the chains that they're validating for. Because in order to keep the lights on, we're not going to be like just operating one or two chains and like fully like, you know, concentrated. We're going to have like multiple chains on our hands. So.
Yeah, I don't think in particular like having it on like any day matters. It's more like about having advanced notice so that you can make sure that your team is in place, able to handle the upgrade. Your team needs to have tooling in place too to like even be aware. There's so many different upgrades happening. They're getting announced in different locations. Some are in Discord, some are in Telegram, well. Some are through email. So just being aware of where all those channels
Telegram,
are.
Slack channels, like every network you're choosing different ones and we need to keep track of all of them. It's becoming a bit noisy.
Yeah, and then just having the software in place to actually manage that stuff, making sure you can assign someone to be responsible. So at Strangelove, we use like a combination of like Ops Genie for just assigning rotation. We have a very robust like monitoring system. We know as soon as either a software upgrade proposal has happened, on-chain plan has gone on. We have a shared calendar. just tooling really helps out with keeping on top of that.
Yeah, I have to shout out to our dev team as well at All Nodes. I mean, I feel bad when we have to wake them up at 2 a.m. their local time, or they've been working for 24 hours, and of course, we're sharing GIFs and everything like that. That's saying, "Oh, working on this chain has turned me into an old man or an old woman, etc." But everything is fun. I can't remember the last time I didn't work on a weekend. So I just try to, when things are slow, I try to make a weekend out of something. So sometimes it's like, hey, Tuesday's really quiet. Let's just go do a family day. And hopefully I can just do everything that I need to do on a phone, and not in front of a laptop. So just making weekends when I can.
I'll add one more comment on that too. One thing that I've kind of just noticed lately that Hypha does, which is really cool, is they have testnet Wednesdays. Shout out to Lex right there. But it's just predictable, and you know when it's going to happen, and you're just like, oh, just need to go check in, and it's easy.
Cool. I'm running out of questions, so I'd like to know, and yeah, we are also running out of time. Would you like to leave some final words for your team, for people here? Anything, feel free.
Yeah, I would just encourage everyone to follow Dora, our hackathons, to support all the amazing builders in the Cosmos ecosystem, and to keep track of Dora Factory's public staking. We are trying to support more chains, and yeah, want to support the hacker movement in Cosmos and beyond.
Yeah, if you want to engage more with the APEC market, I would probably recommend talking to me or Kevin Kim, who is in the Cosmoverse with me on the A41 side. And also huge props to Josh Lee, who brought up the topic around validator versus governor idea. I think that idea should be addressed more deeply in the Cosmos space, at least, because we're seeing so many proposals that are coming out. A lot of the protocol specialists or researchers are having fatigue over governance as well. We need to do better in the governance field, at least by the end of this year and next year as well. So as a whole, all the validators and us as an ecosystem participants, I think we need to actually delve into this matter in a more serious manner.
Yeah, so if you want to hear more about what Strangelove's doing, or if you have an idea for launching something and just want some advice, just look for any of us wearing green shirts or come down to our booth. If you want some swag, we'll be passing out stickers and stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to see everybody at our booth today and tomorrow, and look forward to chatting with people and just showing them some of the new tools that we're building on All Nodes to make everything easier for everyone. So thanks for everybody for attending today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. See you around. Enjoy Cosmoverse.
Okay, guys, it was truly informative panels from validators. And right now, I would like to invite Yas Curry to the stage to give a talk on the topic, Defeating the Cosmic Dragon, Celestia's Strategy to Defend Cosmos. Please welcome Yas.
How's everybody doing today? Yeah, I'm really excited to be here at Cosmoverse. I'm Yaz. I'm the head of DevRel at Celestia Labs, and the topic for today is Defeating the Cosmic Dragon, or Celestia's Strategy to Defend Cosmos. So let's figure out what the dragon is. So first, let's think of Cosmos community as it exists today. What's it like? You can think of Cosmos as this cosmic castle, this fortress in the galaxy. You have a lot of different conferences happening, like the Cosmoverse Gateway Nebula Summit, a lot of different innovations happening in Cosmos. So Cosmos can be seen with its community and its core development as this cosmic fortress that exists. So what is the Cosmos Fortress today? Cosmos has successfully created developer adoption around application chains. So currently, everyone can spin up an app chain using Cosmos, which is really powerful. Cosmos has developer toolkits that allow deploying blockchains easily. One of the first experiences I had with Cosmos was, deploying my own blockchain on testnet, and that was such a powerful moment, and there's nothing like that out there. The other thing about Cosmos is the interchain, right? So the interchain allows for an interesting community dynamic to happen. So the dynamic is the entire Cosmos is more stronger than the sum of its parts. Finally, Cosmos developers. Cosmos developers are actually very unique in Web3 in combining strengths of app and core development together. But there's a problem. Now, what's the problem? A dragon flies over the Cosmos Fortress. Now, what is that dragon? Let's define the dragon. So the problem is, if we define it as a cosmic dragon, is the problems in Cosmos are found internally. There is no outside threat to Cosmos. The threat is actually internal. So the first point, fragmentation versus decentralization. In decentralization, the difference between that and fragmentation is reaching consensus. So your community is not decentralized if you can't reach consensus. It's actually fragmented. So that distinction, that thin line is around trying to reach consensus despite the fact that there can be a lot of politics involved. Now, politics hamper the growth of Cosmos. Now, me as an outsider to Cosmos, I'm not really have full context on Cosmos politics. As an outsider looking in, the politics kind of makes me not necessarily want to be involved and get to learn more about Cosmos just because of the political elements at play. Cosmos also does not have a cohesive narrative, right? We talk about the interchain, but for me as a developer, I don't understand fully what the interchain means, what kind of narrative is there around the interchain. The other thing is around app chains when you have validators. Now, if I'm when you have validators and consensus, if I'm a developer in Cosmos, app chains have to have their own consensus. Now, what does that mean? It turns out that it means that you're going to have a lot of mercenary behavior with validators. Validators can start looking at all different Cosmos chains that are coming out. They're like, okay, I'm going to validate over here, but there's not necessarily any alignment with any specific chains. Also, you'll see there's a slowdown of developer adoption in Cosmos due to the fact that consensus is very expensive. If I'm a developer, I want to build my own app chain, I don't want to care about consensus and maintaining a validator set. That's too much for me to worry about as a developer. The other thing with Cosmos is it will hit scalability issues when you have increased adoption. If you have a successful app chain on Cosmos, you're going to run into scalability issues the more users you have, and then transaction costs actually increase significantly. And then on-chain governance is actually terrible governance, and we're going to talk about why later. And there's also a lack of core dev culture and storytelling around the core devs. So now that we defined the cosmic dragon, let's talk about what opportunities we have. So what is the opportunities right now? Let's talk about what we have in Cosmos. Cosmos SDK is the best tool to instantiate a new blockchain. There's nothing like it on the market. Tendermint is battle tested. So the effect of spinning out your own blockchain and having them all interconnected with the interchain means that Tendermint can be tested with different chains in Cosmos. IBC as a built-in bridging mechanism is actually amazing for developer experience. If I'm spinning out my own blockchain and I have built-in bridging that allows me to bridge asset from one chain to another, from a developer experience, that's really powerful. And Cosmosm is a great new avenue for developer adoption because there it creates a new developer market for Cosmos, and people can be like, okay, I want to build smart contracts. Now you have Cosmosm, and actually you can do developer adoption using Cosmosm. And Cosmos can embrace more storytelling, and we'll talk about why storytelling is more important. And Cosmos currently embraces modularity, but it only embraces modular software. And we're going to talk about later what other things you can embrace in modularity. So now that we talked about the problem and opportunity, let's talk about strategy to defeat the cosmic dragon. So you have three strategies, right? You can escape, you can defend yourself, and you can attack. And now we're going to talk about each one and what you can do. So the escape strategy is basically maintaining the status quo. Basically not doing anything. Let the cosmic dragon take over the fortress. It's like the threat from within. Basically, Cosmos community can continue lacking standardization and core dev coordination around the scheme modes, around Cosmos SDK, Tendermint, Cosmosm, and IBC. Cosmos can continue not having effective narrative and storytelling. And Cosmos can continue embracing the app-chain thesis with mercenary validator culture. And then Cosmos can continue its on-chain governance practices. Now, I think we all agree, escape is a bad strategy. You know, we can't abandon the Cosmos fortress. So if escape is not viable, what's next? Let's talk about defense. So we want to defend Cosmos. You got to think about what is worth defending. We already talked about the 4 different offerings in Cosmos, like the most of Cosmos, IBC, Cosmos SDK, Comet BFD, and Cosmosm. All right, so how do you defend them? You can reinforce the walls with 2 different strategies. You can create standard and specs processes around your key modes, and then because you have the standards and specs, you can innovate on better hard fork mechanisms. Now, what do we mean when we say standards and specs? So standards and specs actually create a lot of new cool things that can actually reinforce and defend Cosmos. So in standards and specs, it allows for improvement proposals to exist. Think about Ethereum's EIP process. Think about Bitcoin's BIP process. Think about Python's BEP process. The problem with it is it kind of slows down core development, but it decentralizes it and increases core developer contributions when you have standards and specs. They increase storytelling. So core devs in Cosmos become heroes on their journey to contribute to Cosmos SDK or any other key mode. They become heroes defending the fortress. They also, with storytelling, you can create live tweet threads, you can do, recorded meetings, meeting notes, which are all ways to allow the community to track progress of contributions. Think about Tim Bako. Tim Bako would do live tweet threads about the Ethereum EIP process on all core dev calls, and now he's at the core center of all core dev calls because of effective storytelling and the community in Ethereum following what's happening in the EIP process. Storytelling is very important. It also adds skin in the game. So when you have skin in the game, let's say somebody's like, oh, I would like to see this new idea or feature in Cosmos as a core dev. Great, create a proposal, create the specs, champion your proposal. It's actually much more powerful having skin in the game to actually bring changes you want to see in Cosmos. Standards and specs also increase the opportunity for client diversity. When you have standards and specs, you have more core contributors and developers building different clients in different languages, like in Rust, TypeScript, whichever language you can build it in. How can Celestia help on the defense strategy? So the Celestia improvement proposal process, we published it on the blog today, blog.celestia.org. We're going to announce, tweet out later about the CIP process. It's an opportunity to help incubate Cosmos core development under the, work by the Celestia community. It contains an initial roster of Cosmos core devs willing to participate in the process. And many others are welcome from the core dev community to participate in the process. It introduces the concept of rough consensus, which is actually around technical decision making, just like it exists in EIP and IETF. Rough consensus does not exist in Cosmos core development right now. So the CIP process is scheduled to launch post mainnet for Celestia. If you have questions about it later, feel free to ask me. Is there anything else we can do to improve defenses? So now we talked about standards and specs, but what else can we do with that? Well, we can change the hard fork mechanism in Cosmos Chain. That allows us to activate those new features and standards and specs. So the current hard fork mechanism in Cosmos is actually, when I first heard of it, I couldn't believe it. So to explain how hard fork activation happened in Cosmos, the community votes via on-chain governance on a hard fork block. So like you submit a block, you submit a governance proposal on-chain for the block activation number, the community votes on it. Validators then download the new binary, which has the new network features and upgrades. Then validators run a software called Cosmoverse', which it connects two binaries, the existing validator node binary and the new binary. And at the block activation time, Cosmoverse in real time swaps binaries. Now that's kind of scary for me because it introduces insane coordination costs. If I was coordinating a hard fork with Cosmos, I would have to ensure all validators are online around the block activation. And it predictably leads to chain stalls. Cosmos Hub chain stall comes to mind. If you want me, a great way to visualize it using Batman, right? Imagine Batman had to swap car engine on a moving car while the car is moving, swapping the car engine. It's insanely hard. So there must be a better way. And it turns out there is a better way. So you can adopt an Ethereum-based hard fork mechanism using what we call if statement logic for network upgrades. So the core devs would, let's use the CIP as an example, they can align on the activation block for core features. The core dev then release the binary with logic for the hard fork upgrade, targeting, let's say, 4 weeks in the future, after it's been tested on testnet. The validators, all they got to do is run the new binary ahead of time and confirm that they're running the new binary with the core devs. Now, at hard fork block activation time, an if statement kicks in. If block X, where X stands for the hard fork block number, run Y, and Y is the logic for the new feature to upgrade. This minimizes coordination costs significantly. It's kind of like if Batman changes the car engine in the garage ahead of time, and the features in that new car engine activate 1 month in the future, which is much easier to do. But this is not enough. We talked about defense, but defense is not enough. Now let's talk about attack strategies. How do you defeat the dragon? So embracing modular architecture and becoming modular aligned is one attack strategy that Cosmos can use as an attack. Also, minimizing on-chain governance as much as possible. So what do we mean when we say modular architecture? We're not talking about modular software. Modular blockchain overview. Here's like a high-level overview. Now, historically, monolithic architecture included both consensus and execution in one layer. And in modular blockchain architecture, we're separating consensus and execution into different layers. And we introduced in Celestia what we call data availability sampling, where like nodes can sample less than 1% of the block to get 99.99% certainty about what is included in that block. Now, this results in scalability improvement. So instead of linear scalability, with data availability sampling, you can have exponential scalability, where the more transactions you have, because of the light node sampling, fees kind of stabilize over time. You also have a concept in Celestia called shared security. Now, in the existing Cosmos model, in a monolithic ecosystem, you have to trust two different validator sets if I want to bridge from zone 1 to zone 2, because zone 1 has a different validator set than zone 2, so IBC transfers are not as secure. With shared security, we're trusting the same validator set, which is like the one provided by Celestia. So zone 1 and zone 2 can submit, IBC is much more secure because you're trusting one security set. So modular blockchain mark a new beginning and close the gap between app devs and core dev. And remember, we said that Cosmos developers are unique in combining the strength of app and core development. So when you bridge the gap between app and core devs, Cosmos developer can become what we call roll-up developers. They don't have to worry anymore about consensus. All they got to worry about is deploying their app chain as a roll-up on top of Celestia, and using Celestia for shared security. Now, what about on-chain? Why is it bad? So on-chain is bad if it's coin-weighted voting. So Vitalik talks a lot about this, and a lot of other people. On-chain voting with coin-weighted voting creates inequality and incentive misalignment, even if there's no attack happening. But if there is an attack, it happened through vote buying. So there's a huge misalignment there. Historically, L1s try to encourage off-chain voting where possible, but for the dApps, on-chain voting was unavoidable. So off-chain decision-making happened in Ethereum and other places, but if you're a dApp, it's always going to be on-chain voting. And this is what we see in Cosmos today. However, light nodes and shared security solve this. So instead of coin-weighted voting, network participants vote with their light nodes if they're part of a rollup. Your light node becomes your vote because you're deciding which binaries you decide to run. And shared security allows rollups to fork away while still maintaining the same level of security. So in other words, let's say I'm part of this rollup community and I don't like the direction it's going. I can choose to fork that rollup while still maintaining the same security set because we're reliant on a shared security model. I don't have to find different validators for when I fork and stuff. It's all part of the same shared security model. And this was previously not possible. So the future of Cosmos can be saved, and the cosmic dragon can be defeated by becoming modular aligned and embracing data availability sampling. So that's the new narrative that I believe Cosmos should adopt, being modular aligned. The interchain is not enough. Being modular aligned will actually strengthen Cosmos and defeat the cosmic dragon once and for all. So if you're interested in working with Celestia, many Cosmos chains right now are currently working with us, and reach out to me after if you want to talk more about this. We got Injective, Barachain, Osmosis, and Neutron. And if you're interested in converting your Cosmos chain to become a sovereign rollup on top of Celestia, you should check out rollkit.dev. And one of the lead devs on Rollkit is here. You can talk about using Rollkit and with our team later. Thank you. If you want to connect with me on Twitter, Telegram, or by email, hit me up. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks to Yas Curry for this great presentation. Right now we're gonna have another presentation, by the way. Hope you guys enjoyed the Turkish food and drinks that will be served at lounge area. Huh? Cool. We need the synergy, guys, huh? And now we're gonna learn about Osmosis 2.0 together, and I invite Said Rahman and Alpin Yüksekoğlu to stage for their presentation. Please welcome Said. Come on, guys.
Good morning. My name is Saeed. I spend most of my time, most of my waking hours and dreaming hours as of late thinking about product at Osmosis. And today, we're going to talk about not just Osmosis 2.0, which we're all so stoked for, but how we actually get there as a team. Everyone says that UX is what's going to take crypto to the next level, easing the experience for all of us, unlocking it for the rest. That's obvious. It's old news. You've heard it 1,000 times before from every product person, every designer at every conference. And instead, today, I want to show you what we're actually doing at Osmosis and what's next for the team. Now, in order to do this, I need to share one of our biggest product objectives, one of our biggest goals as a team, and that is to unify your experience. Our ultimate goal is to create the best UX for storing and interacting with all of your assets. I know it's a lofty goal, but it's what keeps us ambitious, aligned, motivated, and moving in the right direction. If we think about UX today, calling it disjointed, I think, is putting it lightly. There's so many amazing products and experiences we all love and use, but each of them has its own user experience, its own onboarding, learning curve, context. I want you to think about your journey today, right? You might go to a Coinbase or a Binance to fiat on-ramp. Then you'll eventually make your way over to Osmosis to swap or LP. You might hop over to Kepler to stake, Mars for leverage, so on and on and on. And wow, to a new user, that's crazy. All of those products has its own experience. So as a general product principle, we know we can't build everything under the sun, and the more we add, the worse it'll inherently get. Right? New users will get lost before they've even begun. Existing users will get tons of tiny little paper cuts along the way. So whatever we choose to build has to either be necessary or 10 times better, ideally both. And Osmosis might be one of the most amazing products I've had a chance to contribute to for two very good reasons. One, our founders are pretty amazing, and I'm only a little biased, but if you follow Sunny on Twitter, you'll realize we're never quite building in the dark. Everything we are exploring and curious about, we're actually testing and talking about with not just ourselves internally, but all of you. If any of you have responded to any of his tweets, you should know that we have scrubbed through them, read them, digested them, and they all inform how we build. Josh has an amazing eye for all the little things that give a product its soul. All of the little things in user experience we can actually improve upon that make a difference. And Dave keeps us focused on building what matters, his obsession and curiosity with the bigger challenges ahead of us, like privacy. But if it's just us building in our own bubble, it still looks a little something like this. It's discombobulated, still noisy. We get super excited about all the things that are ahead of us that we can do. But point number 2 is what really drives it home. And that is all of you. I think this is the first product I've had a chance to contribute to where every quarter we send out a survey asking you all what we should be building or doing better at Osmosis. And every time I get to open up these results, it's like coming up for air. I think this is the first type of survey I'll have sent out, and within 3 days, we'll have almost 700 responses where not only have you all actually given us really good critical feedback, but you've left your email not just willing, but thrilled to hop on a 30-minute call with us to tell us what we can be doing better. And that's pretty incredible. So you all are the reason that we'll go to the moon. So together, let's build faster, learn faster, and ship faster. So Osmosis 2.0. Our team's been hard at work, tirelessly designing and developing, and a lot of this is in motion today, so hopefully right around the corner. We'll do a little product demo. And if we're talking about the next version of Osmosis, we do have to start with smart accounts. I do hope, though, that in the not-so-distant future, we won't be calling them smart accounts. We won't even be talking about smart accounts, right? Fundamentally, we're finally tackling some of the issues we've just had for so long. Everything from onboarding to signing in to navigating your experience along the way, those aren't things that we should be over-fixated on as the next big innovation. Those are the things we're finally solving. So hopefully, there's a future in which signing in and navigating Osmosis is as easy as you'd expect it to be. The UX that we all deserve now and the UX the next wave of users needs. And then staking. Ultimately, so many of you just want to come to Osmosis, acquire whatever token you're interested in, and stake. So why on earth would we not give you that right here on Osmosis? The hope is that we'll also do what we do best as a team and have this chance to rethink some of the user experience when it comes to staking, right? Everything from building your stake squad to collecting rewards to keeping track of your portfolio should be intuitive, educational, and hopefully delightful on top of all of the above. I think one of the requests that you all have been asking for since the day I joined is a dashboard, a way to actually keep track of all of your assets. And it's crazy that you've got to go somewhere else to do that right now. But hopefully, very soon, we'll have a meaningful place on Osmosis for all of that. A reason for you to come back to Osmosis regularly and actually get value out of it. And Wasmington has done a great job so far being our massive backsplash and has given us the soul and identity we have today. But hopefully, very soon, you guys will have a much more intentional and meaningful experience right on Osmosis. Which leads me to what is one of the features I am personally most excited for, which is token pages. Token pages finally grounds your experience on Osmosis, redefining the UX around the token that you're either interested in or the tokens you want to discover. And we should be playing a role in helping you discover those tokens. So hopefully, in the not so distant future, you'll be able to land on a token page, immediately discover different strategies for earning, and have so much more context that will allow you to make way more informed and meaningful decisions right on Osmosis. One of the other big features you all have been asking for quite some time is pro trading. So hopefully with the addition of a pro trading view, you all will finally have the market data, the charts, and the information you need, the trading tools you need. And limit orders will just be the start of it. And I'll wrap things here by once again talking about smart accounts, again, in a way where I hope we think of smart accounts as an opportunity to rethink some of the fundamental problems we have with the user experience today. And hopefully in the future, something as simple as swapping and authorizing transactions should be as easy and seamless as you expect them to be. Again, this is the experience that we all need now, but the next wave of users absolutely needs to get onboarded, up and running, and moving with ease. So these are things that we're tackling as a team for the next 3, 6, 9 months. But in order to paint the full picture of how we succeed as a DEX, I'd like to invite onto stage Alpin, one of the earliest contributors, core contributors to Osmosis.
Thanks, Syed.
Yeah.
So to look past the headlights a little bit and explore what might lie ahead for Osmosis on not just a 3 to 6 to 9 month roadmap, but on something beyond that, I'm going to crank down the resolution a little bit on the UI work and crank it up on the topology of the market that Osmosis is a part of. On really the question of what it takes to build a successful exchange, what even is a successful exchange. And then, hopefully from there, we'll outline some of the blind spots that, that this type of a framing exposes. And we'll paint a complete picture for where Osmosis will be going. So a hint for the first part of what it means to build a successful exchange is this question of how does value flow into new assets? So when you open a CoinMarketCap page and you see a market cap of 10 million, what does that actually mean? Like, how did that money get there? And this brings us to the first pillar of what an exchange is. a good one at least, and that is that exchanges are economic gateways for new assets. Like, this might seem obvious to some, but to others it might be a surprise to see, for instance, that the NASDAQ, which is one of the largest tech exchanges in the world, got their, had their claim to fame by, not just by building incredible new exchange architecture, although they did do that as well, but instead by listing stocks that are today household names that no other exchange at the time would list, which might seem shocking today. How could someone possibly refuse to list Apple or to list Microsoft, especially when there's trader appetite to actually trade these things, and right trader appetite because they actually had the correct intuition? Coinbase went through a very similar path, except instead of tech stocks, it was Bitcoin, and of course, eventually ETH. Uniswap, a more, I guess, close to home example, did this thing, although I think for Uniswap, we consistently attribute them to this sort of XY equals K. This is Uniswap V1. Their primary innovation was not just that they made it easy to buy and sell assets, it was which assets they made easy to buy and sell. In fact, if it wasn't for Uniswap, we would not be able to access the entire Ethereum ecosystem of assets of ERC20s. Osmosis has a very similar story. There were an entire class of assets, the Cosmos market, that before Osmosis, there was no way to get value into. So Osmosis's initial success was off the back of giving access to these new classes of assets. But it's not enough to just talk about getting new assets on. This somehow feels incomplete. We can't just assume that when an asset becomes not new, the exchange drops it and just keeps on listing new ones, right? So there's a second question here of how are existing assets accessed? And this brings us to the fact that exchanges are not just gateways, but they're also backends for ecosystems, liquidity backends. The right diagram is not just a one-way flow, but something more like this, where there's actually value flowing back and forth. It's not just a router for economic activity, but it's actually a hub for economic activity. So to summarize those first 2 points, successful exchanges are, of course, liquidity hubs. Now, from Syed's point, and also if you attended Sunny's talk earlier, we are facing a question at Osmosis of what happens when an exchange is both a liquidity hub and an account hub. Somehow, this diagram is no longer enough to paint that picture. Having a node on a graph does not exactly capture what an exchange actually means to an ecosystem. What an exchange actually becomes when it's both a liquidity hub and an account hub is something more like this. It's not a node in a graph that things are routed through, but instead it is a membrane through which economic value flows. It becomes the common substrate for these markets, which are essentially these assets. Now, a nested question here is a spot DEX enough to achieve such a vision? Is it enough to just have buying and selling assets? Is it sufficient to build such a membrane? The reality is that spot markets alone simply aren't robust. So at Osmosis, we have an ecosystem of primitives, many of which you have heard of, some of which are in the audience here today. So with that as the backdrop, with the goal being to build this economic sphere of influence, this account sphere of influence for Osmosis, what is ahead as we go into this new realm of Osmosis 2.0? So the first point, going back to the beginning of what I've been talking about, is that Osmosis has to become a liquidity layer for new markets and new ecosystems. And this doesn't just mean list a bunch of assets, right? This means strategically partnering with ecosystems such that there is a liquidity layer for large markets that are launching. The best example for this right now is, of course, Celestia, which is launching soon, and Osmosis will be the primary market for. You guys just heard from them. The second goal is, this is probably one of the biggest overlooked markets, especially in the realm of DeFi, is that Bitcoin, which is in wrapped equivalent an over $5 billion market, is currently loosely held together with a bunch of centralized entities and markets that seem to not have realized yet that we have native alternatives that can replace these markets. Most of Bitcoin DeFi activity happens through wrapped Bitcoin, and since ordinals, the Bitcoin market has grown so large that a combination of Nomic Bitcoin and Osmosis' transmuter contracts can potentially bring this native form of Bitcoin to Osmosis, to the Cosmos ecosystem, and eventually to all of DeFi. A third is, I'll say this is another massive blind spot, is this notion of fragmented markets for stablecoins. But when most people talk about fragmented stablecoin markets, what they think about is, oh, it's USDC versus USDT. But this is not the fragmentation I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is within an existing stablecoin market, USDT is split across many chains with almost its entire market cap sitting on Tron, with a single thin layer of bridging that happens through Bitfinex, a centralized exchange. Bringing this market to Osmosis' existing assets by essentially extending Osmosis to the sort of Osmosis' membrane to reach Tron and all other sort of USDT backends, and serving them to users as a cohesive single asset through Osmosis' alloyed asset feature, will create a liquidity interface for each stablecoin. And in Circle's case, with CCTP, which you guys will hear about in a bit, in a multi-chain world, will become a cohesive layer for users to access and trade stablecoins. And finally, if an exchange wants to become an account hub where people keep their assets, then we can't only serve assets that are very liquid on the exchange. And Osmosis' reach in this domain will include doing cross-chain swaps to other chains and potentially even having an RFQ system to fall back to for assets that aren't available on Osmosis. I'm really excited to share along this journey with you all. I know a very large portion of our team is in the audience. This has been an incredible journey so far for me at Osmosis, and I can't wait to bring all of this to life. Thank you all very much for your time. I will bring Said back on the stage for a moment. He wanted to give a few final words, but this is all you'll hear from me. Thank you all very much. It's been great.
Here we go. Take this. All right. Well, we have 1 minute left here. I just wanted to say, to wrap things up, not most, but a lot of the Osmosis team is here with us today. Today, in the next few days, we're all hanging out this week. As much as we love catching up with you on 30-minute Zoom calls here and there and digging into all of your feedback, we've got the unique opportunity to finally catch up with you in person. So please catch any of the Osmosis team members while we're here. Tell us your hopes and dreams, the things that you love, don't love so much about Osmosis, what you'd wish we were working on. Give us feedback, and together, let's build Osmosis V2. Thank you.
All right. As Said said, will we continue? As he said, if you have any specific question, please catch the Said and Alpin. And as you know, Web3 space every single day growing. And if you want to improve yourself, please don't be shy and engage with anyone and connect and learn and learn and learn. And let's move on. Please extend a warm welcome as we invite Nicholas Jagan to deliver his presentation about redefining liquid staking. Please welcome. Good luck.
Oh, hello Cosmoverse. Feels great to be standing on this stage today. Personally, it's my first time over here, and it's already been such a blast. I mean, just yesterday we had someone from ancient Rome talk about building an interchain account hub, and today I can't wait to tell you all about Quicksilver. So, what is Quicksilver? Quicksilver is a sovereign Cosmos SDK zone that has liquid staking services. It all started back in 2018 when our co-founder Joe Bowman built the first working model for liquid staking at Hackathon in 2018. Then you fast forward a little bit, and the rest of our co-founders were all part of Chorus One. Over there, they did extensive liquid staking research, and we found that around 95% of assets on Cosmos were staked, but this means they're locked, and this stops capital flow. And liquid staking is by far probably one of the best solutions for improving capital efficiency across the Cosmos. So, Quicksilver was built on 3 cornerstone ideals: decentralization, governance, and sovereignty. Our values, we've always been built pretty value-centric. For decentralization, for example, we believe that users should have the choice of which validator they want to delegate their stake to. And for governance, we have a very robust governance framework. No matter where your Q assets are, you will always be able to vote, regardless in which DeFi state they're in, regardless of which chain they're on. And when it comes to sovereignty, it's up to the community, it's up to you which Quicksilver chain onboards. Which chain Quicksilver onboards. Here I have a small table of contents for our talk today. Let's talk about Quicksilver version 1.4. This is coming in Q4 of 2023. We're going to bring on signaling intent and unbonding. Signaling intent is one of our most requested features. This is, as I spoke about, it allows you to choose your own validator. We will not have a predetermined whitelist of validators. And alongside, we're also going to be bringing in unbonding, everything coming in Q4 of 2023. Let me dive a little bit more into signaling intent. Let's imagine that you're a holder of QAtom, and you want to sell your QAtom. You have already picked a validator to delegate this QAtom to, and now so you want to sell it, and the person who's buying it has a different validator choice compared to you. So how does the Quicksilver chain know that? Do you have to manually restake your atom to QAtom again with your new validator? Now, that would be way too cumbersome and pointless. All of this happens automatically on the back end. It happens due to something we call the claims module. Quicksilver, the claims module, queries every chain to know exactly where the Q asset ownership is. And because of that, the Quicksilver chain can keep track of your Q asset regardless of which validator choice you have, regardless of what you want to do with your Q asset. It's no problem at all. Also, currently, we already have people liquid staking with Quicksilver, but signaling intent is a new chain upgrade that's going to be coming out in Q4 of 2023. So how does that work? Right now, Quicksilver equally designates stake to all the validators part of the Quicksilver chain. But when you liquid stake with Quicksilver, you have an option to choose your preferred validator. And as soon as the chain upgrade is live, your choice will be automatically incorporated into the chain, and your stake will be moved as you decided where you want it to go. I'd also like to bring to light Quicksilver and Quasar. Quasar is building a one-of-a-kind Cosmos index. It's going to be a liquid staked index. Why is this different from a normal index? It's because a liquid staked index, you also receive staking rewards, which is inherently much more valuable for the end user than a normal index. On top of that, Quasar is also going to be using Q assets on their index, but not just any Q asset. Quasar will be issuing their own Q assets with this index. This is due to something we call subzones. Quasar can register a subzone on Quicksilver and issue their own Q asset. This is a pretty big paradigm shift in the market for liquid staking as a whole, because for the first time, liquid staking is not for an end user, but it's almost like a B2B service. On top of that, when you couple this with signaling intent, your own validator choice, now Quasar can choose which validator basket they want to have their Q assets delegated to. And they are free to change this at any time to mitigate their risks and rewards and kind of create this index any way they would like. We have a lot more chains we're working with subzones to see how they can employ their own Q assets and come up with maybe more innovative ideas to implement liquid staking, such as this. Now, I'd also like to talk a little bit about the liquid staking module. The liquid staking module is now coming up in Cosmos. It allows you to tokenize delegation liquid staking without any unbonding period. A lot of users did not want to liquid stake their staked atom because of a roughly 30-day unbonding period that they'd have to wait for. This was not really something people wanted because you lose out on staking rewards just to liquid stake. And LSM is going to solve that. It allows you to liquid stake your staked atom without any unbonding period. Now, we saw before that only around 2% of atom was liquid staked. And as we move forward, LSM has been out for about 2 months now. We haven't really seen any big changes or differences because we believe that the market, Quicksilver believes that the market is very validator opinionated. So this means a lot of users have a specific validator they want to delegate their stake to, and this is why we may not see the market move even with a tool like LSM. This is where the synergy comes with Quicksilver's new feature coming out, signaling intent. You have your own validator choice. So using the power of LSM without any unbonding period, when you liquid stake with Quicksilver, it's completely up to you how you split your liquid state to whichever validator you would like. This is our roadmap, what we're planning for the next few, I guess, year to come. And we're very excited to see and take Quicksilver forward. Another interesting topic to discussion is 2024, where we're looking at Quicksilver 2.0. Now, Quicksilver 2.0, it stems from the idea that the current redemption rate model in liquid staking is not very optimal for the end user. Because if imagine you stake one atom, you have these kind of rewards, Q atom rewards being accrued over time, but none of it is coming straight to your wallet. Like, it's really ironic that in liquid staking, rewards are not liquid. You can't easily access these rewards. It's completely dependent on how the market is to be able to get your liquid staking rewards. And Quicksilver is constantly trying to define a new method apart from the standardized redemption rate model to find an innovative solution for liquid staking. I mean, of course, I can't spill all of the tea today, but we are working on something we have been for the past year, and I'm very excited to showcase this in 2024. Another big news I have for today is that Quicksilver and Notional teams are coming together, and for that I would like to invite Robin from Notional to please hop on stage with me and talk a bit further about how we're going to do this.
Spicy, spicy. Oh, there it is. Hello, Istanbul. I'm Robin. Some of you might know me as the Fifth Force on Twitter, and I'm here with Notional. This conference is a first for me in a lot of ways, and looking out into the audience, I'm reminded of being an undergrad student studying physics. In one of my classes, a lecturer made an offhand comment about women studying physics and also looking for love. And she said, "The odds are good, but the goods are odd." So for all the single ladies in the audience, may the odds ever be in your favor. Joking aside, a lot of you might not know me. I'm quite new in the cosmos. I've only been working with Notional for a few months, but if you've been watching our Twitter, if you've read anything on our Medium, or if you've read any of our monthly Cosmos Hub development reports, you've read something that I've written, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. In my short time in the cosmos, I've learned that this place is a chaotic playground of fearsome competition and intimate collaboration. And the very best kind of collaboration is the kind where two parties can accomplish something together that they could not accomplish alone. A win-win scenario. So how does Quicksilver win from this partnership? 1, Notional is going to allocate development resources to the Quicksilver feature set. 2, we are going to contribute security, infrastructure, and auditing support to everything that ships. And 3, we will be contributing to the business development and marketing ideas at Quicksilver to help steer and guide the future of this protocol. Go on, round of applause, go on. 3 great things. So how does Notional win? 2 days ago at Cosmosphere, Zaki Manian said the worst case scenario for the cosmos is a single dominant liquid staking protocol that controls all the liquid staked assets and all the governance parameters and considerations around those assets. And we couldn't agree more. So the first way that Notional wins is by contributing to a strong liquid staking protocol in the cosmos and helping to decentralize that landscape. 2, we get to work with a talented and dedicated team of cosmonauts that we have grown to admire over the last year or so. And 3, we get to grow and enhance our software development services, which we have been laser focused on for the last little while. A year ago, I never would have thought I'd be working in crypto full time, and I certainly never imagined that I'd be sharing the same stage as titans of this ecosystem. And I want to just say before I go that I'm so grateful to Jacob and the Notional team for taking a chance on me and inviting me here. If you have any questions about anything you've heard today, please don't be shy. Come and chat with me or Nick or any of the Notional team. There's lots of us around. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will hand it back to Nick to finish things off. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Robin. That was amazing. Quicksilver is absolutely elated to be working with Notional and their team, and people like Robin really increase the positive atmosphere itself in our workplace. Finally, to end things, I'd like to talk about the networks right now available on Quicksilver. Of course, the scalability of Quicksilver is always up to the community. If you would like to onboard new chains, it's up to the community to vote to onboard new chains. Recently, our latest addition was Sommelier, and already we see the SOM and QSOM pool on Osmosis have a liquidity of over 100,000, and we're also working on UMI integrations as well. We're constantly expanding and look for the best and brightest future for Quicksilver. Thank you.
Cosmos. But we also have a lot of people from Ethereum, Polkadot, and I think that's great because features change. So today, we are going to have different talks that are incorporate other ecosystems, and I encourage you to come to those talks and to learn more about how we can create partnerships and how we can grow beyond Cosmos. And almost there. Almost there. Now, so today, to talk about Cosmos and Polkadot, we have Radha Dasari from the Web3 Foundation. Radha, welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. This is Radha Dasari. I'm a technical education lead at Web3 Foundation. Today, I'm here to give you a high-level introduction of Polkadot and explore potential collaborations between the ecosystems. I'm very excited to be here. Okay, so I'm going to do a trip of nostalgia here. So back in 2015, a lot of problems persisted in the blockchain ecosystems, right? So most of those blockchains were never designed to be interoperable. They couldn't scale well, for even simple use cases, they were having issues. There's not a lot of customization built into the technical stack. There was no concept of governance there, let alone like on-chain governance. And then making changes to these blockchain networks is a tough task. Then we had both of these white papers come in, like in 2016, almost at the same time. But both the ecosystems took different approaches to solving the same problems, right? So today, one thing I want to highlight from those white papers is, although the approaches were different, the underlying theme was the same thing. Both Cosmos and Polkadot believe that Web3 is not going to be, about blockchain maximalism. It's going to be multiple blockchains that are working together in cohesion. It's about openness and interoperability. So fast forward to today. So I took these snapshots yesterday night. Both Polkadot and Cosmos have 17 million blocks that are produced. Okay, so I jumped ahead. So here is the first Genesis block that was there for Polkadot, right? So it was in 2019, and then Cosmos had its first block in 2019 as well. So on Polkadot, we have what's called Kusama, which is a canary network, which is a production-grade canary network. And fast forward to today, both these networks have like 17 million blocks, is what I was trying to say before. And yeah, in terms of the network itself, Polkadot as well as Cosmos, so we have several validators, several nodes that are running across the globe, path towards like the decentralization vision, right? So, okay, so let me introduce like Polkadot formally in a technical way. So Polkadot is a heterogeneous multi-chain. So it's a sharded network. It's a heterogeneous sharded execution sharded network with all of these blockchains. So if you consider this as Polkadot, you have these individual blockchains which are running in parallel to it. So that's why they're called parachains. All of these parachains enjoy the pooled security given by Polkadot and the interoperability features. And just like Cosmos, we have these blockchains that are meant for a specific blockchain use case. So we believe that, along with you, that blockchains the use cases for blockchains can require a specific set of feature set that a generic blockchain framework can't give. Okay, so before I dive deeper into the technical aspects of it, I want to give like a high-level overview that everyone in the audience can understand of how both of these networks work, right? So if you think of Cosmos, you're more like the world in general. So you have different countries. You can spin up a country with the Cosmos SDK and talk to other countries using IBC. You can form these zones. You can ask for security from powerful validator sets, which is all great. So it's an open way of like existing together in this world. Whereas Polkadot, it follows much more like the United States model, right? So you have these auctions for getting an opportunity to become a state, right? So parachains need to win an auction to get a lease for 2 years. So once they become a member state, they sort of enjoy the security given by all of the Polkadot validators. So the entire Polkadot security is going to secure every single member state. And in terms of like even consensus, the way it works is these member states, they don't have their own validators. They don't have their own military. So what they do is they sort of collect all the events that are happening in the state. They tell, this is my constitution. See, I'm a sovereign blockchain. I write my own rules. These are the events that have happened, and submit them to the federal government there. And then Polkadot is going to evaluate both and then punish if there is some mismatch. So yeah, with that overview, this is the architecture. So like Cosmos, which is the Internet of Blockchains, Polkadot sees itself as a layer 0 blockchain as well. We have layer 1 blockchains, which can become parachains. And the opportunities are limitless there. So you can produce a blockchain that can do any sort of blockchain use case that is out there. And also the bridges, like if you were to implement a bridge on Polkadot, it has to be through this parachain interface. And unlike Cosmos blockchains, so Polkadot parachains have what's called collators. So collators are the nodes that listen to the transactions that happen in the network, package that into a block, and send it to Polkadot validators. So the security assumptions here are that you just need like one honest collator, because that's one unique thing in the execution sharded environment like Polkadot. And the way I can show it to you live is it works this way. So you have these validator sets from the Polkadot validator set that are randomly assigned to an individual parachain. So you can see Asset Hub is a blockchain with 4 million blocks. Collectives is a blockchain with 2 million blocks. The collators of those blockchains are sending the blocks to Polkadot validators. They get shuffled. So the idea is that if you want to target an individual blockchain, you don't know which validators to attack. So the assumption is that you're going to have to attack more than 1/3 of the validators to sort of make damage to a single blockchain on Polkadot. Yeah, so a typical workflow looks like this. So collators are going to package a block. They send it to the relay chain validators. So they validate that block and then put a certificate in the relay chain. So they don't store that data. So it beats the purpose of execution sharding. They put a certificate in the relay chain saying this particular block is final. Cool. So let's look at how these validators are going to, sort of secure these networks, right? So Cosmos, uses delegated proof of staking. It's sort of a simplistic staking model, effective. It's currently you have like 180 validators securing the Cosmos hub. The target set you have set for that is like 300 validators. So right now Polkadot has 297 validators. We already have 1,000 validators on Kusama network. The idea is to expand it to 1,000 validators. And one thing I'm very thankful for both our ecosystems is that our nodes do not require supercomputers to run, right? So you as a normal person could rent out a cloud instance or like have like a bare metal at your home running these validators. And this is what decentralization is about. Anyone should be able to, with enough resources, should be able to do this. Okay, so a little bit of introduction to how nominated proof of staking works. So Polkadot takes it a little further, and then it sort of includes this sophisticated mechanism where you as a nominator are going to select 16 different validators. And the network is going to choose like where your stake goes to. And primarily this is to ensure the network is secure overall, right? So we're talking about uniform security for all parachains. We don't want some validators with, let's say, 100,000 DOT backing them and some validators with 10 million DOT backing them. So we want to avoid that divergence. So that's why the network kicks in, and then it sort of uniformly distributes the stake across all these validators. One of the key things it tries to minimize is the variance of the stake between the sets. So typically you have 1.8 million DOT on the lowest stake validator and 2.2 million on the higher one. So just to give you an idea, so we go a little further in sort of ensuring it's tough to sort of attack these validator set. And in terms of consensus, we have Babe, which does block production. It guarantees liveness, so you'll not hear that Polkadot is going to shut down or it's stalling, because Babe does its work. And then Grandpa is similar to the BFT consensus that Cosmos uses, right? So it runs as a separate gadget, and then it sort of finalizes everything. And you can see that both of our ecosystems are going towards making things even more effective. So we have Cosmos, which is looking for optimistic execution, which is going to make sure the execution happens separately or parallelly, and then you can finalize it immediately instead of pushing it to the last step. Polkadot, because consensus is very closely tied to the parachain's finality as well. So we have implemented what's called asynchronous backing, which is going to go live very soon. And this also increases the throughput of the parachains 8x, like you have more transactions and throughput with this particular optimization. Okay, so why both of our ecosystems have a stage in this whole blockchain ecosystem, right? So it's because anybody with a killer use case for blockchain, if they want to build a new blockchain, what do they do? What frameworks do they have to build it? So one, you have Cosmos SDK, and then we have Polkadot SDK with like Substrate as a part of it. Both these software development kits take care of all these three problems. One is, it's a lot of overhead to write blockchain code from scratch. It's a humongous task. You require a lot of resources. And then you have the problem of isolation. Okay, so you created an island in this world. How are you going to interface with everybody else in the world, right? So Cosmos does like a fantastic job with IBC. And then we have the issue of security. So I'm this island. I'm starting this new use case. How do I get my security? First of all, like the blockchain ecosystems, they work in adversarial environment. Everybody wants to take advantage of you. So how do you ensure that your protocol runs as expected? So both Polkadot and Cosmos have designs and solutions to address all these challenges, which is great. And in terms of like Polkadot SDK, I just want to, for the developers in the room, I want to give you the core technologies that make it. It's Rust programming language, which is very type safe, very good optimizations. You can build like really, really good optimized applications with Rust. And then the core part of like the whole SDK is that the output is going to be in WebAssembly. So this WASM, which WASM has taken the main stage across like different technology stacks of blockchains. So we have these two as the key things in the SDK. And we also have what's called Frame. So Frame is a bunch of modules that you can plug and play in your blockchain network. And the way it works is, okay, so I want a blockchain with staking, governance, and some other feature like a DEX. I'm just going to bring all those palettes in, compile my blockchain node, and then start a blockchain network. Yeah, so together with WebAssembly, and then we have networking stack of lib peer-to-peer protocol developed by IPFS people, and the blockchain's core functionality in this WASM blob, we have a node that is running. And the key thing here I want to highlight is that it is safe to execute. So WASM runs in its own sandbox. It doesn't have the ability to do more to the host. So it does what it is supposed to. It's easy to share. Polkadot WASM code, it's about 1 MB in size. So you just share it with all the nodes easily. And it's sort of generic. You not only can have blockchain runtimes, you can have smart contract execution, you can have chain extensions. It can go further and further. And WASM is not new to Cosmos ecosystem. So you have Cosm WASM, which focuses mainly on smart contracts. But in Polkadot, we do it. We use it for making it a meta protocol. So it's not just the smart contracts that we run. We sort of run everything related to the blockchain. The brains of the blockchain is in WASM. So typically, what happens is a Polkadot validator node, they don't have to run multiple binaries when they're validating different chains in Polkadot ecosystem, right? So what they do is they think of it as a gaming console. So I'm going to use Polkadot WASM and then use that to validate these different parachains. So you have a new blockchain. OK, just give me the WASM code. I'm going to plug it in, and then I'm sort of going to validate that. And this gives rise to efficient governance as well, which we have rolled out like this, the second version of governance, which is called OpenGov. We have multiple tracks with multiple origins with different privileges. People can vote on it, and then we also have what's called Polkadot Technical Fellowship. So those are the developers, core developers of Polkadot protocol who are assisting network critical updates to go through that whitelist origin. And the whole WASM-based governance lets you have what's called a forkless upgrade. So typically, blockchains in general, they'll have to fork if they don't update the binaries. So in Polkadot, because the WASM blob is going to be part of the blockchain till it gets executed, the moment the upgrade happens, the next block is going to be produced with the updated WASM code. So we have this architecture which makes it very seamless to upgrade the blockchains as well. Yeah, let's talk about interoperability. Clearly, Cosmos is the big guy in this room of blockchain interoperability. So IBC is very flexible, very easy to incorporate, great developer experience in terms of doing stuff, right? So the key thing here is Internet of Blockchains. Of course, it needs interoperability. And trust the chains, not a bridge. This is very important, given in the last year there has been millions of dollars that were hacked away in inefficient bridges, right? So it's great that Cosmos has this emphasis and then is developing this protocol day to day to be useful. So similar to that, in Polkadot, we took a different direction. So we have what's called XCM, which is a programming language for chains to communicate with each other. There have been efforts by somebody in Cosmos to use this in the ecosystem as well, and then vice versa. There have been parachains that have integrated IBC into Polkadot ecosystem. Anyway, so the idea is similar, what IBC is trying to achieve, Polkadot is trying to achieve it with XCM. So XCM comes with this XCM executor. Earlier, I told you it's easy to upgrade the blockchains. So what happens when a completely new function is added or something about the function has changed? So the XCM executor is going to take care of that. And then you have the ability to configure that executor. XCM is live. All the chains within Polkadot are able to communicate with each other. We are still working on the trustless bridge with Ethereum, so the test network is sort of live. We're hoping the production network goes live soon as well. It's great that Ethereum is already bridged to Cosmos. And yeah, so I mentioned to you earlier, there have been projects that were bridging both Cosmos and Polkadot. So we have like Composable that has showed this proof of concept working through the Centauri project. And I'd just like to highlight, so what's the reason all of us are here? We're trying to build something useful and important to the world, groundbreaking technology. So both our ecosystems are trying to make it possible that you could do more than cryptocurrency, you could do more than sharing JPEG images on blockchains. You're trying to address like real problems with like blockchain use case, right? So I would say like both the ecosystems are moving in the right direction, trying to provide the technology to do so. We are like very flexible, customizable, and interoperable. And I would sort of end this talk by saying, there are potential avenues where we can like sort of collaborate together. Polkadot provides this type-safe Rust WASM environment, which is secure. From day one, you just plug in as a parachain, and then you get all of this. And you get access to every single blockchain in Polkadot ecosystem if you do that. And then vice versa. Like Cosmos, which is like the world model that I showed, it's of great interest for Polkadot developers as well. To enable the collaboration better, I would see this core time model being like very useful. So Polkadot is removing that entry barrier of becoming a parachain. You could actually get the core time of the validators of Polkadot more easily. So if you are interested, check this out. This update is going to roll out very soon, this year, hopefully. And if you have further questions about Polkadot ecosystem, grants, or anything, I'll hang out here. Thank you very much for giving the stage to speak. Thank you.
Well, one of the highlights of this year for Cosmos was the launch of Noble, which brings native USDC to Cosmos. So a huge applause for Noble, please. Applause, come on. And today we have Alpha Drop, which we all love. And the speakers is going to be Jelena from Noble, and Marcus and Jonathan from Circle. Guys, the stage is yours.
All right. All right, we're very excited for this presentation. I think we're good to go. Okay, I'll begin. So hi everyone, I'm Jelena. I'm the co-founder of Noble, and very excited to be joined here by some great folks from the Circle team.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Lim, product manager at Circle.
Hi, I'm Marcus. I'm the Director of Engineering here at Circle.
Awesome. So we have a special announcement for you all today, but before we get into it, let's just celebrate some of the highlights that we've achieved with Noble in a very short period of time. So USDC is beginning to proliferate throughout Cosmos. In the last couple of weeks, we've had about 3.5 million USDC issued on Noble. As you can see here, yeah, let's give it a round of applause for native stables in Cosmos. In a very relatively short period of time, we have obviously seen great adoption, and really that's as a result of this incredible ecosystem and bringing more liquidity, more enthusiasm, and interest to our awesome Cosmos ecosystem. So really, it's super easy to send USDC from Noble to supported app chains. Really, Noble extends IBC. We leverage IBC from day one to do token transfers and obviously have USDC proliferate. And now we're very excited to say that CCTP is live on Noble's testnet, and we'll have a mainnet available later this month. And now to Jonathan to introduce CCTP.
All right. Yeah, I just want to briefly cover the CCTP. Which button do I press here?
It's this one.
Got it. Okay. So, quick overview on where the CCTP is right now. We're on Ethereum, Avalanche, Optimism, and Arbitrum. The CCTP went live back in April, and we've already seen really positive signs of market fit, and we're adding Noble imminently. So, what is the CCTP and how is it designed? Essentially, a set of smart contracts are deployed to each chain, and Circle runs a attestation service that signs these messages, and fundamentally, CCTP is a generalized message passing service. So let's click through all this and just see it at once. Okay, just high-level overview. You initiate a transfer. A user does this on a bridging app. What happens is a burn occurs for that USDC amount. The dApp fetches the attestation for the end user. Circle signs it, and then the dApp moves it again to the destination chain. In this case, in our upcoming example, Noble. So the CCTP is infrastructure. And where is Noble in relation to all this? I would say Noble is kind of that second layer and the right block on the layer below that. So cross-chain messaging platform / app wallet bridges. And the CCTP is underneath and powers everything above, right? So across the EVM and certain non-EVM chains, we're supporting this entire ecosystem. And anyone can build on top of the CCTP, right? It's permissionless on-chain infrastructure, and that's ultimately the power of the CCTP. Okay, so I just checked the numbers this morning, and I think we're up to 413 million, about 28,000 transactions, and maybe 18K unique users. So with every chain that we add to the CCTP, we're seeing a greater than linear increase in these numbers and these metrics, and that's super exciting. I think it just really reflects the reception of the CCTP and the value it provides to people. This is back to you.
Yeah.
All right.
So just a reminder, what is Noble, and really what have we sort of been building for the past almost a year. So Noble is an app chain. It's purpose-built for native asset issuance in the Cosmos ecosystem. We do intend to be a consumer chain secured by the Cosmos Hub, so really prioritizing safety, liquidity, simplicity, and interoperability. And really, with CCTP coming to Noble, it extends IBC in very unique ways, and we're very excited to do a demo in a moment. But really, what this means is Circle attests to transactions on either Ethereum, Avalanche, Arbitrum, and which was
Optimism.
And Optimism. In the future, other EVM chains will also be supported by Circle CCTP. A user calls a wrapper contract which initiates a forward and a burn message. This is relayed by a third-party relayer system and forwarded to Noble, where the forward is received and minted on the Noble side. This is then automatically transferred to a third-party destination chain, and really all of this happens in one click. So let's see it for ourselves.
Cool. So we're going to walk through a demo of moving some funds from Avalanche to Noble. Perfect. And so we have my laptop up on screen here now. And right now we can see that we have a balance of 1,000 USDC on the Noble testnet. And so we're going to move some funds from the Avalanche testnet onto Noble. We're first going to switch to a little sample app that we've built to illustrate this. And so this could represent a dApp or another bridge built on top of the CCTP. Like John said, we've built this to be the sort of core infrastructure that a lot of other people can build on top of. So we're going to start here, and like I said, we're going to be moving from Avalanche to Noble. I have my Avalanche wallet set up here. It's MetaMask, which we'll see in a second. And the first thing we're going to do is we have to tell the CCTP where on Noble we want our funds to go. So I'm going to hit copy from wallet. I have a Kepler instance right there for my Noble wallet. It grabs my Noble address. Now we say the amount we want to transfer. Let's say 1337 for the amount. And so now we're ready to transfer. So we'll hit next. And the first step, like John mentioned, is we have to send the USDC to the CCTP contract on Avalanche to burn it to begin the transfer. So we'll do so. It's going to pop up MetaMask to approve the transaction. And we can see that, it has some parameters, and in here, effectively, we're telling it the amount we want to transfer, the destination chain, in this case, Noble, and the encoded address on Noble that we're sending to. So we're going to confirm this, and it's going to start running. And so what's happening in the background is we're going to be burning the USDC, and then Circle is running an attestation service that's listening to the Avalanche blockchain and picking up the events from it and attesting to them that they happened. So what we're effectively looking for is these log messages that the CCTP contracts emit to state that a certain event happened on-chain. So now we can see that that's completed. And so now we've burned the USDC from Avalanche, and we want to mint it back on Noble. So we're going to hit receive. And now we're going to sign a message in Kepler getting the funds back onto Noble. So we have it here. We're going to hit approve. And then it's going to broadcast the transaction on Noble, which is very, very fast, which is awesome. And so now our transaction is complete. So if we go back to our block explorer here, I'm going to refresh, and we saw right now that the balance was 1,000. And MintScan has been a little bit slow for me today, but if we give it a second, we'll load, and we'll see that our USDC balance has increased. And so what's really cool about this is the first non-EVM chain that we've launched the CCTP on. And so we explicitly want to be expanding throughout the whole cryptocurrency ecosystem with this. And so we can see now that the USDC balance has increased from the transfer. And if we scroll down a little bit, we can see the recent transaction bridging the funds.
I'm clapping. You don't have to clap. I'm clapping.
Cool. So I think that concludes the demo. Like we talked about, we've walked through what the CCTP is and what Noble is. It's now available live on the Noble testnet, and we'll be bringing it to mainnet soon.
Awesome. So we can conclude in a moment, but really just wanted to emphasize kind of the simplicity of CCTP. These are very straightforward sort of user experiences in one click. As Marcus showed, you're transferring native assets cross-chain, and now it's coming to Cosmos. So maybe to Jonathan
Yeah.
for...
Can we switch over to the other slides, please?
Yes.
So last thing I wanted to mention, I forgot earlier, I had a diagram up that would have been helpful, but I just wanted to mention expansion plans for the rest of the year. So we're on 4 chains, mainnet right now, we'll be coming to Noble imminently, and I have 3 more chains planned for the rest of the year, Solana, Polygon, and Base. So we're looking at 8 chains for the CCTP by the end of the year, connecting over 90%, I believe, of the native USDC ecosystem. So I'm super psyched for that, and I hope everyone here is as well. Oh, that was a half clap. That's fine. Half claps are fine. Thank you. Okay. And if you'd like to check out some documentation, including some the code for the sample app that's published, please check out developers.circle.com.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, everyone.
Hello. Oh no, you just hung out. The guys at the back. Well, so at Cosmoverse, we really appreciate innovation and ideas and great alpha drops like the one that we just had. But we also encourage community and we encourage partnerships. So I just want to tell you guys to don't be shy, really go and talk to each other. A lot of the projects are looking for feedback and for ideas, and they want to hear also from the community. So if you guys are being a little bit shy still, please don't be. Just go talk to each other. It's fine. They will actually appreciate it. And if you are not really technical, as I am, I'm a lawyer, so if you are not technical and it's a little bit tricky for you to get to understand a lot of the tech side, it's okay, just tell them. Tell them because it's a stretch that they are making also to get to people like us to make us understand what they are doing, which is what we want at the very end. So please talk to each other, make friends, make some alliances. I'm pretty sure that Cosmos is going to grow much more with that. And then we have now our next speaker, who is Nathan Cha from DYDX. Nathan, welcome.
Cosmoverse 2023. Hey, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I am here on behalf of DYDX Trading. And my goal for today is to distill as much information about the open source technology that we've built for V4. So whether you're a developer, whether you're an institutional fund, a power user of DYDX, or someone who doesn't even know what DYDX is, I'm hoping you can leave after this keynote slot understanding what we've built and why we've built it. So let's dive right in. So today, what exactly is DYDX? We are a perpetuals DEX, meaning that you can trade complex derivative products on our exchange. We have over 36 highly liquid perpetual markets, meaning that you have access to derivative products that never expire and you can trade with leverage. So whether you want to trade Bitcoin or Ethereum, or you want to trade an altcoin market like Solana, we offer those markets to you. We have currently an average of $1 billion in volume every day, and we've had over $1 trillion in volume to date. So what exactly have we built moving forward? Well, today we have Starkware's Layer 2 solution that through ZK rollups enables you to trade these derivative products. But through the rest of this keynote, I'll be explaining to you how we're actually moving off of Layer 2 onto Cosmos, which is why I'm here today. On top of that, we have a mobile-friendly iOS app, and we're planning to ship an Android app soon in the future as well. And while you're all here is for alpha, right? So let me dive into that. So what exactly is the DYDX chain, and why am I speaking to you today? So the DYDX chain is built on top of Tendermint using an augmented version of the Cosmos SDK, and we're building a user experience geared towards traders and agnostic of chain and ecosystem. What does that mean? What that means is that you can easily onboard onto the DYDX chain regardless of what wallet you're using. So if you use MetaMask because you're comfortable with Ethereum's network, or you use the Kepler wallet, it doesn't matter. You can onboard to the DYDX chain regardless of what technology that you're using. On top of that, we have partnerships with Noble, CCTP, for example, or Axelar, which enables you to deposit whatever collateral you want onto the exchange, regardless of where it's housed. So let's say you have Ethereum on Arbitrum that you want to bridge over to the DYDX chain. You can do that with one-click onboarding now to the DYDX chain without having to do any of the bridging of those assets yourself. So why does this matter? Let's be honest, traders don't want to do anything that requires hassle. The last thing that you want to do is wait in front of a screen while your assets bridge over between networks, and you have to wait, pay fees, wait hours before you can execute trades, especially when the market is volatile and you want to take advantage of this volatility to profit. We've basically eliminated the need to do all of that because it's all handled under the hood. On top of that, the order book that we run on is now going to be fully decentralized. So this means, unlike the centralized exchanges that you may be trading on today, you no longer have to worry about the custody of your assets, but you also don't have to worry about a centralized entity dictating how your trades are placed or executed. This is completely novel and has not been done on this scale before. So I'm very excited to share some alpha with you today that DYDX Trading will ship all of the open source code for the DYDX chain on October 10th. Followed by that, depending on governance, followed by this October 10th date when everything is released, depending on governance and third-party validators and nodes, which will run the entirety of the DYDX chain infrastructure, it will determine when the DYDX chain actually goes live and the mainnet goes live so you can start trading. Why is this important? DYDX Trading will no longer run any of the infrastructure behind V4. So when you think about a truly decentralized exchange, this will be the first time in history that you can actually access something like this with highly liquid markets, high quantities of volume, and various different markets that you can trade on without risks of significant slippage or absurdly high gas fees. So what else are we building on the DYDX chain? Something that's often built or not really addressed on most DeFi exchanges is the issue of MEV. You don't want validators or you don't want participants to be able to front run your orders and give you shitty prices on the orders that you want to execute. Now we've built novel solutions on the DYDX chain as well. So I encourage anyone that's interested in this to check out our Twitter at DYDX, as well as our blog at dydx.exchange/blog, where you can find information about all of this different stuff, as well as all the code that we've already started to open source. So for the developers in the room, why is this exciting? All of the code will be open sourced, which means that if you want to build on top of the DYDX chain, you can. If you have complex strategies that you want to execute, like custom bot trading strategies, you can build on top of the DYDX chain yourself. You do not have to wait for us to roll out new product features. You can build whatever you want because everything's 100% transparent and available to the public. So, what does the architecture actually look like? For some people in the room, like me, that are not from an engineering background, I'm sure this will look like a foreign language. That's okay. What you really need to know at the end of the day is, again, DYDX Trading will not run any of this infrastructure anymore. This will all be run by third-party validators and nodes. So it's going to be completely decentralized end-to-end. The DYDX chain will be a standalone L1 blockchain featuring a fully decentralized off-chain order book. So once again, I repeat, we will not run the order book ourselves. It will be run and completely executed by third parties, where you send an order. Actually, I have another slide about this, so I'll just skip this entirely for now. In terms of the DYDX chain, it's built on the Cosmos SDK and Comet BFT proof-of-stake consensus protocol. The node software is written in Go and compiles to a single binary. For the non-engineers in the room, again, I'm sure this is a foreign language. That's okay. What's important to you is that all of this is decentralized. So you don't have to worry about something like an FTX happening where your funds disappear overnight because some centralized entity has determined that they're severely in the red and the funds just disappear. That's not going to happen on us. If DYDX trading as a company goes underwater overnight, your funds are still available. It's all non-custodial. It's all transparent. You can audit everything in real time. You don't have to worry about where your funds are because you can see it second by second. In terms of the life cycle of an order, this is what it looks like. A user places a trade on a decentralized front end, not run by DYDX trading. The order is then routed to a third-party validator, also not DYDX trading, and that validator gossips that transaction to the other validators in the network, and the nodes update their order books with the new order. Why does this matter? Unlike an AMM that you might see on other DEXs, the order book model allows you to have a higher level of throughput that doesn't exist on other decentralized exchanges today. I'll talk more about statistics in a few minutes, but what we've achieved on the DYDX chain is 1,000 to 2,000 transactions per second, which means that you will have a degree of sophistication and throughput and scalability on the DYDX chain that exists nowhere else in today's market. I'm going to skip through the rest of this because I don't think most of you guys really care about the life cycle of an order, if I'm being honest. What you care about is, are the markets that I want to trade available? Is there high enough liquidity for us to trade that? So the logical question then becomes, why have you actually built V4? You have $1 billion in volume a day. You have over $1 trillion in volume to date. Why does it make sense to just move off of an L2 and go to Cosmos? So in the last year, we've had a lot of black swan events in crypto. I don't think that I have to tell most of you in this room about what we've dealt with as an ecosystem and an industry. Obviously, FTX is top of mind, Celsius, BlockFi. In the traditional finance realm, we had the Silicon Valley crash as well. Full decentralization is what we at DYDX Trading believe to be the future. So if you can choose between trading on a centralized intermediary or a centralized exchange versus an exchange that is completely built by traders, dictated by users, and is completely transparent, and you can hold custody of the funds yourself, in 5 to 10 years, which would you choose? Our opinion is that it's going to be DEXs. So 10 years from now, you won't be trading on an FTX or at a Binance anymore. You'll be trading on a DYDX for derivatives. You might be trading on a Uniswap if you want to trade spot assets. Basically, the power should be in the hands of the traders as opposed to these legacy institutions that aren't up to date with technology as well as the needs of consumers. We also believe that DeFi is at the level of maturity where instead of focusing on stealing market share from each other, we should be growing the size of the pie altogether. So currently, DYDX has above 50% of all derivatives trading volume market share in the DeFi space. So some might say we've already won DeFi, but if you look at the grand scheme of things, that only accounts for 1% of total market volume. So the centralized exchanges still capture the majority of trading volume today. So in order for DeFi to win, instead of us focusing on only capturing 100% of DEX volume, we have to start thinking about how we get mass adoption of DeFi and all these players that currently trade on centralized exchanges to move on to DeFi instead. So then the question becomes, what do we actually do that's unique? What actually do we offer that convinces people to move off these centralized exchanges? And that's why we've built the DYDX chain. We have unparalleled trading experience in DeFi with 1,000 to 2,000 transactions per second, governance in the hands of token holders, so traders and users can determine what features get added, what new markets get added, what you can actually do on the DYDX chain. Rewards go to validators. DYDX Trading will not collect any trading fees from the DYDX chain anymore. I repeat, we will not take any money from the DYDX chain. This will all go towards validators and other ecosystem participants instead. There's greater transparency. You don't have to wait for audit reports or rely on proof of reserves. You can literally go on Etherscan or an equivalent website and check exactly what is happening on the exchange and where all the money is at all times. On top of that, faster market listings. So the current zeitgeist of crypto today is that a new hot altcoin, AKA shitcoin, pops up, right? So a few months ago, we had Pepe. Today, we have Banana Coin is a new one. And you want to be able to trade that market and trade it with leverage, but you can't access that because there's usually a month lag time before a market for perpetuals gets listed on a centralized exchange. The DYDX chain will be completely permissionless. So what that means is that you can list markets without relying on us to build that market for you. Market makers are incentivized to bootstrap liquidity to permissionless markets and set them up. So if you wanted to trade Pepe perps, you want to go long 10x on Pepe, and you want to do that next week because Pepe went live today, that's now possible, and that's uniquely enabled by DeFi and something that a centralized exchange could never offer. So that is something that we're really excited about, and all of this is possible without sacrificing security or self-custody of assets. You will always hold custody of your assets as long as you connect to the DYDX chain with your own wallet. Do not give up your keys, but we will never hold the funds for you. So if you trade on DYDX and DYDX goes under, DYDX trading that is, goes under tomorrow, your funds are still safe because we never held them for you in the first place. So I just want to say thank you for your time. For all the developers in the room, we encourage you to start building on top of the DYDX chain. All the code that we've shipped so far is already open source. By October 10th, the rest of it will be open sourced as well. So the capabilities purely in the hands of all of our users. We're really excited to see the mainnet go live. And from now on, I think that this will be the best possible trading experience when it comes to derivatives in the ecosystem as a whole. And we're very excited for you to join us on this journey as well. Thank you.
Okay, so up next we have another panel, and this one is actually my favorite one because it's about stablecoins. And I love stablecoins. Why? I come from Colombia, and in Colombia, in Latam in general, we have a problem of hyperinflation, which means that basically we try every single time that we save money, we try to change it for dollars because our currency depreciates a lot. So for us, stablecoins, it's something great because it's also not traceable. And the government, for example, in countries like Argentina, they put a limit in how many dollars you can purchase per day. So stablecoins for us is very important. It's the way that we can send money to our families. Is the way that we can preserve our savings, is the way that we feed our family, and the way that, in a way, we are living in general. Right now, in Latam, for example, we can pay a lot of things just with stablecoins. We can live because of stablecoins. So there's a lot of users there. And, well, I'm excited about this panel. No pressure. And I would like to introduce the moderator, Samantha Yap from Yap Global. Samantha.
Welcome, thank you. I'd like to invite my panelists. So we have, I don't know if there's an order, but Zaki from Sommelier Protocol and Interprotocol, Sommelier Finance and Interprotocol, welcome. Seamus, Head of Business Development for Circle. Boz, the COO of Akash Network. And David Gogol from the DYDX Foundation, Head of VP and Operations. Welcome. All right. Well, we've just followed two major announcements, one by Noble and Circle, and then one by DYDX, pending the governance vote. But that's very exciting for Cosmos. I'd just like to start by letting each of the panelists share kind of what they do, what their project is, and kind of how that relates to stablecoins and use cases for the Cosmos network. So, Zaki, maybe we start with you.
Okay, I'll go. I have the most complicated relationships with all of this. So, advisor to Noble, helped get Noble set up. DYDX was like, we're coming to Cosmos, how do we solve USDC? So, sorted. A contributor to Interprotocol, which is a decentralized Atom-backed stablecoin on the Agoric network. ST Atom coming soon. I am a co-founder of a protocol called Sommelier. And Sommelier is a platform for building decentralized DeFi strategies. And we work with a lot of Ethereum stablecoins. So we provide liquidity on USDC, USDT. We're helping Aave bootstrap the Go stablecoin. We help Frax users earn yield on their Frax, all through different strategies on the protocol. So I do all of these things, and I think I probably touch I interact in some significant way with the stablecoin market almost every day. And so, yes, stablecoins, never-ending nightmare.
Awesome. My name is Seamus Noonan. I'm with Circle. I'm on our business development team, and I have the pleasure of working with all of our blockchain partners, including Noble. For those that don't know, Circle is the issuer of regulated stablecoins like USDC and EURC. And essentially, we provide a suite of tools for developers and businesses to offer blockchain-based services to their customers worldwide.
Hi, I'm Boz Manzalji. I'm the CEO of Akash Network. Akash Network, for those who don't know, is the world's first super cloud. We work with quite a bit of validators, relayers to decentralize their entire infrastructure on our open cloud. We recently launched our 6th mainnet after 3.5 years of hard work. We've enabled GPUs on the network, and this is the first super cloud that allows developers to access high-density GPUs on demand and help AI developers really access really hard to access infrastructure.
Hey everyone, my name is David Gojal. I'm the VP of Strategy and Operations at the DYDX Foundation. Hopefully by now you're familiar with kind of the DYDX ecosystem. DYDX Foundation is a Switzerland-based nonprofit. Our mission is to support and grow the DYDX protocol ecosystem by enabling communities, decentralized governance, and developers. The foundation is really kind of the entity behind the current DYDX token on Ethereum and really supporting a lot of ecosystem development and growth. And the future version of the protocol, DYDX chain and V4. Our role at the foundation is really to support the ecosystem overall. I think it's interesting to note, today DYDX V3 on Ethereum has 350 million in TVL or so, all in USDC. It's the 5th largest owner of USDC. And as Nate mentioned right before, we've done over $1 trillion in volume on the current version of the platform. So, with the upcoming launch of the DYDX chain, there's going to be perpetuals that will all be settled and margined in USDC. And hopefully bring a lot of the liquidity and users from the current version of the protocol to the Cosmos-based chain.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. So as the crypto industry and ecosystems develop and build, even right now in this bear market, one of the killer use cases is stablecoins. And everyone always asks, what's the use case of crypto? So stablecoins is key to that. And so if we're going to look back let's just reflect on the last year for the Cosmos network. The Terra Labs UST kind of left a bit of a void, with their crash. But USDC, native USDC on the Cosmos Interchain network is meant to fill that void. So I'd like to hear from anyone who can jump in on this, but yeah, what's your perception on how USDC can kind of fill and solve the liquidity issues on the Cosmos Interchain network?
I'm happy to start.
Yeah, start with Circle.
So with Circle, yeah. So we've been looking at issuing USDC and Cosmos for years now. Like we've always seen this as a huge hub for developers and users. And I think in terms of like filling a void of liquidity, there's a couple different ways to think about it. Liquidity is one thing, but I think the first thing that's needed right now is a trusted and reliable stablecoin where users know, hey, if I come in from any other blockchain, right? Say if I come in from Ethereum or Avalanche, and I'm going to transact within Cosmos, I can transact in a stablecoin. I know I can redeem back for the value that I assumed, presumably $1. And then there's infrastructure that supports this, right? So as a user, the void is like, do I trust? Am I able to go into this ecosystem? Am I able to settle my trades? Am I able to buy NFTs with this stablecoin? And that's why we see this as so powerful, not only issuing it, but we're also going to be providing infrastructure like CCTP to continue to allow users, oh wow, really exciting. And then on the liquidity perspective, like we're definitely going to need to look at like how do we drive in liquidity from other blockchains, as well as just Web2 companies looking to mint and now go and bring stablecoins and digital dollars onto a blockchain. And a lot of the feedback we hear is we don't want to take the risk. We don't want to take any either security risk or liquidity risks unless we know that's natively issued, meaning that we will always be able to redeem that for the denominated value, which in this case is $1. So that's something we're really excited about.
So, yeah, I think that, they're like, UST was, from, from Terra, was so, became so dominant in Cosmos very quickly, right? Terra was built on a Cosmos chain. It connected to IBC after Osmosis launched, and suddenly all of this liquidity sort of flooded through the network. And we sort of started, that was the Cosmos bull market, right? Where builders could, there is this sort of sense in which liquidity begets liquidity. And the last year has been the year of sort of the Cosmos liquidity crisis, right? Every Cosmos app has been incredibly starved. My guess is there's been about sort of $30 million of mostly Atom sort of derived liquidity that has been floating around the ecosystem. But that's just pales in comparison to the billions of dollars that were available before Terra collapsed. And I think one of the things that I've been trying to do for the ecosystem over the last year is get all of the pieces together to sort of, bring the liquidity crisis to an end. So multiple ways in which reliable stablecoins can be brought into the ecosystem. So the work with Noble and USDT, the work with IST to allow people to convert their sort of volatile Cosmos assets and yield-bearing Cosmos assets into stablecoins. Both of those things have the potential, are sort of the key ingredients to sort of reviving liquidity in this ecosystem, and the liquidity is sort of existential and fundamentally necessary for its ecosystem. It's also been interesting, one of the most exciting things about working with Circle was if you think about every other ecosystem that Circle works with, they typically work with the foundation for the ecosystem and to bring USDC to that ecosystem. And our ask was, no, sorry, the foundation wants nothing to do with this. So you got to work with this weird network of different organizations and a company that doesn't exist yet to make it happen, and we still made it happen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I would just add stablecoins today are what, a $125 billion market in total. I think if you look at kind of the various app chains on Cosmos, the amount of volume, across kind of the landscape is relatively quite low, right? So bringing in a stable coin into the ecosystem just is a massive unlock for ecosystem development and growth. So I think there's something to be said about that. And then if you look at a lot of the hacks in the last 2 years, 3 years, I think there's been over several $1 billion in kind of bridging hacks, and so
$2 billion.
$2 billion. It's been just a massive attack vector across the space. So I think the native issuance of USDC, the native issuance of other stable coins on Cosmos is just a massive benefit for the space. You've significantly reduced potential attack vectors. And that's one thing, with DYDX chain we're really excited about. It's all of the perpetual contracts are settled and margined in one type of collateral, right? USDC. And so you really don't need to think through how do you bridge all these other assets. You really just need, one stable coin that can then be used to create all of these other permissionless markets.
Yeah, one of the things that we're super excited about with this new mainnet upgrade for Akash, for example, is we're super excited about Circle being in the ecosystem issuing native stable coins. But one of the things that was generated in terms of feedback from our community as one of the most requested features was the ability to pay for services on the Akash network with a stable mechanism. For example, paying for a website or a validator or training your machine learning algorithm on Akash network with a volatile asset isn't ideal. So one of your question was, how do we attract liquidity? The infrastructure we're seeing, given Circle's involvement with Cosmos overall, but I also look at the utility of why would people use stablecoins and what are they going to be used for? So it's going to be a lot of lending, it's going to be a lot of borrowing, and in our case, it's going to be stabilizing payments for cloud providers and developers to actually remove a lot of the friction points that we see involved in our own ecosystem. So super thrilled about stablecoins and the utility of the stablecoins within the networks.
Mm-hmm. So we're all excited about, USDC, native USDC on the Cosmos chain. But Zaki, you mentioned kind of how dominant UST was to the Cosmos ecosystem, and then because of that collapse, it did the whole ecosystem took a hit. So high level question, but there have been concerns raised on the centralization aspect of I guess USDC being one of the top most dominant stable coins out there. So do any of you want to weigh in on how could the ecosystem, should there be more stable coins being launched? Like how are we addressing kind of the centralization versus the decentralization aspect of a major dominant stable coin being launched on the network? Anyone want to take this?
Happy to take.
Go.
So I guess we've sort of arranged ourselves in like the supply side and the demand side, right?
Nice.
So, as someone who works on the supply side for stablecoins, like why work on multiple stablecoins? I think that USDC is like one of the most recognized brands among crypto users, right? And being able to have that brand represented as an asset, as an amazing user experience, with a really strong security story, with a really strong team behind it, with like sort of a white glove experience of bringing it to all of the different places where you can use stablecoins in Cosmos, I think is like one, there's like one whole story with that. There's also, I think, definitely a need and demand for collateralized stablecoins. So, the demand, functionally the demand for leverage, the demand for being able to mint from assets that you already hold in the ecosystem, like Atom and Osmo. Both of those things are part of the supply of generating a sufficient supply of stablecoin and solving the supply so that builders on the demand side feel like they have a lot of options about what to build on.
Absolutely. And I think on the centralization side, I think people are quick to jump because we are a very regulatory first company and we go about things taking a very regulatory approach for proper licenses and things we need. On the centralization side, to me, what I would fear as a user is what happens if someone blacklists me or they stop issuing this or I can't redeem it? I think to cut that FUD out, like on the blacklisting side, I believe we blacklist less than Tether. I'm not 100% sure. And the process for that is like we are receiving a high court order to blacklist something, like a tornado cash sanction or something on that magnitude and level. This is not some secret channel in Circle, like, hey, let's blacklist this address or whatnot. And I think on the liquidity side, like in our terms and conditions, as we issue USDC natively on any blockchain, we are contractually saying that is redeemable for $1. And I think something powerful is during the SVB collapse, Jeremy Allaire came out and said, look, even if this doesn't go through, we will use corporate treasury and balance sheet to make users whole for that $1. So I think that's really powerful. And like on the centralization side, yes, we are a US entity, but I would say on the user side, like we're just infrastructure. We're providing digital dollars. If you want to custody it with someone else, hold it on a platform in a wallet, you're free to do that as a user. So I think that's a common misconception folks think of like Circle and centralization. So we're excited to see what users do, but we just want to provide the infrastructure and the most reliable, stable US dollar backed asset within Cosmos.
I think for the way I look at it is, do we need to see more stablecoins? It just depends on the problem that stablecoin is particularly solving. So one of the examples was, I think, is it Mina? She was from Colombia. There's a lot of hyperinflation, and those, the population there actually needs something that's a little bit more stable. I can, speak from personal experience, being from Syria, the hyperinflation is real, and that populations actually need an alternative to something that could stabilize the socioeconomic lifestyle for the particular regions. I'd like to see more stable coins regionalized that are focused on solving those particular use cases. So for example, we're focused on adopting USDC for developers to pay cloud providers because it's easier to transact, it's also easier to account for, and it's easier to integrate with their underlying accounting systems. For other use cases, if people are trying to save money, tokenized T-bill-backed stable coins that are interest-bearing are actually a little bit more ideal because not only are you backed by one of the strongest assets in the world, but it's also earning interest and actually helping solve a particular problem. There is also, real-world assets such as interest-bearing stablecoins backed by real estate, derived from the revenues generated from that particular real estate property. I think Tangible is doing something really interesting with that. But yeah, there are different use cases for different stablecoins. I wouldn't want to see 100 different stablecoins, but very specific based solutions does have a place in Cosmos.
Yeah. You go.
I think one more comment on kind of the demand side. For DYDX that offers perpetuals all set like denominated, margined in stable coins, it's really important to have an asset that is stable and that our traders want to use. Ultimately, everyone, if you ask every market maker, institutional firm, pro trader, which stable coin do they prefer? I think it's honestly a wash between USDC versus Tether, and that's definitely changed over time. For us, really making sure that the underlying collateral is stable and that there's strong alignment around ecosystem development and having shared values around what we view kind of the 5 to 10 year horizon for user adoption is why we're really excited to continue to partner with Circle. We're excited for what's to come.
Yeah. Follow-up question for Boz and maybe even Zaki, but what characteristics do you recommend other native stablecoins on Cosmos to adopt? And this is maybe to speak to builders in the room that might be interested in launching more stablecoins or other stablecoins or algorithmic stablecoins that want to launch on Cosmos.
I think one of the most interesting characteristics that I'd like to see is proof of reserves. Backing those stable coins, and whatever kind of reserves are actually backing, whether it's multi-fiat, whether it's real estate in fiat, whether it's other hard assets like gold. I think Paxos Gold is really interesting in terms of use cases.
Yep.
USDC obviously has quite a bit of reputation to back the strong brand and the stable coins that it has. But the biggest item for me would probably be proof of reserves on chain.
So what do I think the pieces are? I think that there is quite a lot of opportunity. Okay, so like what are the big opportunities? I think one is, I do think there's a demand for jurisdictional diversity, right? Like I said, I mean, I think Circle's regulatory structure is optimal and ideal, but it doesn't mean that it works for every user, it works across every locale, it's easy to access from everywhere. Ultimately, the primary way of creating USDC is to be able to wire money to a bank account in the US, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do for every kind of institution. So, there's been expressed interest in doing from a team in Japan. There are teams in other, so I think jurisdictional diversity is probably going to be one of the sort of potential and major stories. I think the other thing that we've seen is if you kind of look at the sort of life cycle of Maker, right? Starts out single collateral, fully decentralized, becomes multi-collateral, now becomes real-world asset-backed as well. The lines get very blurry between stablecoins as they scale. In fact, the lines between lending protocols and stablecoins also become very blurry as these things scale. And so I think, in general, you're going to see more and more convergence there's a lot of opportunities to start at different points within Cosmos, but a tendency to converge. The other thing that might become possible is for instance, backing a stablecoin with a position on DYDX. That kind of stuff that level of composability also will become possible as these things evolve.
Good to note. A specific question for David and DYDX. So, big exciting move for you guys to migrate onto the Cosmos Interchain Network. How does this the Circle USDC coming onto Cosmos excite you guys? What are you guys looking forward to?
Yeah, so I think Nate just gave a really great presentation on what to expect with the DYDX chain. We're really excited to partner with Circle and Noble and other parts of the Cosmos tech stack to launch the DYDX chain in the near future. Again, I think there's something to be said around just the amount of volume and liquidity that an application and an app chain like DYDX can do for the Cosmos ecosystem. Again, 1 trillion in volume, 50,000 unique DYDX token holders today, over 60,000 unique perpetual traders in the last 2 years. All of that kind of user-based liquidity, product expertise coming to the Cosmos ecosystem is a massive boon. Additionally, DYDX trading has 50 or so engineers contributing to the Cosmos SDK. That's a very significant increase in terms of people contributing to the open source code. And so again, I think Ethereum Starkware has gotten us to where we are today. We're really excited about the next step of launching a vertically integrated app chain that really is custom purpose built for our use case. And stablecoins are an important part of that, to be able to create perpetual products. That's not to say that in the future there won't be multi-collateral and other things that our community of ecosystem partners can build around the code base. But I think there's just a lot to look forward to, and we are two to 3 weeks away from the next chapter of the DYDX story.
Yeah, exciting. Well, to wrap up this whole conversation and also to put a bow tie on all the announcements that we've just heard, as Zaki you mentioned, we've just come off a year of perhaps recovering, reviving, continuing to build post the collapse of the UST stablecoin on Cosmos. So each of you, parting thoughts, what's your hope for the Cosmos interchain ecosystem now with Circle fully partnering with the Cosmos ecosystem, as well as DYDX launching very soon. Zaki, we'll start with you.
My hope is that Cosmos actually can again become a place where different parts of the stablecoin economy actually really start to thrive again. We have both native Tether and native USDC on the platform. We have concentrated liquidity on Osmosis. We have perps settled in stablecoins. We have all of these pieces to allow for a really rich economy around stablecoins to now develop in 2024. So I'm hoping that we've we've done all the pieces. We've kind of put all these pieces in places. Now users, traders, institutions need to join the ecosystem and take advantage of it.
Absolutely. I think echoing off that, for us, Circle's making a big bet on Cosmos here, right? It's not just Circle issuing USDC and saying good luck. We are building infrastructure around this to allow developers and users to interact and use with USDC the same way you would with any other internet app you use now. And I think our big bet, and I think which will be really interesting with the DYDX rollout, is to open the eyes of other big Web 2 companies with this crazy built-in distribution of, wow, we can actually bring this on chain. Here are the advantages we can do this with, and here's all the infrastructure you use for this. So whether it's CCTP, whether it's minting USDC with us, there's going to be a lot of different services and suite of tools that we're going to help initiate this. So for us, we're just excited to help facilitate those digital dollars through USDC, and excited to see what developers want to build. I think Lena hit the nail on the head. Dollarization, remittances, there's a lot of real-world utility that can totally run on Cosmos and Noble USDC. We're excited to see that.
Yeah, to echo both of them, I'd love to see, one of the things that Cosmos just has proved is how resilient the ecosystem has been in terms of having builders continue building, working with each other, and actually develop these solutions and provide the opportunity for all these really incredible ingredients to actually come in, especially on the infrastructure side. So my hope is that it attracts actually way more developers, more application developers instead of just chain or new networks coming online. But I would love to see more DeFi applications, gaming applications, SocialFi applications, GambleFi applications, take advantage of all this incredible infrastructure around stablecoins to increase the utility and enhance the use cases of all the things that we've been talking about on stage today.
I'm really excited, obviously, for the launch of the DYDX chain, which hopefully will be deployed soon. I think it's really a milestone moment after almost a year and a half of development. With the whole code base being open sourced on October 10th. Again, somewhat of a hot take. I think Antonio, the founder of DYDX Trading, is always the first to say, DYDX doesn't necessarily want to be known as a Cosmos chain. Ultimately, it's really about building the best product experience, regardless of kind of the tech stack behind it. But I think the fact that a lot of the industry is looking at DYDX having moved from an application on Ethereum to its own app chain is really something I think a lot of the industry will continue to look at and see if that makes sense for them. And I'm just really excited about putting our money where our mouth is and really leaning into full decentralization. And that's really only made possible with the Cosmos SDK and the infrastructure that has been available to us within the Cosmos ecosystem. So stay tuned.
Yeah. Wow, that's some encouraging words for the Cosmos Interchain ecosystem. And so, please join me in thanking my fellow panelists, Zaki, Seamus, Boz, and David. Yes, you can clap.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Take this.
job, guys.
Thanks so much.
Okay, yes, you know what time it is. It's time to eat. So please go grab some lunch. As you know, you can have the sticker here with the day 2. Make sure that you go to the room that you have to and just enjoy lunch. See you later.
right, guys, welcome back to another panel. The panel about to start. I hope you guys enjoyed from Turkish food, drinks, and Turkish cuisine. Now we're gonna have a panel about cross-chain interoperability. I would like to invite moderator of this panel. Join me welcoming for Macaulay Peterson. He is also senior editor Blackbirds. Please welcome.
Hi, thanks very much, everybody, for joining us after lunch. A few more people shuffling in, find a seat. We've got a packed 30 minutes ahead to talk about cross-chain interoperability, which in Cosmos mainly means IBC and the future of IBC. So let me bring up our panelists. First, we've got Jack from Strangelove. Come around. We've got Adrian from Anoma and Namada. Omar, also known as Brain Jar from Composable. And Usman from Avalabs. So let's do just a real quick round of intros to backstop who you are and where your focus is right now.
Awesome. Hi, my name's Jack Zamplin. I'm the CEO of Strangelove, and I do Cosmos stuff.
I'm Adrian. I normally have red hair. Didn't have time this time. I'm the co-founder of Namada and Anoma.
Hi, I'm Brain Jar. I'm the CEO and founder of Composable.
Hey everyone, my name is Usman. I'm one of the developer relations engineers at Avalabs.
All right, great. Now, we're here to talk about the future of IBC. There's a new IBC roadmap coming out, which, Jack, I understand you also worked on a bit. Maybe you can just start by explaining a bit about where IBC needs to go in the coming months. And I'm assuming that this audience is familiar with the basics of IBC, so we'll sort of skip over that part and look at the future.
Yeah. I think that the key things that we need are adoption. And there's sort of like vertical as well as horizontal. So horizontally, we need to span out to more and more ecosystems and really deliver on this promise of true cross-chain interoperability between any different blockchain ecosystems. And there's a lot of work to do, and Brainjar and his team have been doing amazing work on this. They've been pioneers in this area, and I honestly don't think we would see any movement towards IBC outside of Cosmos without Brainjar and his team and the work that they've done. So just want to give him a little bit of time for that. And then sort of like vertically within Cosmos, I think that increasing the ease of use of the IBC protocol and enabling more advanced use cases through better developer tooling and some protocols like middlewares and better interchain accounts. And that's kind of where I see IBC going over the next year.
I think from my perspective, there are probably two important points. One is everyone outside of this room and sort of in the wider ecosystem needs to understand that IBC is not specific to Cosmos or Tendermint even, or the Cosmos SDK or a specific language. IBC really is just a protocol specification for how chains with fast finality can communicate with each other. There's no reason why Cosmos and Nia shouldn't be connected, or Cosmos and Polkadot. So really we need more implementations for more consensus clients within IBC. And I think the second thing is we want to have a more stable Rust implementation and ideally even a third language implementation of the IBC protocol to really showcase that, look, IBC is not specific to Cosmos SDK, IBC is not specific to Tendermint, IBC is there to be a neutral protocol to allow any blockchain to talk to any other blockchain.
Yeah, I think what we saw, a lot of the work that we did was putting things like IBCRS into production, building a new relayer to connect Cosmos and the Polkadot ecosystem. I think now basically there are no more excuses of centralized solutions saying, oh yeah, it's really expensive to do IBC between these two different ecosystems. That's just false now. So they need to come up with better excuses. And I think in our perspective, we're just continuing on the path to other ecosystems as quickly as possible. Ethereum and many other ecosystems in the pipeline. So at this point, I think IBC should become the de facto, not only sort of syntax and standard, but also trust model for communicating between two chains.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that bring a little bit of a different perspective here. So if you guys aren't familiar, Ava Labs is a company from behind the Avalanche blockchain, and we kind of follow a similar thesis to Cosmos in the sense that we want our developers to build their own blockchain. And we also understand this thesis that all these blockchains, having your own blockchain is really valuable, but if they can't be connected and they can't talk to each other, it means nothing, right? And so we look at ecosystems like Cosmos and we look at protocols like IBC, and we're huge fans of the way that they've shown product market fit within their ecosystem with allowing cross-chain interoperability within Cosmos. And we, like to build off Jack's point, we're really looking to expand that kind of interoperability within our own ecosystem. And so there's a lot of teams that are looking to implement IBC within the Avalanche ecosystem to kind of bridge over assets from different chains in the Cosmos ecosystem into Avalanche fairly natively. And so huge fans of IBC. We have our own native messaging protocol that we're hoping to be compatible with IBC as well. So a lot of things happening on both sides that we're really interested in.
I think to pick up on Ranger's and your point a little bit here, the other thing that's really important that sort of the world needs to understand in the next 6 months is that in the spectrum of interoperability, this is a spectrum. Like you can't really do better than IBC, even if you write a different protocol. IBC is limited not by what the protocol does, but rather what is capable, so from theoretical computer science standpoint in terms of distributed systems. There's really, you can't write a new protocol, whether this be XCM from Polkadot or something like this, and go, my trust model is now fundamentally better than IBC. IBC is sort of the most optimal trust model you can have if you want to be fully decentralized. You can make IBC faster if you like centralize more a little bit. But I think this is important to understand that like there's really no point in like inventing all these new protocols all the time. IBC is just an open specification that people should really use.
Yeah, I think that, you know, there is one point that I want to make sure that people understand as we're moving into this era of bringing IBC beyond Cosmos. Right now, the trust model is directly between different Tendermint chains, and it's an honest majority assumption. A lot of the chains that are coming to market, like Composable and Landslide over to Avalanche, and there's a number of projects like Composable as well as Union and Polymer working on IBC over to Ethereum. A lot of those projects, because of the specifics of the different consensuses on those other networks, will have to build a lot of modifications into Tendermint, and it's hard to get those broadly disseminated. So the early stage of IBC moving to other ecosystems will be mediated through these committees, but it is using the best cryptography available in those ecosystems. So for example, in Avalanche, what we've worked on, they have built out a wonderful protocol called the Warp Messaging Protocol to enable communication between different Avalanche subnets. The Avalanche integration we're working on uses that Warp Messaging Protocol for validation of the messages moving externally. This is a slightly different trust model than the Tendermint one, and also there's going to need to be a committee at first because of a lot of the custom code. But as these teams fully open source this stuff, some of it comes out of business source licenses, which is kind of a necessary evil of doing a lot of this work. That's when we'll see the real point-to-point IBC that folks want to see, but there is going to be kind of a transitionary stage here.
So yeah, this gets into sort of understanding the differences between what IBC is and what most bridges that are currently in use today is in terms of the trust model. The mantra is trust the chains, not the bridges. But when it comes to deploying IBC, for example, to Ethereum, I understand one of the biggest impediments is that can be expensive. So how is that going to change, or have there been technical solutions that have come about in the past year to make that easier?
Yeah, I think the general approach is, like what we've seen is there's like been a huge jump in ZK technology over the past two to 3 years. And it's really enabled just really cool things that you can do to reduce costs. For instance, like snarking signatures and allowing, actually in the end state, the hope is that IBC to Ethereum is actually cheaper and faster than things like Axelar or Wormhole or whatever is being used in the centralized context. I think when that actually happens, then it's sort of no longer users choosing IBC because it's more sort of trust minimized, but actually because it's cheaper and faster and more usable for like the average person.
Just to add on to that, I think a key piece of that is the IBC feature set. Because it is a shared protocol that works across a number of different chains, there's developers building new applications and new ways to use this general message passing protocol all the time. And as that body of knowledge increases, it puts us in a much better position competitively with a lot of these other protocols.
And sort of on a purely practical level, doing point-to-point IBC should always be faster than going via some central middleman. So there's not only a point of like trust minimization, right? Like if you go via wormhole, how your trust model is, you better hope wormhole does fine because they are clearly in your trust path. So anyone that you hop via is always in your trust path, but this also adds extra latency. So like in the end state, once we have efficient zk-lite clients, for example, for tenement consensus that can be verified in Ethereum, it should absolutely be faster to go directly point-to-point from any chain to Ethereum.
Yeah. I think that there's like two different methods here. There's the Tendermint client over on the Ethereum side, and there's teams using ZK to solve that, and then there's also teams using BLS to solve that, and then there's the Ethereum to Cosmos side using the Altair Lite client right now, but that's going to evolve over time, especially as single slot finality moves a little bit closer in the ETH2 roadmap.
And I think what's going to be really interesting as well is that what you mentioned earlier is that currently all IBC compatible chains are run using Tendermint consensus, right?
Yeah.
We haven't
well,
really.
Brainjar made that not the case.
Polkadot. Yeah, Polkadot uses Grandpa. So Grandpa is like the first additional consensus mechanism that can communicate over IBC.
Very cool. So those are the kinds of things that I would be really excited to see within IBC, is to see it being battle tested using different consensus mechanisms and making that more easier to access IBC on different chains, right? So Avalanche, we have our own unique consensus mechanism. Throwing IBC on top of that, maybe making it more efficient, fast, and cost efficient. That'd be really cool to see. And then potentially seeing that across a couple of other chains, L2s, et cetera, that use different consensus mechanisms might potentially speed up the adoption of IBC as well.
Let's maybe talk a little bit about some of the impediments or trade-offs that we're looking at in the future. So one is, for example, I mean, in Cosmos you have 100 chains. IBC has a great security record with 30 billion, I think I read, in assets have been transferred. But for example,
well, that's in the last year. During the Terra times, we were doing around $3 to $5 billion a week. So
since Terra, 30 billion since
no,
Terra.
just in the last calendar year.
Yeah, in the last calendar year.
Yeah.
Well, more or less. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sorry.
In Axelar, for example, I mean, one of their arguments is that if you have point-to-point connections, those basically expand geometrically the more chains you add. What is the practical significance of that trade-off?
This is sort of true in the naive case, where if I have, so the chain that created the asset always controls it. Let's call this the source chain, right? Because that chain can always inflate the asset in arbitrary manners. It's the fundamental source of truth for sort of the accounting of that specific asset. Now, of course, if you start moving it from like chain A to chain B to chain C, now chain B can also fuck with the numbers of tokens of chain A that exist. However, in order to make this not a problem with IBC, we need to do automatic path shortening, which is that you always route an asset via the chain that created it. So for example, if I want to transfer some ETH from Cosmos to Polkadot, I should transfer it via Ethereum, right? Thereby going via the source chain. Now we don't have this expanding graph of sort of that all these assets are different in the end because they all have slightly different security models depending on their graph, but rather every asset is always one hop away from the source chain. This is also really the only model to get global scale, because when you think of it, like if we have to have one routing point for all assets, this must be a tremendously high throughput blockchain that can route all global cross-chain transfers. The much more sensible way is that every chain handles its own routing for its assets that want to flow throughout the ecosystem. But this is, for example, something that clearly still needs to be worked on within the IBC ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, we do have an existing solution to the path unwinding problem that's working really well in production right now. But I think, you're right. In the pathological case, it is n squared. But in reality, what we're seeing over and over again is people want to build routers. People build routers in the internet. People are going to build routers in IBC. You could visualize what Composable does is as a router chain. And they're offering additional features for developers that make their router chain better and easier to use. I think that as IBC, what we need to do to help address this problem in the intermediate and longer term is help make routers more native for IBC. And native multi-hop that the Polymer team has done, seeing that upstreamed, as well as other features like path unwinding is the way to get there.
Yeah, so like originally this was the intention of the hub, was to become this this router chain, right? And that didn't happen. And so now we're sort of looking at, so with Composable, we're trying to enter the AAZ to sort of bring about this router concept within the kind of like umbrella of the hub, so that this can be, we can actually bring about the first router that's secured by, billions of dollars of economic security. Because again, one of the biggest issues, actually the reason why we started with Polkadot first is because one of the biggest issues or limitations of IBC is you have to trust the chain. So if the chain is vulnerable to 51% attacks, which within the Polkadot ecosystem, you have the relay chain providing billions of economic security for every parachain. And so when we were thinking about which two ecosystems to connect, it made sense for us to start with the highest security environment possible. And so now we're sort of trying to replicate this similar concept within Cosmos as well.
When Composable was bringing IBC to Polkadot, it took quite a long time to make that integration work. If we're going to be trying to expand to other ecosystems in the future, is there something about IBC that still needs to change to make the go-to-market time lower?
Yeah, so this is when you see the ICF roadmaps for the different IBC teams, you see stuff like IBC Go generalization and modifying the relayer to enable other networks. There's a lot of kind of like lower level technical problems where you build the first implementation, it's kind of inherently wedded to the first thing you do with it. And in software development, you have to drive that based on what your users need. So we're only getting our first users in other ecosystems right now, and those help inform future ways where we can modularize the code base. And the first one's really hard, the next 5 are intermediate, and then everything after that is a lot easier. So got the first couple down, we're going into the next 5, and the cost is coming down. And it's just going to continue coming down the more and more we do. But a lot of that is just kind of a natural process of the software maturing.
For example, so Namada doesn't use the Cosmos SDK, even though it does use Tendermint. And so we had to work with IBCIS, which is, there are just still pain points in this integration, but over time now that we have more and more of these implementations, it just is going to become way easier. So a very practical example for some of these pain points is like dependency management. Like if you wanted to change some underlying function, like I've patched 3 downstream repositories in order to make one change in my code base because it's sort of like the types percolate through. Same on the modularity with Hermes, like the informal team is doing a great job there. But for example, with Armada, we still have to run a fork of Hermes that adapts to the Armada RPCs. And so a lot of this work right now is sort of like in its infancy, and like we are the first couple of people, along with people like Penumbra, that are testing this out. But once we've done this, like the next 5 teams doing this, it's not going to be this hard.
It's really funny because of the work that the 3 teams, Composable and Namada and Penumbra, have done on IBCRS. It's actually much more modular than the Go implementation, which is, the second implementation is always better than the first, I guess.
You learn from the first mistakes.
Yeah, I would also classify this as something that I'm really interested in to see like another implementation of Cosm deployed across different chains, because that could also accelerate this adoption of IBC. Yeah. Where we've, here at Avalanche, we tend to see mainly EVM chains, right? What we're doing right now to connect IBC to Avalanche is via the EVM, right? To connect it to the EVM chains that we have on Avalanche. But we'd love to see a Cosm VM be deployed to make that just more seamless, right?
Yeah.
And then you could see that happening across multiple different chains, right? Across Polkadot, et cetera.
Yeah, we actually have CosmWasm on our parachain as well. And we've been thinking about trying to find a way to just sort of make it modular enough to be deployed anywhere, but I think it's still early.
One problem that I think Cosmos and Ethereum share is the economic sustainability around relayers. Is that something that you see a clear solution to? I mean, in Ethereum, we most recently saw that with block native, and I think in Cosmos as well, that's a factor to consider, at least in the long term.
Yeah. So, Adrian, go for it, but I'd like a chance to defend the status quo for a minute, if you don't mind.
I think the status quo is mostly fine because it's fully trustless. As in, like, anyone can run a relay. Like, you can run your relay locally on your phone. It's completely feasible. This is not a permissioned activity. I think, like, especially on the relaying, there's like a very clear path to make this work, which is you add fee payments for IBC messages.
Is that a clear path?
It's maybe, I don't know.
I think the fact that we've had ICS 29 for going on a year now, and there hasn't been significant adoption, shows that there's significant reluctance by applications to add additional layers of fees, and they would much rather pay those fees on behalf of users.
That's true, right? Like, there always then come these trade-offs, and like now users have to understand how these fees work and pay for them. I still hope that at some point we'll see this. I remember at some point Chris was telling me that they'd wished they'd built this at launch rather than having to retrofit it later on, but
yeah, this was a decision that I made as the product manager at that time. It was going to take another 6 to 8 months to get IBC out if we had built in fees into the protocol. And honestly, it would have been a much harder to use protocol. And my theory has always been that there's a ton of network participants that already run servers that have plenty of incentive to run a small additional process. And what we've seen is a market has built up around this. And there's a vibrant community of 50 to 100 different independent relayer operators that all get fees from these various L1 blockchains. The Skip team is working on a protocol to help bring this market on chain, bring it out into the open, and make it more permissionless, which I think is a really interesting way to approach this relayer incentives problem. But even if you look at other protocols like Hyperlane, where we do a lot of work with them, as well as other bridge protocols on not only Ethereum, but Near and many of these other ecosystems, I don't think anyone really has the bridge relayer fees thing solved. Like, it's a hard problem. And I think by punting on it, we've gotten out to market first, and we've claimed the market share in a way that would have been impossible if we had stopped to make it crypto-economically perfect.
I mean, I think one of the things we're actually looking at is when you have Ethereum connectivity, there's obviously now a bunch of different things you can do to actually submit a transaction on chain. You can send it to a private builder, you could send it to an order flow auction, and the person that's actually sending this is the relayer. So theoretically, I believe in like 2 to 3 years, there will be people like market makers like Jump, for instance, who build really, really fast relayers who want to capture bundles of order flow coming from Cosmos chains and vice versa, and then actually profiting off of transferring this order flow to these order flow auctions. That's sort of the way I see relayers in the long term.
Luckily, I hope that in 2 years, we won't have like everyone being front-run by the large builders due to things like Fairview, so that we get actually good front-running protection. On the IBC side with the relayers, I think sort of Linux is an interesting example here, right? Like, for the community, it may be good that there can be a bunch of people running these relayers without a profit motive, because it means that there's no one player to capture it. There can be like thousands of them. That's true. But like, when you look at how Linux is distributed, right? Like, you can host a node that just serves Linux to people. And this is like a pretty decent model. So like, maybe actually not having fees prevented a bunch of centralization from happening because there was no obvious way to sort of capture market share and then make money off this, of like monopolizing it. So
yeah, and,
not everything should be paid.
I think one of the ways that we've helped make this easy is the relayer teams have worked really hard on ease of use. And recently we saw TFM, which has been a great leader in helping productionize a lot of the infrastructure level work that the core teams have done, launch a product where with filling in a simple web form and sending them some tokens, they will go and spin up a relayer behind the scenes on your behalf. So it's like Relayer as a service. Like these business models would not have been available if we had built in full-featured fee support, and we would have ended up with the relay centralization that we see in MEV and Ethereum.
Maybe in the last 30 seconds we have, I just want to plant a flag on one topic that I know is near and dear to your heart, Adrian, which is privacy, and how IBC actually connecting all these chains can also help to improve the situation for users who want some.
Yeah, so I take the personal opinion that I think applications should be private. So app chains should be private, and I think so with Armada you can retrofit a lot of privacy on the interchain. Whether we should make IBC itself completely private in the short term, I don't know. This seems really dangerous to me because this is sort of like the trust boundary is always like how do tokens flow between chains. And I think that channel we may want to have full visibility into. This doesn't mean though that users that operate over these channels necessarily should be fully transparent. So you want to have, I think, private chains, but transparent flows between them. And sort of on the privacy note as a whole, I think if this space doesn't become more private, I think it will never gain real-world traction because no large institution in their right mind is like going to put their balance sheet on fully transparent systems. No large government is going to do this. Like we need a level of privacy because without this, no one is ever going to trust these systems.
To build on that point, so Avalanche, we have this notion of permission blockchains, right? Obviously, the network is permissionless. You can launch your own permissionless blockchain, but we have this notion of permission subnets where institutions or enterprises have been utilizing them the most, where you can hide your transaction data, kind of keep it to yourself, where no one else can view that public ledger, right? And so in that kind of environment, would you be able to connect an IBC relayer to kind of transfer assets from a public chain to this kind of private network?
Absolutely. Yes. Volkswagen can run a single node chain that no one knows the state of, and there can just be a solo machine on IBC. Yeah. Not a problem.
Yeah, and this is actually why we're seeing a lot of interest in Cosmos from enterprises right now. That ability to build your regulatory perimeter in at the edge of your chain, build in whitelisting and blacklisting features, and give enterprises the types of features that they need is a huge thing driving adoption. We built out a lot of that whitelisting and blacklisting stuff for Circle, and we're looking at more compliance tooling around IBC right now as well.
We're over time, I'm afraid. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of some of these conversations longer, but thanks very much, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for all of speakers in this panel. Right now, we're going to speak about the Cosmos SDK, and that is why I would like to invite Marko Baricevic. He's also Cosmos SDK product owner. Please join me welcoming for Marko Baricevic. Come on. Good luck.
So I know usually I'm here with a dog, but this time he wasn't able to make it. So next time, hopefully Cosmoverse is in Berlin, and then there'll be a furry pet up here with me. So what I wanted to talk about is less so about the Cosmos SDK. And recently we went through this road mapping process for 2024, for the interchain stack, for Common BFT, for IBC, Cosm.js, Cosm.wasm. And I kind of wanted to touch less on the roadmap, but more so the thinking behind the roadmap, what led us into the ideas that are prevalent in the roadmap itself. And so this is why I kind of call the title Building Software for a Modular Future. We know the ideas behind Celestia are modular everything, build whatever, and we're going in that direction whether we like it or not. And so this talk is mainly about getting ready for that future and how to adapt for it. So starting out, who am I? I'm the Cosmos SDK lead. I've worked on Tendermint and Comet for 2 years. I've been in Cosmos for 5 years, so I've been at All in Bits. I went through what we coined GORE 2020, the Great Organizational Restructuring, And now I'm the founder of Binary Builders. So we're a team that works on the Cosmos SDK, the Builders program, the Interchain Builders program, and Numia, which is a data analytics platform for the wider Cosmos. My wife works at Polkadot, so we're a happy family of blockchain people. Thankfully, she's in the marketing aspect, so I win the technical conversations and she wins the marketing discussions, for better or for worse. And I'm Croatian American. I love sports, dogs, and boats. A lot of you know me from Duke, the dog, my golden retriever, and so next time he'll definitely be here. So, monoliths and modular. So when we really think about monoliths, it's like, what are we talking about? We're talking about when you're developing a product, when it's meant to be used for a singular product. You're not building a generalized piece of software to be used by a wider audience. If we take a look at the blockchain ecosystem, we can kind of see this in the form of the Bitcoin client, the Go Ethereum client. And I mean, if Cosmos didn't have this app chain thesis, then the Cosmos SDK, Comet, and IBC would have been specific for the Cosmos Hub. We wouldn't have a framework to build blockchains. And so when we talk about modular, what are we talking about? And I'm taking a step back from, okay, modular in terms of execution and consensus, where Celestia is really dominating that conversation, and taking a step back into software. What does it mean to actually be modular in software? Well, first of all, you're a toolkit. You're a software development kit. The Cosmos SDK is called the Cosmos SDK. It has that SDK aspect on it, but it's more of a framework. It helps define how to write. Of course, giving too much freedom to developers is somewhat of a foot gun, so we do want to help with that. The second part is you can write specific code for your blockchain. So as we know today, in the hundreds of blockchains that there are using the Cosmos SDK, public or private, they are all application specific. Even though they could be a generalized VM blockchain, they're still application specific. They still have their nuances for what they want to develop, for the user. And so in this mind, we want to go in that direction and kind of build a more modular stack. So, but why pick one? Why can't you do both? Well, when you want to pick one, you want to agree on a vision. You want to agree on that vision. And of course, you want to see what your users are. In the Web 2 world, many things are monoliths, or in their world, they call it microservices. Kubernetes, everyone here loves Kubernetes, I know that. There's no headaches from that. And that is a whole different world, but it's still a monolith in a way, because the products that are developed within these microservice architectures are proprietary, meaning they're not used in other environments, other companies, unless they're an open source product. And so we want to agree on picking a monolith or a modular software architecture. So looking at Cosmos, so what is Cosmos today? So when we're developing the roadmap and talking with the team, talking with IBC, talking with Comet, we really took a step back and really looked at what is Cosmos? What does it offer today? What is its identity? And what are the developers looking at? The number one thing we came back with was sovereignty. Cosmos SDK and the Interchain stack offers sovereignty to its users. This is the one and most powerful thing that we really offer to users. Everyone has their own validator set. Everyone owns their own data availability, their own settlement. And now with Interchain security, that's even growing. Application specific, I already touched on that. With the Cosmos SDK, there's evolving requirements. The Cosmos SDK was written, the first commit was in 2017. And a lot of that architecture still exists today, and it's still using. Of course, now we're seeing use cases that we never thought would be possible. We couldn't imagine what would be there in 2017. Even I wasn't part of the project in 2017. I'm not saying it would have influenced anything, but it is so different. We're seeing new use cases. The development speed. So if we really look at what Comet does, what the Cosmos SDK does, it abstracts a lot. It abstracts everything for 95% of users. But for those 5% of users, their development speed is fast. Their requirements are evolving. If we take example, DYDX, Celestia, Rollkit, Barachain, Evmos, those teams are really pushing the envelope of what you can do with the Cosmos SDK, because their requirements are evolving as their user needs are evolving. Now, we have performance. We are a gas-efficient environment, for better or for worse. When we're working with gas-inefficient environments, then it becomes a bit harder, but we are gas-efficient. Everyone here is paying micro pennies in transactions. I'm of the opinion we should make a penny the minimum for every chain, no more micro pennies. And I'm hoping we will get there with fee markets. We're going to explore new things. You can integrate VMs, and you can customize your economics. We're seeing a bunch of blockchains out there. There was the Cosmos Hub when it developed its own economics. Many chains followed after that. We have some relay with no inflation. Evmos is changing their inflation. Osmosis, everyone is really customizing their economics. In the bull market, it was, okay, inflate, we need users, airdrops, XY, everything like that. Now it's kind of more deliberate. How are we actually doing user acquisition? What is the cost per user? And everyone's really diving into that research to be able to understand what economics do we need for our chain. Now we've looked at Cosmos. So let's look at the broader ecosystem. What is going on in the broader ecosystem? Well, rollups, Optimistic, and ZK are becoming the hottest topic out there. If you haven't heard of rollups, then I don't know, then you might be living under a rock, or you might not be in blockchain too deep. I'm a bit too deep on that side. So there's rollups. This is kind of bridging the gap from, if we take deploying a smart contract, on a scale of 10, deploying a smart contract is 1. It is the easiest thing to do. You write some code, you have an RPC, and you deploy it to Solana, Avalanche, Ethereum, Near, all these places. One-click deployment, done. And then you have deploying a chain. Deploying a chain, finding a validator set, coordinating the genesis, upgrades, developing your chain, customizing, making sure your economics are on point. That sort of thing is a 10. And what is the middle? There hasn't been a middle until really rollups came around. Rollups kind of fill in the 2, 4, 6, 8. From the 2 where you have a centralized sequencer to 8 where you have a decentralized sequencer, but you're still using other people's security. This is quite useful for many applications. We've looked at RISC-V. So RISC-V is, we were actually just talking about this at lunch. It was released in 2015. Now, I'm of the opinion WASM is our stepping stone. RISC-V is our potential final destination. WASM is amazing. It does everything we need. We can use it in constrained environments. It is an unknown environment that you deploy code to. But RISC-V offers a different objective, and so I'm really excited for the direction of RISC-V and the different RISC-V VMs that are being written out there, from RISC-0 to PocaVM from the Polkadot ecosystem. Fully homomorphic encryption. Now, this is something I put on the slide because it's become a new buzzword in the VC circle, in the tech circle. It was ZK a few months ago, now it's fully homomorphic encryption. There's a couple teams in Cosmos talking about this. I'm not going to go too deep because that's a whole subject on its own. But modular execution and consensus, I already touched on this. Celestia pioneered the whole modular execution with their paper Lazy Ledger a couple of years ago. And they're preparing for a launch pretty soon. Account abstraction, gaming, scalability, these are all in the broader crypto ecosystem. And so when we're looking at the roadmap, we're looking, if we want those users, how are we going to get them? The Cosmos SDK does this, how are we going to make it do that? And so that really got us thinking to, okay, like, how are we going to get there? Do we have to rewrite it? Are we rewriting the SDK from scratch, or are we able to take the SDK in a direction to get there? I can assure everyone we're not rewriting it from scratch. I know some people would be yelling Rust in the background here, but we're staying with Go for a little bit longer. Stay tuned for next year for some exciting news there. But so where are we taking the Cosmos SDK? How are we going to get there? Well, the interchain stack. So how are we going to get there? Just quickly, the interchain stack. The interchain stack. I touched on the Cosmos ecosystem, the wider blockchain ecosystem, but now touching on the interchain stack. I like to think of it as it's in between modular and monolithic, because it is an SDK if you know how to dive deep into it. But it's very hard. It's more of a framework because it gives you everything you need, but it doesn't allow you to swap out some components that you may want to be able to do these things. So it is, in my opinion, in between modular and monolithic. So you can also write your specific logic. You can bring your business logic into the protocol. So Vitalik actually just released a blog post, it was perfect timing, about how maybe they should start thinking about enshrining more of these apps, like liquid staking, into the protocol to decrease the amount of centralization. And so in this mind, we've been doing this for years. Everyone here has been doing that for years. We're already ahead of the curve on that sense. The last point is on-chain. Since we are working in a gas-efficient environment, you can do so much on-chain. You can push all your client complexity on-chain without having to worry about building complex clients to be able to interpret that data. Now we're asking people to stop doing that so the state machine can become even faster. So which direction should we take? Should we go modular or should we go monolith? Should we just build for a specific use case, the use case that we have today? Or should we go into a modular world where we are a true toolkit, a software development kit, in order to enable not only the use cases that exist today, but the use cases also of tomorrow? So, as our mascot of modularity says, modular everything. If you don't know who that is Nick White. I call him the modular mascot. So we really want to push not only the Cosmos SDK, but the interchain stack into a software development kit. We were just talking about this at the Interchain Roadmap call, where we really want to hone in on it's a toolkit. You don't have to use the Cosmos SDK. You don't have to use Comet. You don't have to use IBC Go. You can use components and really develop what you want. When the Cosmos ecosystem is one of the few ecosystems that has a license and that has the ecosystem in order to support that exploration. So different consensus algorithms. So here, the Cosmos SDK today is really tied to Comet. And we have users like Rollkit. There's been exploration with Narwhal and Tusk, Narwhal and Bullshark, different consensus engines and how they would work with the Cosmos SDK. There's been talk, I've been talking with the Substrate people on putting the Cosmos SDK on Substrate and how that would work. And so we want to really abstract the consensus from the application, from your testing environments, and really bring in the ability to really pick what you want. Rollups. I've touched on this. This is the hot topic. Now, I say rollups now, but in 2 years, what is it going to be? And are we going to be ready to change in that direction? I'm a firm believer that today, if we were able to work on in the 2024 roadmap in 2023, we would already be launching rollups left and right. We have Pocket just announced a project that they're working on to migrate their chain from their own custom software to the Cosmos SDK and Rollkit. And so we're already seeing that vision come to fruition, but how do we get there faster? And how do we make the software so whatever comes next, if it's, I don't even know what the word will be, but whatever comes next, are we able to take advantage of that shift in technology? Are we able to develop a piece of software that's able to move with the ebbs and flows of the ecosystem, not only of Cosmos, but of the wider blockchain ecosystem? ZK. So we are still pretty early on ZK. It is exciting. It is amazing, but there is a lot of potential centralization that comes from ZK technology and the proving times of today and the provers. There's a lot of hardware acceleration research, and we want to really start playing in that world and bringing ZK to the Cosmos ecosystem outside of, you have to write your own state machine from scratch, like teams like Namada and Penumbra. We want to make that available to teams that are just writing simple applications in Golang or in different languages within the Cosmos SDK. Crosslang. So like I mentioned before, the blockchain people love Rust. I believe Cosmwasm gave the Cosmos ecosystem what they wanted. People want to write Rust. It won the war. In the container war, Docker won that. Rust won the blockchain ecosystem of languages. And so we want to enable the Cosmos ecosystem and its developers to write modules in different languages. This is a bit different from using Cosmwasm or using Agorix VM or using the EVM because you're writing potentially kernel-level code. The analogy is the Cosmos SDK is the kernel, the core layer, and the modules are its core layer because you are more free to do what you want. Inside of VMs, you are working in a constrained environment because it is a virtual machine. In the Cosmos SDK, there is no virtual machine, so you can really do whatever you want. And so we want to enable that to work in different languages. Commitment structures. So today, everyone uses Merkle trees. But are Merkle trees really the best we can do? Is it really the end-all, be-all for what we want to do? I don't think so. I think there's a whole plethora amount of research that we haven't been exploring in terms of different commitment structures. Of course, we're working with the IVL structure. There's teams working with SMT, SMT, there's JMT, there's different Merkle trees. But there's very few teams actually exploring vector commitments or accumulators. And so we really want to challenge everyone. I feel like not only in the UX of the entire blockchain ecosystem, but also in the protocol level. We've kind of become, the commitment structure of the Merkle tree is good enough. Like, we don't need anything better because it works. But I like to challenge those norms, challenge those things that have been accepted over the years in blockchain, and ask ourselves, is it really that good? Can we do better? Because at the end, blockchain innovated so much in the early days. And in the later days, we kind of became slower. We kind of became more complacent. There is an immense amount of research coming out, but it's in a certain area without focusing on other areas. The other areas are just, oh, it's fine, it works. But I really feel like in the next couple years, we will be looking at those different areas. So what's next? So when the Cosmos SDK releases 1.0, this is how the world will look. We're going to solve all the world's problems, no more wars. So what we want to do, we want to abstract consensus in the runtime. This is already working. We want to see what it would be like to control peer-to-peer and the messages it disseminates from the application. There's already a discussion with Comment that we're doing around the mempool. The application should have more control over the mempool because it knows what the messages are, how to broadcast, in what order, how to create batches. Comment does not. Comment does a certain level of functionality, and it's doing that amazingly. And if the team was able to focus 100% of the time on that, instead of having to control all this extra data they need, then the product would be even better. Storage, we want to allow to swap commitment structures, like I touched on. We want to allow people to research, to experiment with different commitment structures and not be stuck to a single commitment structure. We want to enable that, and we want to foster an environment of experimentation in the Cosmos ecosystem, not only at the application level, but also at the protocol level. Performance, memory consumption, all these things are areas where we want to improve. Now, on the performance front, we've already had magnitudes of improvement over our performance in the last release. The new release is a magnitude faster in performance. The next release is potentially another magnitude over IVLV, over V50. And there's already other improvements on making it even faster. And so in this world, you can make block times even faster. It just becomes now, there's this old saying from consensus researchers that consensus is not the bottleneck, it's actually the execution. Well, I challenged the team, the Cosmos SDK team, hey, can we flip that around? Can we actually say, at the beginning of 2023, I asked the team, can we actually say, hey, execution's faster than consensus? And now we've already achieved that in our experiments, and now it's like, how do we bring that to the market? Modules. Like I said, we are working in a gas-efficient environment, but because we are in a gas-efficient environment, micropennies for gas, micropennies for fees, the problem becomes if you want to start working with the gas-inefficient environment, how does that work? It becomes much more complicated. We are doing extra work in the Cosmos SDK in order to make things easier in our world, but then it's much more harder to prove or verify in other worlds like Ethereum. But also, the other part is modular modules. So what does this mean? If we're able to develop a way, like the current design we're doing with the accounts module for account abstraction and different types of accounts, then we'll be able to allow people to only prove the states transition and not have to worry about the underlying foundation of the module. So when? So we're already started working on a lot of this stuff, but I'm hoping around the first half of 2025 is when we cut the full version of V1 in the SDK. But what does that mean? What does the V1 of the SDK mean, since all the modules will be V1 before that? It only means the core layer, so the base app, the store, what is interacting with the consensus layer. Everything else will be V1 long before that. And with that, if you have any questions or want to help or ideate on some of the stuff I talked about, please just reach out. I'm always happy to chat and always happy to pick your brain and vice versa to be able to really challenge what we're doing in the Cosmos ecosystem. Thank you.
right, thank you for a good presentation. Before we bring to our next speaker, I would like to hear some energy, guys, from you. Come on. Let's go. I would like to invite Harry Halpin, CEO of NEEM Technologies. Please welcome to the stage.
Okay, thanks a lot. Always exciting. Maybe not. Okay, so how many people here have heard of NIM? Anyone? Okay, how many people here use a VPN? Okay, so what we're producing is a sort of decentralized super VPN, which is even resistant to NSA level surveillance. Now, what most people don't know is that we actually have a IBC enabled, CosmWasm enabled Cosmos blockchain called Nix running beneath it. So the internet's broken. It's been broken since the beginning because it was designed for a trusted academic environment. And essentially, whenever you access the internet, your IP address and the timing and volume of every single packet you send, who you're talking to, what website you're going to, what Telegram group you're in, what blockchain you're talking to is sort of public by design, is just out there for anyone to gather. So for example, I was in New York last weekend at a crypto conference. I met someone who worked for Consensus, whose previous job was at the NSA. And he basically said, I don't care if you're using zero-knowledge proofs on-chain because we have many other sources of data, such as, for example, IP addresses, that we will use to identify you. So he basically concurs with us at NIM that most zero-knowledge blockchains or SGX blockchains like Secret or Namada, they all have a fundamental, what you would call Achilles heel, which is that essentially they don't actually offer privacy unless you offer privacy not just at the blockchain level, but on the level beneath. And this also goes for VPNs and Tor. So what we produced is we produced a decentralized, incentivized mixnet. I'll describe what that means in a second, but it has a token attached to incentivize the nodes to hide and mix the traffic. And we run a blockchain to coordinate all the nodes. And we have some cool zero-knowledge tech I'll explain shortly that helps you use the blockchain privately. So the way you want to think about what a mixnet is that traditionally with a VPN, your traffic is sort of like a fingerprint that uniquely identifies you. The packets have different sizes, different volumes. They go into a big centralized server, and then they come out, and honestly, like the server knows exactly what you're doing, and anyone that's watching either side of the server also can identify you. So VPNs, maybe they offer some mild censorship resistance against very weak adversaries, but they don't really protect you in any meaningful sense. Tor is a bit better. Tor effectively operates a decentralized VPN. So how many people here have used Tor? Anyone use Tor here? Tornado Cache users? Anyways, it's a great system, but it's still not super private because you can see that this kind of digital fingerprint is preserved. So while a single node can't easily de-anonymize you, like as the case with a centralized VPN, the fact of the matter is that anyone that's watching your entry and exit traffic can de-anonymize you. NIM is a mixnet, so you can see the packets, they come in different shapes and sizes, different volumes, different timings. They get shuffled, mixed up like a deck of cards between different servers, and they come out anonymized, all the same, with the same kind of traffic pattern, all the same size at the other end. So that's a much stronger level of privacy so even if like the NSA is watching every single packet, or I don't know who else you're worried about, Chainalysis, Consensus, so forth and so on, they can't tell what you're doing. And that we think is pretty cool. And how users will use them in the future, we're going to announce this towards the end of the year, is we're basically going to try to make it as easy to use as a normal VPN. So we currently have a testing product called NIM Connect, but we're going to try to get something that works better on mobile, on iOS, so forth and so on, that essentially takes in regular payments, because many people pay for VPNs, and converts it to NIM tokens to reward the mixed nodes. We think that's a really nice feature. We can explain a little bit more later. And the reason that's a nice feature is because we have a Cosmos blockchain beneath NIM. And it's a little complicated, but I'll walk everyone through it. So I'm a user, and I would like to access the internet, my blockchain of choice, Osmosis, whatever, Atom, we don't care, Ethereum, we're completely neutral. And we hope we could integrate against other blockchains like Zcash, Secret, and Namada in the future. We are agnostic to your L1 of choice. And what you do is you send your packets into the mixed network, but you have to, in order to show that you are a user, that you've paid for access, you show a little credential. And we'll explain these credentials in a second. And so you pay, the tokens give you a credential, and the tokens then go to a pool, a bit like what we call the mix mining pool, a pool of rewards in a smart contract. And then those tokens are then, after you've sent a bunch of packets to the network, used to reward, that's the little orange ends, the various players in the network, in particular the servers that are mixing traffic. And this network is live now. You can make a server, you can get NIM rewards for mixing traffic literally right now. And so what we do is the problem is that we have all of these different nodes, and we need to know which nodes are offline versus which nodes are online. If a node is off all the time, then you don't want to be sending your packets to it because you'll lose packets. If a node has high uptime, high availability, good quality of service, it's mixing the packets properly, then we want to give them more rewards. So we do this by using Cosmos as an app chain. In effect, the app chain runs CosmWasm, which we're quite big fans of, and we have a mixnet contract, and that mixnet contract identifies all the mixed nodes in the system, because remember, we keep users anonymous, but the infrastructure itself is transparent. And so the mixed nodes, their topology, where they lay in the network, what their reputation is in terms of NIM tokens, and their various kind of like key material and IP address, you can find them on the internet and communicate with them, is all kept on a Cosmos blockchain. For those of you that are familiar with Tor, this replaces an Achilles heel in Tor called the directory authority. This is the centralized authority that tells you where Tor nodes are. And it also replaces, essentially, we're using a blockchain to replace the centralized database of a VPN, like ExpressVPN or Molvad. So there's no centralized database keeping track of all the nodes that are kind of in your VPN. There's a decentralized blockchain. And it also has a nice kind of censorship resistance. So, if you can't get a copy easily of the blockchain data, you can always kind of gossip it. And we have a vesting contract as well for people that are getting vesting. And so it's a pretty cool blockchain. We call it Nix. And we're trying currently to develop a kind of DAO on top of it to reward developers automatically, somewhat similar to Canto. That's called GitSplit. That's not launched yet. But what I'm going to concentrate on in this talk for my remaining time is how we're using what we call ZK NIMs, a new zero-knowledge solution, to basically keep access to the mixnet anonymous. So what we don't want is when I access the mixnet, I don't want to dox myself. I don't want to reveal myself by allowing there to be correlation between me paying for the mixnet using a credit card or NIM token or whatever versus my access to the actual mixnet itself. So what ZK NIMs are is they're what's called an anonymous credential system. For those of you that work on self-sovereign identity, it's sort of the opposite of self-sovereign identity. Self-sovereign identity says, I believe you should have a unique identifier, and you can share that unique identifier across all these different applications. But remember, we're a privacy project, and you don't really need all these unique identifiers, because unique identifiers essentially can be used to track you. So what we say is, we're not interested in your ID. We're interested in, have you paid to access this VPN? Have you paid to access the mixnet? Are you from a sanctioned country? Are you over 18? Whatever. We're interested in these kinds of questions. And these kinds of questions are answered better by this technology, also invented by David Chaum. David Chaum invented mixnets, called anonymous credentials. They allow you to selectively disclose attributes about yourself. They allow private transactions. And while the original anonymous credentials from Chaum were centralized, we have decentralized them. And the way we've decentralized them is we've actually taken advantage of some cool features of Cosmos. So if I'm running a self-sovereign Cosmos chain, the wonderful thing is the validators, they sign blocks, but they can also do extra work. So one of the problems with L2s on Ethereum is if your chain wants to have the validators do something complicated in addition to just signing blocks, you can't make them do it, right? So the reason why we at NIM chose Cosmos to be our infrastructure is because our validators don't just sign blocks, they do an extra bit of zero-knowledge computation, which lets people build these anonymous credentials, which we call ZK-NIMs. So how an anonymous credential works is there's a user, they want a credential, maybe they want their name, maybe they want their nationality, maybe they want the amount of NIM they paid or that's in their wallet, and they can take any combination of anything they want about themselves, and they can authorize it both in clear text or in zero knowledge to the Cosmos validators running the Nix chain. And these validators do something called blind issuance. So they can issue a credential then back to you saying, yes, I checked, maybe they checked your ID or someone else checked your ID, and they can essentially give you this cryptographic credential back, and then you re-randomize the credential. For those of you who are cryptographers, it's just taking the credential to an additional exponent. And this re-randomization, taking a credential, which is again a bunch of zeros and ones, and randomizing it, essentially makes that credential unlinkable to the communication with the validators, because it doesn't look anything like the previous credential. And then you give the credential to a verifier, and the verifier can determine, are you from a sanctioned country? How much have you paid? So forth and so on. And this provides a very cool cryptographic attribute called unforgeability. So essentially, a user cannot produce a credential that they can then display privately or anonymously to someone unless they satisfy the access control policy, and that access control policy has been checked by the validators or other third parties that then the validators can know about and can verify. So we think this is quite a nice scheme, but the problem historically with this scheme is again that it's centralized. There's a central kind of validator that runs this scheme. So what we've done is we decentralized it. So a user who wants to do some private transaction on Cosmos, we're particularly interested in paying for the VPN or the mixnet. What they do is they talk to multiple validators independently, and they get a bunch of what's called credential shares. These are partial credentials, and they're signed by the validators. Once they've gone over a threshold, which in our system is the same as Tendermint, 2/3 plus 1, once they've gone over that threshold, they can basically then take the credentials and merge them into a valid credential, and then do that trick. Again, the re-randomization trick is really important. And when they re-randomize the credential, which they do locally on their computer, so they merge the credentials locally and re-randomize it locally, they get a credential they can then use. So this is pretty cool because the original paper by David Chaum said was called identification. It was called, I think, what was it? Security without identification. Essentially, that we can provide all of the features that you need to access systems verified by third parties. This is things like OAuth or OpenID or Facebook Connect or Google, sign in with Google or whatever Injective is doing. We can provide all of these features that you need to access services, including a VPN. That's our particular use case. But rather than giving away all your identity information, you can do it all in zero knowledge and in a decentralized manner. And we think this is pretty fantastic tech. It's much easier to program against than traditional zero knowledge computing. Again, there's no real circuits you have to design. It's quite fast. These credential shows or renormalizations, they take milliseconds. And the way you want to think about, well, how did we make it so fast? We've made it fast because the trust assumptions have been moved away from the verifier and the prover, the client and the app, let's say, and they've been moved to the validators because we have these Cosmos validators that are just kind of hanging out online anyway, signing blocks. So we say, well, this is a great match for the trust assumptions of our zero-knowledge system. We just have the validators do a bit of extra work, and then users can get these very high-speed anonymous authentication credentials that, again, take milliseconds to produce and to use, and they don't require everything to be written on chain. Most of the activity is off-chain, except a double spending check. So we think it's kind of like an obvious and easy solution for privacy. Interestingly enough, this is also a centralized version of this scheme, is more or less what Switzerland and to some extent possibly the EU are proposing for their somewhat sketchy CBDCs. So how are we different than a normal Cosmos blockchain? Again, we have our unique zero-knowledge system, ZK NIMS, which is particularly useful for paying things or anything that could involve a kind of JSON array. Could be used for private voting contracts, whatever, lots of other different things. And again, we have a bunch of validators, and we've been running this Cosmos chain, including IBC with Gravity Bridge. I think we're the largest user of Gravity Bridge out there, for about 2 to 3 years now. So the chain's quite battle-tested and has a pretty good validator set. And this is the current validator set. So you can see a lot of validators you might know, P2P, some people from the Cosmos community like Komodim and Blockfin, Testnet Run from Turkey, who are absolutely amazing. I had a great to see anyone from Testnet Run in the audience. Swiss Staking, that's Swisscom, I think, behind them, Figment, Nodes Guru, so forth and so on. So you can see we have a bunch of validators running already, but our problem has been that, oh, sorry, let me go back. While we were basically building this blockchain, essentially was working by quote-unquote proof of authority. Essentially, it was permissioned because all the zero-knowledge tech was still in development. And because we needed to debug it quickly, we didn't want to have a giant group of validators to slow things down. Now that the zero-knowledge tech, which is currently on testnet, is going to mainnet, we'd be happy to get people to join us as validators. So the NIM token, it exists. It has value. We will reward the validators from about half of the reward pool, the other half going to the mixed nodes. And we want people to be able to join in a permissionless fashion. So they'll get this thing called a Nix token, and this Nix token will be redeemable for a certain amount of NIM. And essentially, as a validator for Nix, you have to run not just a standard GaiaD Cosmos setup, but you have to run our NIM API, which isn't that hard. Again, you're just doing a little bit of zero-knowledge work, some digital signatures, running a distributed key generation protocol every so often. And then you basically get NIM tokens from the inflationary pool and from real usage when the VPN product probably takes off, we hope, later this year. And then in the long term, thanks to a grant from Interchain we received quite a while ago, we are getting ready to package up this technology, and we'll eventually try to ship it as part of the Cosmos SDK to other chains. So if you're interested in running a validator or getting involved in the Nix blockchain, and if you're interested in privacy in particular, we have a booth. Just come to the booth. I'll be there after this talk, and we'll also, or just send us an email. and we will get back to you. So that's it. That's all of our contact info. You're more than welcome to check out our GitHub. We are, I think, the third most active project in terms right after Osmosis and Atom in terms of actual commits and activity in the kind of general Cosmos ecosystem. And we want people to know that we're using Cosmos and we're having a great time with it. And we want to see more of the Cosmos community really get involved in helping privacy. And if your chain is doing some privacy technology, you're doing something cool with zero knowledge, we're not going to force you to use our technology. Again, we're building a kind of modular network stack with a modular ZK stack. We're happy to work with anyone, so we're hoping that we can integrate in the not-so-distant future, again, Secret, Namada, and hopefully your particular favorite Cosmos chain. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Harry, for explaining this technical things to us. Our next speaker, Matt Bell. He is co-founder of Nomic. I can say that he is a true expert in his field. Please welcome Matt.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for being here. I'm here to share some updates about Nomic, and Nomic is the Bitcoin bridge for Cosmos. I think we got some slides here. I never got a clicker, actually. Do we have the clicker for the slides? Cool, thank you. Let's see if I can figure this out. Cool. So I'm Matt. I'm from Turbofish, and we're the founders of and core contributors to Nomic, which is the Bitcoin bridge for Cosmos. Bitcoin has actually always been a part of the Cosmos vision. So the original Cosmos white paper from 2016, there's like a whole section in there for describing bridging for Bitcoin, for Ethereum. And it's always been the Cosmos narrative to be this internet of blockchains. And so IBC is a real thing now. Most of the things in the original white paper of Cosmos has come true. And that's all stuff that we use and love today. But Bitcoin hasn't become part of the interchain yet. And there's so much value in Bitcoin. I think so many of us, got into crypto because of Bitcoin. It's obviously the most widely known cryptocurrency in the world. And all that, essentially $500 billion worth of Bitcoin is mostly just sitting in wallets, not being used. Whereas on the other side, ecosystems like Cosmos, there's so much tech being worked on and so many cool DeFi primitives and things. And so obviously it's just a natural meshing of the value and the tech. And now these things are coming together with Nomic. So Nomic is a protocol that lets anyone permissionlessly turn Bitcoin into a Cosmos native asset called NBTC. And if you hold NBTC, you're not holding a synthetic or some custodial wrapped token or something like that. Your Bitcoin stays Bitcoin. It just becomes Cosmos native. So while we've worked on the design for Nomic, we've made security the #1 priority. And we've got some really innovative security features that I haven't seen in other bridge designs, and so I'm going to share some of those. So one property to talk about is that Nomic is a fully verifying bridge. So if you think about IBC, that is fully verifying as well. So chain A verifies chain B verifies chain A. There doesn't have to be a middleman or anything. We can just have, one chain actually verify proofs of data from the other chain. And that's a really solid model. But so many bridges in all of crypto sort of take a shortcut and they'll like trust their own validator set to report on the state of the foreign chain, and that's just an extra layer of risk in between. But with Nomic, the Nomic protocol actually verifies Bitcoin. It has a client of Bitcoin, verifies all the Bitcoin headers and proof of work, and it can see any transaction happening on Bitcoin through Merkle proofs, and that just makes it so much more solid than if we took the easy way out. There's another cool part of Nomic called the emergency dispersal. And so just imagine you have Bitcoin, you've put it through the bridge, you're using it in Cosmos somewhere, and you hold NBTC, and imagine the validators of Nomic just all pulled the plug on their machines and the network just ceases to exist, everything's down. What would happen? Is your Bitcoin just going to be stuck? Well, with the emergency dispersal, all that Bitcoin that you hold as NBTC, it'll just automatically go back to your Bitcoin wallet on the Bitcoin blockchain without any actions from you. So, if other bridges go down, your funds might be stuck in limbo, you can't access it. With Nomic, you can rest assured that, that can't happen. Your Bitcoin will come back to you if there's an issue. And just because this mechanism exists, it actually makes our security properties much better. So only 10% of the Nomic voting power has to be honest for the bridge to operate as expected. And that really outperforms other bridge designs in that regard. There's another really key part of Nomic security, and that's its use of circuit breakers. So you might have heard this being called rate limiting in other protocols. This is something that I think is really important, and I believe will become a standard across DeFi and bridges. If you think about all the DeFi protocols and bridges that have had incidents in the past, if they'd had a simple mechanism that could just see if all the funds were leaving at the same time, that's not a case that should normally happen, right? So if you just put something in place to in the protocol to watch for all the funds leaving at once, and instead, add a delay and give the network time to react and check what's going on. So many of the DeFi hacks and incidents in the past could have been stopped. And so Nomic already makes use of this. And I think, going into the future, this will just be how everyone does it. So there's also another really key part of security that often goes overlooked, and that's on the client side. So what you see on the left here, this is essentially how everything in Ethereum works, and it's sort of the status quo in Cosmos as well, where on that side we have our set of users, and then we have this nice decentralized blockchain, but in the middle, all the data is just accessed through central trusted REST servers. Pretty much every wallet and app, that's just the way it works right now. And that's not very resilient. That's not really the way to do it in crypto. And it doesn't have to be that way. Tendermint consensus, well now Comet BFT consensus, but back when it was called Tendermint, it was originally designed to be really compatible with light clients so that users could actually get their data directly from the blockchain rather than some trusted middleman. And it looks like this. And so we're working on that in Nomic, and we'll be releasing a library to make this available to other Cosmos chains. This should be able to work for anything in Cosmos, and so I hope to see this become standard as well. Another part of security to note is Nomic makes use of Bitcoin's strong proof of work security. So Nomic is timestamped on Bitcoin, and just as a cool bonus, any chain that opens an IBC channel with Nomic is also automatically timestamped on Bitcoin without paying any fees or using any modules or anything like that. So it's just kind of cool. Nomic is built on Orga. So this isn't the SDK, it's a custom stack that we at Turbofish have built from the ground up in Rust. It's really easy to build on. We've focused on making it really easy to use and build on based on our lessons in building Lotion.js before this. And we've also focused really hard on making it really high performance to compete with all those chains out there that are really known for their performance, like Solana and Aptos, we're trying to bring that to the Cosmos world. So you can think of Orga as an alternative to the SDK, and just a key difference though is since it's in Rust, we make heavy use of Rust's procedural macros, and that means you can just get a lot done with a lot less code. And so this is a comparison of the amount of code in the staking module of the SDK and the one in Orga. The one in Orga is 10 times less code with almost essentially being the same features. And that's a big difference. That's even excluding generated code to make it a fair comparison. And if you think about it, less code, that means less bugs, that means faster development cycles with less developers just because it's less work to get features done. And it also means it's easier to optimize performance. It's just, it's a huge difference. And speaking of performance, this is one part of the system. This is the Merkle trees. So we have IAVL, that's the tree used in the Cosmos SDK. We have Jellyfish Merkle, which is used in Aptos and some other chains. And then we have Merk, which is what we've built at Turbofish for Orga. And you can see in this test of just updates per second with a 1 million node tree. So in other words, that's the database of the blockchain. This is just how fast we can change the data in it. Merk performs significantly better. And this is just one example. Like, obviously, it's a huge system. There are many components to it, but we're working on optimizing all of them. And we haven't only thought about security and engineering, but we've also put a lot of thought into making Nomic really easy to use. So if you think about today, if you want to put Bitcoin on an exchange, centralized exchanges are so easy compared to decentralized exchanges. Like the UX, you get a QR code and a Bitcoin address, you send to it, it's one step, it'll just be in your balance, you can do whatever you want with it. And so, centralized exchanges have such a large market share, I think it's because they're so easy to use. But Nomic is bringing this easy UX to the decentralized world. And that's with our feature, interchain deposits. So this essentially will let any Cosmos chain put a Bitcoin deposit address in their UI, and if you have Bitcoin, you can send to it, and it'll show up in your account on that chain. We're also, if you saw the Osmosis 2.0 talk this morning, they were mentioning the possibility of Nomic Bitcoin becoming part of that, and I'm excited to share that this is becoming a reality. This is what it's going to look like. So you can just go to Osmosis, you can just hit deposit, you'll be shown a Bitcoin deposit address. This is very familiar on a centralized exchange. It's so easy to use. But with decentralized exchanges, there's so many more steps. But with Nomic, you can just come to Osmosis, send to that Bitcoin address. Behind the scenes, it commits to a special Bitcoin script that secures the Bitcoin in the bridge by the Nomic validator set. And then it automatically forwards the NBTC over IBC to Osmosis in your account. And so compare that to the current way. If you had Bitcoin and you were trying to move it to Osmosis, you would have to first send from your wallet to a centralized exchange, trade it for some other asset, go through these multiple steps to end up with an asset on Osmosis that's not really Bitcoin, it's just giving you price exposure to Bitcoin. With Nomic, it's easier and your Bitcoin stays Bitcoin. Of course, it works the other way too. You can withdraw, you just put in a Bitcoin address and an amount, hit the button, and it'll show up on Bitcoin. We've made a JavaScript library, so any Cosmos chain can just sort of drop this into their front end, and it's really easy to just generate deposit addresses, show them to your users, and they can move Bitcoin onto your chain that easily. We also have a workshop tomorrow from 10 a.m. to noon, and we'll show you how to do this. Feel free to drop by anytime. Yeah. So all of this is going to be available this month. I'm really excited because, we've put so much thought into this, and we've been waiting for this moment for so long, but Nomic is here. So October 27th, we're releasing the code. That means it should be activated on the network with these features ready to use on October 30th. We're also really excited to share that we have partners who are already integrating interchain deposits. We showed Osmosis, but we're also really excited about Kujira and all the really cool things you'll be able to do with NBTC on Kujira, like minting the USK stablecoin, using Bitcoin as collateral. I think that's really exciting, and so many other things. And Levana is really exciting. You'll be able to trade with leverage with real Bitcoin. We'll be onboarding all these other chains, but this is an exciting moment, and Bitcoin really is coming to Cosmos now. Thank you. So I hope you should follow our Twitter. That's not on here, but it's @NomicBTC. To watch for updates. We've got other cool things in the works, like a Dogecoin bridge and an Ordinals bridge. And I also want to give a shout out to the Nomic community. Nomic has a really awesome community. And yeah, I encourage you to join the Discord or the Telegram. And I hope to see you there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt, for this great presentation. How is the event going, guys? Hope you guys like it. And as I said, please don't be shy and engage the people. Just connect and expand your connections, your network, touch the people. That's it. And now, before we move forward, let's introduce our next speaker. Welcoming our next speaker, Jerry Lee. He is CEO and founder of Artela. Please welcome.
Good afternoon. Let's see. Hello, good afternoon. Right, let's how do I go back? All right, good afternoon. I'm Jerry from Artela. Most people in this room probably have not heard of us. We are a new layer 1 blockchain built with Cosmos SDK and Tendermint IBC compatible, all that. We love Cosmos. It's great to be here today and tell you what Artela is all about. We come from, the core team of Artela come from Web2 fintech industry. Particularly, we come from Ant Chain division of Ant Group, well, the largest fintech company in the world, with more than 1 billion users. Personally, I was the general manager and the chief architect at Ant Chain for 4 years. We were doing a lot of technology, blockchain technology development and real-world use cases with Ant Chain's proprietary consortium / private chain technology. We did a lot of enterprise business-facing applications like trade finance, supply chain finance, commodity trading platform, things in that nature. I saw the potential for blockchain technology to have a real impact for future of finance. It also became clear to me to fully take advantage of a blockchain technology, it really needs to be open and permissionless. That's why about 9 months ago, me and a group of colleagues from Ant Group, we started this new project, Artela. We are backed by major VCs in US and in Asia. But when we started, we had a few options. We were looking at, of course, keep using Ant Chain's technology stack, or we could build a layer 2 on top of Ethereum. There's a couple more options, but we decided to go with Cosmos for a few reasons. First, we really like the vision of interconnected blockchain, multi-chain future of Cosmos.
we thought the technology was fitting and mature enough for us to build with. And thirdly, we really like the openness and the innovative nature of this great community, including all of you here today. Artella is all about extending on-chain functionality. We call it blockchain extensibility. With that, I will explain what that means, extensibility in the blockchain. I'll talk about some of the past history and evolution of blockchain extensibility. And some of the challenges of today. I'll talk about how Artella is designed to tackle those challenges. Lastly, I'll talk about how we can come together and build new functionalities on chain with Artella. First, what is extensibility? There's a similar word, scalability. People talk a lot. And a lot has been said and done with blockchain scalability. It's much needed to scale the blockchain for more users, for more transactions, and faster and cheaper, all that. That's all good and needed. Scalability is more for the performance. But scalability alone is not enough, particularly when you talk about mass adoption, building larger scale applications. You really need extensibility. Extensibility means being able to add new functions, new features to the system without changing the system itself. A good example is iPhone, that's in everyone's pocket. The phone's getting cheaper and faster itself, but really it's the apps. You can have millions of apps on iPhone that adds the functionality of how you use the phone. Another good example is Google Chrome browser. A lot of people don't know this, but there are actually more than 160,000 extensions within Google Chrome browser. Well, a lot of us use things like MetaMask, but there's a lot more that goes way beyond just browsing the web. So we also need that for blockchain extensibility. If we look back from the beginning, Bitcoin blockchain started all this. But Bitcoin blockchain is very limited in extensibility. You can do some basic scripting, do things like colored coin, recently Ordinals, BRC20, very limited, probably for its own benefit. Ethereum introduces distributed state machine. With smart contract, you can really build more functions, extend the functionality on chain greatly. It opens the door to a ton of innovations. At the same time, it's just the beginning. A lot of applications built on Ethereum are kind of simple, limited in functions compared to Web 2 applications, right? Largely due to the EVM limitation. With Cosmos, you can build app chain. You can use pre-compile to have much more customized, much more sophisticated applications within Cosmos app chain. A newer project like Celestia introduces more modularity for the blockchain, where there's universal data layer, and you can achieve a lot of customization on the execution layer level. But that's for the blockchain itself. With the modular approach, it benefits the blockchain developers. It's becoming really easy to launch a new chain, a new rollup with this modular approach, this new technology. But most developers come to Web3 world, they don't want to just build blockchain. Most people want to build application that people actually want to use. What about them? I think we want to take this one step further. We want to take this one step further from blockchain modularity to the app modularity. Much like the concept of DeFi Lego, but much more. Right now, for developer come to the Web3 world, wants to build some application. Predominantly, he has two choices. On the left, you probably choose your favorite EVM chain. You write code for a smart contract, which is kind of easy, convenient thing to do. But again, the functions are limited. On the right, you can go down the app chain route. Use pre-compiles to build app chain. You can have great level of customization and sophistication. But the trade-off is that you have to deal with a lot of design overhead and fragmentation, and the cost to maintain an app chain is actually pretty high. So what if you can have the best of both worlds without compromise? Have the easiness, the convenience to write code for a smart contract, at the same time achieve much greater level of customization as app chain. Well, here comes Artella. Artella is an extensible blockchain network enabling developers to build feature-rich dApps. So we are targeted for really large-scale applications for mass adoption. So first, Artella is extensible. We are all about extensibility. We are EVM compatible, but we go much beyond that. There's a second VM within Artella blockchain that's Wasm-based. And within Wasm VM, we introduced a new programming unit we call Aspect, which comes from the computer science terminology, aspect-oriented programming. Essentially, it's a way to increase a modular programmability. Within Artella blockchain, there's this extension layer composed of different aspects. Secondly, Artella is composable. We built on top of Cosmos SDK, all that, and IBC compatible. And of course, we are scalable. We are working on the innovative design called elastic block space. We had earlier study to basically show that in practice, we can achieve almost unlimited scalability without adding new layers. With Artella, through the combination with smart contract and Aspect programming, we can build larger scale applications, really feature-rich applications. On the left is smart contract, on the right Aspect. I mentioned earlier, Aspect is within Wasm environment, supports multiple programming languages, Rust, C++, much more powerful, and Web2 developers will find it's much easier to build with Aspect. How Aspect works, this is an illustration to show that developers can inject all kinds of different logic throughout the transaction's lifecycle. A block initiation, transaction verification, pre and post smart contract execution, block finalization, etc. It really achieves runtime customization. This is one example that we can use Aspect and smart contract together to bring enterprise grade level risk management for DeFi projects. With the well-designed security Aspect working together with your DeFi smart contract application side by side, there's 100% real-time runtime protection here. It can identify and revert risky transactions in a real-time manner. If implemented properly, Aspects can help eliminate a lot of the security risks, including re-entrancy attack. We had a case study on the recent attack happened on Curve and showed that we can successfully guard against it. That's just one example, and just really the tip of the iceberg with the on-chain programmability, with the more extensibility with modular dApps, we can really explore together to build a lot of applications that were even not possible before. Here's our roadmap. We started about 9 months ago. We are in stage 1. We just launched our private testnet a couple weeks ago. This is by invitation only. We're working with a few of our close strategic partners to build initial cases and test our network capabilities. We will open up to the public in December. Everyone will be welcome to participate for the public testnet. Leading up to next year, we'll have more incubation and community programs, and we plan to launch the mainnet somewhere in Q2 2024. So to wrap things up, Artella is a new layer 1 blockchain built on top of Cosmos, and we are all about bringing in more functions on chain, extend the functions on chain through aspect programming. This is the QR code for different social channels. Feel free to talk to us. There's Telegram, there's Discord, there's our website. We also have the aspect programming white paper on our website, a lot more documentations. We are a proud sponsor of this great event here for Cosmoverse. We have a booth upstairs. Then tomorrow, I think between 12 and 2 o'clock, we have a workshop. Our engineers are here to go through some of the deep dive on technology and some of the use cases tomorrow, 12 o'clock. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And we are here, a few of my colleagues are here throughout this conference. Please, we're looking for partners to build this, the chain and some of the great use cases together with your developers. And please come talk to us. We will really appreciate your feedback and your input. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Okay, so I have a couple of questions here. First, do we have any Bitcoin Maxi? Raise your hand. Oh, there is Maxi. Okay. There is any Maxi? Good. Okay. I respect who's doing that. But I personally think that we have so much to learn from each other, that there is a lot of growth that we can do. There is room for collaboration there. So here, as you see, there is a lot of people that are matching from different chains. You can get to talk to them and maybe see if there is any way that we can collaborate, that we can grow. Just go ahead and try to do that. And actually, our next step is going to be about that. Let's wait until we have this, and then we go for that. There we go. So now, as I was telling you, I think there is room for collaboration with different chains, and there is room for growth, and there is a lot that we can do in that aspect. And today, to talk about how IBC is landing on Ethereum, we have Daiki Ishikawa from Toki.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, and thanks for joining this session. I am very super excited to announce that IBC finally gets ready to land on Ethereum. So I believe this is not only the huge stride for Cosmos community, but signifies a leap forward for the entire blockchain space. And we took a step to bring our ultimate goal, the Internet of the blockchain, to even closer. So today, at this session, I will dive into why IBC and how IBC gangs, including Toki, are approaching to expand IBC beyond Cosmos. So let's kick things off with this. Why IBC? Why we are committed to expanding the IBC beyond the Cosmos? This is because IBC is your modularized enough transport layer that connects all blockchains with its inherent nature by design to achieve its vision. IBC is a standard, and it encompasses a diverse way to implement it, especially from the security perspective. Lately, the modularity is a kind of strong, powerful marketing word, and it sounds great. However, IBC has been modularized enough since its inception. And also, IBC has very strong, powerful nature that other bridges don't have, which are various security model, dynamic connection, and permissionless layer. These natures are key for the Internet of the blockchain, and the other bridge can hardly achieve this vision, this nature by design. So before digging into the detail, let's get back to this vision, the Internet of the blockchain. The Internet of the blockchains look like this beautiful picture. A digital economy will grow to hundreds of trillions of dollars, and everything that we know now, from debt, security, funds, to even money, will turn into digital. And it doesn't stop there. IDs, gaming, voting system, etc. We're all in the blockchain universe. Given that the count of the blockchain will be 1,000 times more than what we see today, and millions of blockchain would be alive and thriving. In this landscape, blockchain is very, in this landscape, in this landscape, blockchain is very important. And also, in this landscape, I remember that. In this landscape, blockchain would be spun up and gone every day, like application running on the smartphone. So this is the Internet of the blockchain. And this is the vision, what we have to achieve. So I think most of you guys are expert in the IBC, but just in case some of you guys want to recall it, let's look back at the high-level architecture of the IBC. The IBC has basically 3 layers: app layers, core layers, and client layers. And app layers is about application standard, such as ICS-20 for token transfer, and ICA, and so forth. And the core layer mainly handles the transferring tokens between blockchains through channel associated with connection. And lastly, the client layer. Client layer handles the verification process of the proof and packet. Yeah. And of course, this IBC defines a lot more, like packets, handlers, relayers, and so on. But crucial and very important standards to derive its nature are light client and connections, defined by ICS 02 and 3. So based on its vision, the Internet of the blockchain, and high-level architecture of the IBC, let's dive into its natures one by one. The first one is various security model. So IBC can set up various security model defined by ICS 02, based on the requirement that app chains or the apps have. When talking about IBC, the light client verification or light client security model tend to be highlighted. And its great aspect of making IBC connection secure. But it's not everything. IBC can set up various, let's say the light client, 10-dimensional light client is specific implementation of the light client defined by ICS 07, and the Solar Machine client is also specific implementation defined by ICS 6. So in this way, we can set up, IBC can set up the various security models, such as GK-proof, T-proof, fraud-proof, and even multi-sig, while being compliant with ICS 02. And as the IBC can set up the various security model, applications are allowed to opt for the optimal security model, depending on their requirement. Let's say some connections is established with light clients, but other adopt the GK-proof or T-proof or Solar Machine. Like this diagram, that we can set up the various security model depend on the requirements from the applications. And this is a great feature, one of the great nature of the IBC has. And the next one is dynamic connection. So application can permissionlessly and instantly establish IBC channels while using pre-existing connections defined by ICS 03. So when application on the blockchain A wants to connect application on chain B, the blockchain A doesn't have to have the direct connection with blockchain B. So as long as blockchain A have the direct connection with blockchain C, application on the blockchain A can establish channel through the existing connection owned by blockchain C and D without any permission from the blockchain C and D. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. So this is a very important nature for the Internet of the blockchain. So this permissionless and hopping channel and connection brings a massive dynamic network expansion when number of the blockchain is thriving. So this is very important. And also permissionless relayer. So as I've touched, and we have the various security model and dynamic connection. These two natures brings another nature available, which is permissionless relayer. So as you may be familiar with the left diagram, we have relayer to transfer packets between blockchains through channel. And then this layer can be run by anyone. This is because a very important aspect, which is security and connection, are abstracted away by the ICS 02 and 03. The responsibility of the relayer is very light, which is only for the availability. That's why anyone can run the relayer. And as a result, the cost for transferring a packet will be automatically optimized based on the balance of demand and supply. But on the other hand, if upchain rely heavily on the bridge chain, the cost for relaying a packet won't be optimized enough, since these bridge chains is fundamentally supposed to be maximize its revenue. And they have to incentivize the token holders, and they want to establish, they want to grow their own ecosystem. That's why fundamentally this blockchain wants to be, this blockchain is incentivized to maximize their revenue. As a result, the cost for relaying a packet is not optimized enough. So this is the big problem of the bridge chain, and this is a good aspect of the permissionless relayer. So as I explained, IBC has very important nature in making the internet of the blockchain a reality. And this is a modularized enough standard to build in the diverse way. Various security model, dynamic connection, and a permissionless relayer. These explode the network internet of the blockchain. And we don't need more protocols. We don't need more standard. Let's just build from where we can start. And we see a lot of teams that are working on a wide range of the IBC stack. Informal is working on the IBC core, and Strange Lab has recently announced their own roadmap of the IBC, and ComposeHub, Polymer, Landslide, these are working on connection with other bridges beyond the Cosmos. And these initiatives are really great, and I think it's going to be a biggest community for the internet of the blockchain. However, it's not enough. So we need more team, more engineers, more use cases. So let's just keep building. And Toki also has been working on IBC cores and the IBC Lite clients over the past 3 years. And I would like to share one of the biggest effort, which is the Ethereum and the Cosmos IBC connection. I think this is a huge step, not only for the Cosmos ecosystem, but also entire blockchain space. And now we put the repo public, so please scan this QR code and to visit that repo and run a demo, please. And also, testnet will go live in this quarter, so please stay tuned. And here is, let me share the high-level architecture, how to connect with Ethereum. So simply put, in order to compress the light client verification cost, we utilize TEE, Trusted Execution Environment. And it's hardware-based tamper-proof solution. So you can see the TEE here. We are implemented Ethereum Light Client here, and this is run the Light Client verification process instead of the Ethereum. And thanks for this TE node, or we call it LCP, the gas cost on the Ethereum will go down dramatically to the 190K for update clients and 70K for verified membership, which is very, very efficient. So we are using TEE to establish this IBC connection, being compliant with IBC. And also, we leverage this IBC to facilitate the stablecoin token transfer between Ethereum and Cosmos, like Noble. As you might know, we announced that partnerships with Japanese giant banks, MUFG, to issue the stablecoin on the multiple blockchains. And eventually, we would like to enable the single-click deposit to the DYDX smart contract from the Ethereum through the IBC and the stablecoin. And I believe it's going to be huge, important use cases for the IBC. And one more thing, so we've already announced that we already completed the development of the BNB Smart Chain Lite client as well. So now, IBC will connect Ethereum, BNB Smart Contract, and the Cosmos. So this, I am feeling that the internet of blockchain is getting much closer than ever. Yeah, and we are not stopping here. So we will expand this effort to layer 2s, AVAX, Solana, etc. So if you are interested in this project, please reaching out to us through X or Telegram or whatever. And if you would like to find more information about Toki, please scan this QR code. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。
Are there any gamers in the room? Raise your hand. Oh, of course you are. Danny there, of course he is. Yeah, sure. Well, I personally don't know anything about gaming. My little brother has been trying to teach me for like a decade or two. It's not working, but I am big in Web3. And the next panel is gaming in Web3. So if there is anybody that can convince me about getting into gaming, I think it's these guys. I would like to welcome the moderator for our panel, Liam Connor. Welcome to the stage.
Everyone, how's everyone doing today? Are we enjoying the conference? Now, I know we haven't got everyone in the room, so they're probably overplaying the Smash Bros over in the Agoric booth, right? So we've got an interesting panel today on gaming. You know, gaming in Cosmos hasn't really taken off yet, as probably many of us know. So we really want to kind of start answering some of the questions around how the evolution of gaming in Cosmos and blockchain will come about. So kind of discussing things like whether infrastructure comes first, community comes first, and so on. And we've got some amazing panelists with us today who do various things in and around gaming, or at least with some synergy. So I'm not going to introduce them myself. They can introduce themselves on the stage. So if I could get the panelists to come up, and we'll introduce them. So I'm just going to go around the panelists here, and if you could just kind of introduce yourselves and your projects, and then we can get into the real grit of gaming in Cosmos. So yeah, if we could start with yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Kim. I'm the CEO for XPLA, or XPLA. It is a layer 1 chain that's focused on the gaming and entertainment side. So we're trying to build a gaming and entertainment-focused blockchain that is driven by content. A little bit of background about us is that XPLA is developed by one of the largest gaming companies from Korea called Come To Us. Come To Us has been developing and launching games for the past two and a half decades. And in 2021, we decided to put our foot in the Web3 business. So we launched our chain in August of 2021. Our chain is obviously built on Tendermint using Cosmos SDK. And yeah, I mean, so Come To Us is, first and foremost, it's a gaming company, but the entire group is very heavily invested into the entertainment side as well. So what that means for us is that we have first-party production and access to billions of dollars worth of content and IPs. Now, we're playing to our strengths in that we're leveraging the content that we have, and we're trying to build a gaming and entertainment ecosystem on Cosmos. So yeah, that's a little
Well, hi everyone. My name is Dayakar Reddy. I'm the core contributor from Omniflix. I'm glad to be here today, talking on Web3 gaming and everything around. So we've been working with game builders who have been building metaverses and onboarding them with the protocols that's required. We believe that Cosmos and Web3 gaming is match made in heaven. So we'll go in details as we discuss a lot of details in the panel. Thanks for being here, and I'm glad to be part of the panel.
Hey folks, I'm Shane. I'm the co-founder of Stargaze. Stargaze is an NFT and Cosmos smart contracting platform in Cosmos. And it's kind of become kind of the de facto NFT platform in the ecosystem.
Hello everyone, I am Ekin Odocuoğlu from Nerfit. I'm the head of marketing there. We are acting as a bridging tool for Web2 users from esports to actually get onboarded for the Web3 space. We call it internally Web 2.5. Yeah, so that's all for us.
All right, so let's get into like the nitty-gritty of gaming infrastructure in terms of like what sort of games we want on blockchain, etc. So like the first kind of question that I thought of, or I had some help with these as well, is infrastructure development versus game development, right? Because at this stage in blockchain, like, are we ready to start onboarding games from Web 2, like these AAA games? Have we got the infrastructure there already? Or are we still at the stage where we need to actually build this infrastructure out so we can then onboard gaming communities and, yeah, games that are playable and competitive with Web 2 games? So I'll open it up to any four of you. I don't know who wants to go first.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so to get gaming to be mainstream, to get adoption on blockchains, I think we need to improve both on the infrastructure layer and in the UX layer, right? So in terms of the infrastructure layer, we have blockchains that are really fast now, right? We have Cosmos SDK, we have app chains, we have rollups, and there's plenty of block space. So I believe that part of it is pretty much there now. And then in terms of UX and wallets, we're getting very, very close to having like NPC wallets where people can just like log in from like Twitter or Google or whatever and have accounts. So I believe we're just months away from having the right UX for like something like a casual game to take off.
I think I'll add to Shane's thoughts that a great UX to onboard users is definitely the need and the how. But we personally think that when you look at the games and you make bringing together it Web3, you definitely need something that needs integration at the core level, not just the payment layer. In the past, even before we started exploring Cosmos, during 2017-18, while we were working with a project which did a kind of utility based on network sharing. So we had to use something like Cosmos, make sure that it was integrated tightly and coupled, make sure to read the measurements and everything around. If not, it is, the two parts. One is the game and the other is the payment layer that is on chain. If you need to make sure that both, kind of solve the problem that makes sure to adopt and at the same time bring more developers and users into it is via UX and SDKs that would help move forward. And yeah, as I said before, we personally think that because of Cosmos ABCI, it is very easy for you to integrate, or rather not easy, I would say it is straightforward for you to integrate it with existing game SDK straightforward. If not, you'd be using something else that might not be the core consensus and just leave the payments on chain. So yeah, that's my thought on the infrastructure.
I mean, specifically to the infrastructure issue with regards to mass adoption of Web3 or mass adoption of Cosmos, I think that comes first, then I guess the breakout titles from the gaming side. We need a better, a more frictionless user onboarding process. Right now, the current UX is just terrible, and it just limits us from converting more Web2 users into Web3. With regards to breakout titles in Web3 game, I think they will come. I mean, we have our own AAA game that called Summer's War. It's been in service for the past 9 years. It still generates like $1 million a day in terms of revenue, but we're not yet ready to launch that and convert it into a Web3 game just because of the market as well as the status of the whole ecosystem. So breakout titles, AAA games will be coming to Web3 soon, and as more and more Web2 studios get involved with Web3 games, we will start to see great games launching on Web3. I would say within the next year or so, 1 to 2 years. It'll take the studios a bit of time to not only just develop it, but also just make sure that it has good Web3 tokenomics or Web3 features that's layered on top of it for them to launch.
To me, the infrastructure behind gaming community is not the technology or the transaction or the fintechs or whatever it is there in the Web3 ecosystem right now. But the thing is, to me, the real infrastructure behind the gaming community is the culture and the daily life implementations they can handle for themselves. And we have to make the community talk about this ecosystem more, but by being inclusive and then being very simplistic in our way to approach them, and that we don't have yet the proper UX for the users to actually come here and make their loyalty stay here, because it kind of goes on over the mercenary system that is just incentivizing them with the gains and the finances. But in terms of gaming, it's not really relevant to the community because they actually want to have fun from a game. And when they do that, they actually stay. The user retention goes high, whereas the community gets to be built, and more the merrier, right? So in short terms, we have to be very inclusive, and we have to wait for that culture to build up here as an infrastructure for the gaming community, not the other way around. And we have a lot of ways to go for that, to change our perspective, to change our approach to them. And I think we're going to make it at some point, because as Nerfit, we're trying to bridge it out, as I said. But it's not yet really there now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have a bit of an extending question on that, actually, because, yeah, there's lots of different types of infrastructure, right, as kind of mentioned. So which parts of, say, like the gaming infrastructure do you guys actually believe should go on-chain? Because, you have like the media element, you have like the community building, you have the in-game transactions, and then you have the ownership rights in terms of NFTs. We obviously have a couple other questions to get through, so yeah, obviously keep the answers short, but does anyone have any thoughts as to how much of that should go on-chain?
Yeah, I have some thoughts on that. I think you have to differentiate if you're building a casual game or something more of a hardcore game. A casual game only really needs a blockchain for payments and maybe items. So like, you know, NFTs as items and characters. If you're building something more sophisticated, so let's say you have something like a Minecraft type game or like some kind of game where the logic itself is on chain, you know, that's really interesting. So because then people can like fork elements of the game, and you can have these like composable like logic and stuff like that. So you can have this like how DeFi is composable. You can have that with logic for games. So you know, that's kind of interesting. I think that is a little bit ways away. So I think if we're going to have adoption, I think it makes sense for it to be a casual game first.
Can I go?
Oh, go,
Yeah,
please.
Sorry. For me, the most part that is important in the gaming world is that they talk about the interoperability of the NFTs, so you can actually buy an NFT and own it as a gamer and then transfer it to another game. But I think it's not the main point for gamers. The main point is the continuity. So you can actually imagine if there's a game from Marvel, the same IP, and then there's another game from Marvel. So you play that game, and the content gets finished because you kind of complete it 100%, and there's nothing to gain out of it. And the in-game assets are licensed to the company, not to you, so the ownership problem resides there. But the thing is, if you can make the NFT gaming on-chain that interoperable with the other games that belongs to the same IP, so the user can actually go through a really, really long and endless experience there. And they can just finish one game, jump to the other, and start where they left off with their characters or their in-game purchases or whatever. And that's the continuity that the gamers want as a narrative to follow and track for themselves, so they can be pulled in, have an immersive experience, have the fandom, have the loyalty for it. And then this is the most important point for me on NFTs that will bring the value into gaming ecosystem, I guess.
Another use case I think I would see for on-chain gaming would be, I guess, gambling games, so that you make sure that there's no cheating involved, and any type of competitive gaming tournaments. I think those two settings would make sense for on-chain gaming. But for most of the other games, I mean, like besides what was explained, bringing the game on-chain isn't necessary at this point. I think just overloads the traffic unnecessarily.
I think personally at Omniflix we think that parts of games which currently the props, the things that in game that you have are all based out of NFTs. So soon when we have these interoperable NFTs, for example, you have shirts or props that avatar could wear, and if they're able to move between the metaverses, until and unless we connect all of these universes together via IBC or interoperable layer, I believe we're not going to see or have a multiverse that similar to what IBC is doing with chains. So definitely, slowly, I believe as of now it's just play to earn or sorts games that those are making sure to adopt users. But sooner, I believe, looking at the Krafton choosing Cosmos for PUBG, a lot of few other metaverse builders who are exploring Cosmos SDK like us will definitely start with NFTs as a use case, but slowly in-game props, the XPs, all of these will be digitized and will be interoperable between games is what we think as we move forward.
So kind of like following on from this topic of which info is needed for games on blockchain, I wanted to ask mainly maybe Paul and is it Ekin or Ekin? Sorry, Ekin, yeah.
Ekin.
I was wondering if maybe you two could maybe answer the question of what advantage does, say, blockchain technology offer for traditional games that are interested in moving? So games that are already existent outside of the ecosystem that may be wanting to move over to a blockchain like databasing model. And then afterwards, maybe Shane, Dea, you could maybe go more specifically into where Cosmos can really offer specific advantages based on its design.
So where I see it, the crypto ecosystem will benefit the Web2 publishers that is trying to come into Web3 in the ways that building up a real tight community for the gamers they want to activate and giving them some kind of decentralization and some calling the shots kind of mechanics, because one of the biggest problems in gaming area that the publishers that have successful games get too big and then they actually get away from the community they were once very supportive of, right? And it happens to any company so far, and they start to ignore the feedback and the desires from the community. So the games are getting worse and worse with bigger and bigger budgets, which is a really big fail in terms of my opinion. So I'm thinking this will be the one of the really futuristic and very simplistic way of integrating your community into the game's heart, and you can actually go on from there, making the community feel really valuable to your game as an asset, as a live asset. So I think it will be even more supportive for the fans, and the fans in turn will support the games even more because they will feel lots of included compared to back then.
So the games that we develop are mostly mobile games. So if you know the gaming industry, you'll know that the mobile gaming industry is very much of a red ocean. There's so much competition. There's so many different players out there. Now, one of the reasons why we decided to adopt Web3 for our games is because we wanted to bring positive disruption to our industry. And really adopt the narrative around providing ownership of gaming assets back to the users. And by doing that, it changes the way that we interact with our communities and with the players that we have globally. Now, I think just that alone, I think, changes the whole landscape of gaming, especially in the mobile space. That doesn't change the gameplay. The games still need to be fun. They need to attract players to play it and retain them for a long time. But what changes is what the gamers do with the assets that they actually own. Can they, I think that it was mentioned by Eken earlier, can they use the same character or the NFT across multiple games, or a continuation of different versions of the games? Can they trade it freely? So it just changes the way we interact with the communities and give them part ownership within the game. But it doesn't change the game itself for us. I mean, we continue to serve both the game, Web 2 side as well as the Web 3 side. So for us, it's the same game, which is what we enable in terms of Web 3 features that provide better experience for our players.
I think where Cosmos and Stargaze can fit in here is, I think that there is an obvious use case for NFTs as in-game assets and characters, but also the game distribution of the games themselves. So on Stargaze, we already have games that are distributed as NFTs, and then the people who mint them are the only ones who get to play them. So you kind of build this community of people who own the game, and I think that's a lot of fun. But going kind of beyond that, you can also imagine this world where you can have a gaming hub, and then you can have multiple roll-ups or chains that connect to that gaming hub, and that kind of naturally fits into the design of Cosmos. I think we're a little bit away from that, maybe a few years, but I can potentially see something like that happening in the future.
So, yep. I think the question is around how Cosmos will help the gaming and at the same time what we are doing, right? So, well, I think as I said earlier, with Cosmos ABCI, it's straightforward, or it would be very easy to integrate because contracts live on chain. They don't live with the game, on your system. So, or at least, on a shared resources or the servers you connect to. When you want to bring together the consensus and in-game the transactions or sorts where you need validations and stuff, I believe SDK offers a lot of potential in making sure those bindings are available within the game and the SDK that the game is offering. So using this, we've already demonstrated a live streaming event in India with one of the biggest celebrities, goes by name Dalir Mehendi. Our partner, Gamitronics, is building a metaverse where they're using Omniflix core SDK to fulfill their marketplace transactions within the game and at the same time demonstrate the power of NFTs. Thanks to our creators, Tangle, Flixbit, and Flixverse, who are building metaverse and gaming experiences using Omniflix SDK or Omniflix protocol as of now. So we're super bullish that, looking at Krafton and, the PUBG's developer who was chosen, I believe it is going to be a norm or a standard that Cosmos would be widely used in the gaming industry.
Yeah, this kind of maybe brings me on to the next topic. We're speaking about like these NFT communities in Cosmos and some games that already are in production or even live on say, Stargaze and Omniflix. I mean, when we look at NFTs in Cosmos, there's a lot of PFP NFTs, right? I mean, who here, for example, owns a bad kid? Raise your hand if you do. And then you think about some of the gaming NFTs, right? There's a few on Stargaze. There's a few also on Omniflix. I can think of a couple off the top of my head. There's the Watchers NFTs. On Omniflix, there's the IBC game NFTs, and there's also Passage and Strange Clan NFTs. So let's have a quick raise of hands on that. Who owns a gaming NFT in Cosmos already? Nice. So a few NFT gamers here, perhaps. So this brings me on to this question, right? So NFTs have been used as like a way to bootstrap a community for a game. We've seen that with a lot of NFTs selling prior to a game releasing. So this has created a lot of excitement, a lot of hype. But as you know, like building games can take a long time. Shane, you said we're still a couple of years away potentially from building some real kind of sophisticated games on Cosmos. And that can also lead to a lot of disappointment as people wait a long time. We enter from a bull market into a bear market. So how can like NFTs be used moving forward to actually strengthen the community and provide value whilst the games are in development? So I'll open that up to anyone on the panel.
Sorry, please
So building a game is not a trivial thing. If you're building a sophisticated game, it can take years. There's a lot of NFT projects that would launch a collection of characters, and with the promise of building a game without realizing how much work goes into building a game. I think I would love to see that kind of work backwards. So I'd love to see someone actually like build the game first and then launch the collection for the characters and the items and stuff like that. I think maybe that model makes a bit more sense. But yeah, I think right now there's too much of a gap between like launching the collection and actually building the game. There should be a bit more of like a cohesive plan there.
I think somewhere using NFTs, as Shane said, you could sell them before or later. But otherwise, I personally think using them for crowdsourcing, since because the game takes a long time to build, is one way to look at it to fund the development. But yeah, definitely games do take a lot of time to build because there is a lot of game mechanics and things that goes within the game. And I'm not sure how much of the percentage of game mechanics will be on chain. But definitely, I think with the start of play to earn and everything around, and you using NFTs for simple props and things, I believe, it's just the start. And yeah, soon we'll have a lot of different dynamics, like similar to what DeFi is doing.
I just want to backtrack to what Shane was saying. We're nowhere near. We're so early in the journey of play-to-earn or Web3 games that we won't see a good game for the next 2 years or so. Like in 2021 and early 2022, most of the Web3 gaming projects, they were busy with fundraising. Ever since then, they've been focusing on building, and for us, it takes 3 to 5 years to develop a single game. But if you were to develop something that was more casual, it'll probably still take you another like 12 to 24 months to develop a game. So you probably won't see a good quality game for a while. But with us, I mean, we are developing our games. We've been developing our games from years ago. So the games that we're launching will be high quality games that we've worked the last 3 to 5 years on. Back to the question on NFTs. Now, like you're saying, the current NFT standard, it's too basic in my mind and I don't think it's suitable for gaming assets. Currently, we're R&Ding a new NFT standard that it's essentially a dynamic NFT where we're trying to add more utility to the NFTs so that, in terms of usage, the value and ownership of NFTs. So, whether it's an NFT that changes its form as you continue to upgrade it, or you can an NFT that changes with real-world events, or NFT that is time-based or usage-based, and it burns after a certain amount of time. So we are trying to implement new NFT standards to our gaming assets that, to make sure that the NFT standard is actually fit for gaming assets rather than it being a universal thing for all types of different assets.
I think the utilization on NFTs are fine, and I think that will be a good portion of the gaming audience here, but not as a marketable item, not as a promotional item. If you don't have the intellectual property strength, then you cannot really sell anything to a gamer. And it's very hard for gamers to just buy into a project just because they are not investors. That's the problem. And in the Web3 community, we have this mercenary gamers. Yes, they come for the money, they take the money, they go out, yes. But in the end, the NFTs, how they are implemented is very important to me, because if you don't have a game and just a commercial for a game, and then you launch an NFT collection, it means zero worth for me. It worth nothing for me, and for a gamer too. That's the problem here. I think they are utilized in the wrong way. If you just utilize the technology behind it and keep the promise that is the ownership for the distribution of the license to the owner, rightful owner, that is a very good vision. But in the end, we're not still yet there. As I said, we're not utilizing it as it is, and we're just doing it a marketable, profitable, and some kind of a commercial asset of the game. But it's not, to me. So the technology is nice, but the way we approach it to profitize this thing in the various ways is not right. And I think it will show soon enough that we won't be able to onboard a lot of Web2 users just because of these faulty implementations.
Just based on some of the answers from all four of you, it actually sounds a lot like we still have a lot of infra and tooling to build out. Going back to that first question that was asked. So, yeah, that's kind of very interesting to hear as we've kind of got along those questions. I just have one kind of like final question to round this off. And just keep the answers short, please, if you can. And it's actually going back to the utility of, say, NFTs pre-game launch, and also what advantages blockchain can offer. Because I think it was mentioned briefly about kind of getting the community linked back to the game. And in Web 2, there's a bit of a disparity between the community and the game developers. So, like, just very briefly, if anyone has any thoughts, how can kind of governance through blockchain be applied to gaming? Is that something that has a lot of utility? Through NFTs or just through the technology, or is this sort of a side feature? And the main thing is what was discussed before about interoperability of NFTs from one game to another, or the ownership rights, for example.
I think the multiverse is impossible without the IBC type of thing, because when you said assets moving between games, is not at the current standard, but definitely I think Universities are independent as of now, and they're relying on a chain for the monetary transactions. But I'm not sure the type of governance that goes on the game chains and kind of utility that might come later. But I believe, yeah, without IBC, the multiverse is a fad. So.
I think one huge thing is that gaming assets could be, incredibly cheap. So it doesn't make sense for a gaming provider to have some kind of marketplace where they have to pay fees to Visa and stuff like that to do transactions. So one advantage of building something like on Cosmos is that fees are really low. You can have millions of items and trade them for really cheap, for low fees on a marketplace. You can have auctions for the items and stuff like that. So that's a huge win. But then you add the composability on top of it, you add the ownership on top of it, and then it becomes more of a compelling use case.
I think we gotta understand how the gamer attached to a game, and we were missing that point because the thing is the intellectual property should be trustworthy first of all, because a gamer invests in a game only if they think that it will continue to operate, right? So if you invest in a game in terms of anything, NFTs or whatnot, and if you invest in a game and that game will go out in 6 months, it's not a good sign. So the thing is we need to work on our games IP first. We need to work on our community activations first. We need to work on our user intake first, and the stability, the sustainability, everything. Then implement these technologies as a feature, which is a very good feature, as I said. I believe in this vision. I believe that this decentralization will really grow in terms of the gamer's mind, because they don't really like to be centralized from publishers, as I said aforementionedly, and the publishers will always not listen to the community, right? So the problem is here that to include these communities, you have to give them the same competitive game asset, right? So you're not competing in Web3 with Web3 games. You're competing with all games. That's the problem here. So if we don't think about it, then it will be always as it is now, and the numbers will dwindle. So what I'm saying is basically we should first, step by step, try to understand and have a grasp of what gaming is truly about and what the gamers want in terms of our services. Then give them these all extra features, bonuses, and everything that is coming with the Web3 technologies and spaces, right? So if you do that really nicely, I think it will affect the gaming community and it will fasten the mass adoption of that Web3 very, very highly. Right?
I'll just keep it very short, just a little bit of a different perspective. Today we've talked a lot about what we can do Web3-wise, blockchain-wise to bring about, I don't know, Web3 gaming revolution. But I think the most important thing is that we develop good quality games. It needs to be fun to play. If it's not, no one's going to come to play the games. And no matter how well of infrastructure we have for the Web3 games, no matter how much tokens that we can, earn the players, if the game isn't fun, it won't be a sustainable business. We won't be able to prolong the lifetime value of any type of game long enough to make sure that we cover our costs. So first and foremost, I think is to make sure that we develop strong gameplay games. But I mean, by no means am I saying whatever we do on the Web3 side is not important. It is definitely important, but we need to make sure that we get high quality games onto to build on the chains first.
All right, well, thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts there, and thanks you to everyone here listening in. Big shout out to the live stream as well. So anyone who couldn't make it, massive shout out to you guys. And I just look forward to talking about gaming in 1 to 2 years at the next few Cosmoverses and see if we're still answering these questions in the same way. Yeah, so thank you everyone, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello. 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 Yeah, I have a quick question.
So, who went to the Flix Fest last night? Raise your hand. Of course you did. Of course you did. Now, who knows what OmniFlix is? Ah, okay, so you went to the party, but you didn't know what it was about. Cool, we do those things. Well, actually, if you guys are watching at home, the people that are in charge of putting these together, and if you are watching me, and if you are able to see this in the screen, that's all OmniFlix. So now I would love to introduce the guys from OmniFlix. Sisla, Daya, the stage is yours. You know what to do.
So, well, all right. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all the cosmonauts in real here and watching live stream. We are glad to be here covering all of the events since yesterday, and we're exhausted and excited. Yeah, what's up?
No, go. Sorry.
Slides. Okay, sorry. Well, I'll let Abhishek intro himself and deep dive into what we're doing.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Again, as Daya mentioned, it was an excellent feeling yesterday at the Flix Fest. Again, a huge shout out to everyone that came down. My throat is also sore because, that was how I enjoyed personally. And all the 398 cosmonauts that came down, we believe also enjoyed that way. And, before we start off, quick shout out to the Cosmos team, Crypto Cito, Basil, Yuri, Fabian, and Kakir for putting together this entire event, making sure all of us are here present today, experiencing all of this. So with that being said, right, today we are talking about quite a few things, but before that, let's go ahead and check out the AV to understand more about where OmniFlix is today and everything that's in progress.
Well, 1, 2, 3, go.
So why did we even play the AV? We didn't want to spend time discussing about all that has been done. Community members that have been observing OmniFlix, following OmniFlix, they've been looking at most of these, but we wanted to summarize all that, for all of you. So let's start off, right? At this point in time, yeah.
So that was a great, video put out by the team. I believe, as Sisla said, we don't want to bore you with all of those, past achievements and things that we did. But definitely, 2023 has been an exciting year for us. Going public via StreamShop, and it was an, exhilarating year. Looking forward to But in the last 1 year, if you look at what we did and what OmniFlix did, we've launched auctions V version 1 and 2, where you could, technically do different types of auctions. And then we launched UI and info for the game of nodes, the interchain NFTs, the ICS711 NFTs that's soon going to be standard within Cosmos. With the launch of StreamSwap and the DAO on Osmosis as well, that does time-based token transfers for the projects that are looking forward to be liquidate or make sure to launch the token in public. Yep, I'll let Sisla go around into the rest of the things.
Right. So StreamSwap, contributing to the StreamSwap DAO not only helped us as OmniFlix, but also being involved in the ecosystem, working with Osmosis, multiple other team members that came together, to make StreamSwap happen. And, we've had over 7 projects that launched with over 3 million USD that have been streamed and swapped. So that in itself is an achievement when it comes to the Cosmos ecosystem, putting together multiple projects across multiple chains, bringing them all together on the Osmosis. What demonstrates interoperability better? So with that being said, we also went ahead with the launch of the Interact to Claim module, the launch of StreamPay. These are 2 Cosmos SDK-based modules on the OmniFlix core blockchain or the OmniFlix hub. And that led to the complete execution of Flix Drop, that has been claimed by over 25,000 people, 68,000 streams that have been streamed. So what is StreamPay? StreamPay, or I'll just explain Interact to Claim module and StreamPay. So until now, you use fungible tokens to actually get an NFT. Now imagine if you used an NFT to get a fungible token. And imagine that these fungible tokens that you get, you can receive instantly, or it can be over a period of time. So that is a combination of Interact to Claim and StreamPay modules coming together to make sure Flix Drop happened, right? And if that is a Flix Drop, we've had the first batch of foundation delegations, foundation grants program that got executed. We went ahead with the release of OmniFlix TV V1, and OmniFlix TV is a publishing platform for interactive videos, and that has been just released, on September 11th, 9/11. And Cosmoverse', integration is ongoing. We have a DevNet running, and there have been discussions with respect to the Interchain Media DAO. There has been initial progress, but there wasn't enough focus, from our end. So this year, we aim to change that. So if this is the status so far, let's make sure, this is a session where we wanted to make sure we explain what OmniFlix is doing and will be doing over the next few years. And for that, let's talk about extending media, right? When it comes to media, right, all of you watch movies, play games, right? Even in the previous panel, we discussed details about intellectual property, right? Now, if intellectual property is the essence of media, right, what helps, distribute and monetize media better, right? So let's understand a bit more about media NFT distribution before we talk about extensibility or extending media. First things first, current distribution models involve you to sell your NFT. You list your NFT on a marketplace and make sure to give out complete rights or lose ownership of the NFT in case someone buys that, right? Also, current distribution models involve you to provide liquidity, again, thereby losing ownership of your NFT. Then you have what is, distribution that is used either for monetization or to increase awareness, right? Now, distribution can be broadly classified as, into 2 categories. One is distribution for publishing. That's your normal, you create the video, you upload it to YouTube, you publish, you get views, monetize that, and end up, receiving a share of the revenue. Or you can make sure to create assets, a video that someone else can license, utilize in their own content, and pay you for that, right? This is where extensibility comes into play, right? You have licensing as a way that extends the scope of media IP, right? Licensing, extending the scope of existing media IP. So if that is extending the scope of media IP, when tokenized, that is tokenized media IP, becomes a real world asset that is what this is in the Web3 context. Of course, licensing has been in play since 1600 with the introduction of patents and much more. But in the context of Web3, this becomes an RWA. Now, extensibility, when incorporated into the metadata of the NFT, right, extends the scope of tokenized media IP, right? And that is what we are focused on. And again, this can be classified into two types. These are rights that you sell. Again, list your NFT on a marketplace, 100% ownership of rights or 100% ownership is transferred. If that is one, you have the second model where you can actually just license a set of specific rights that that may or may not carry forward when there is a listing, when there is a transfer of the NFT. But it is, very controlled. It is a part of the 100% of rights that you own that can be licensed. So this way, we are almost fractionalizing the ownership of the NFT into multiple rights. This has been existing in the traditional media world, but hasn't been seen, coming to or take effect within the Web3 world.
I'll add a point. So this is not much practice when it comes to creators who are not well versed with the intellectual property and rights, because most of the organizations that take advantage of these and make sure that they grab content piece for very less premium and then make sure to split the IP into multiple fractions. Like for example, audio could be distributed in various languages and a movie could be distributed in various languages. So using these type of fractions, an IP can have its own extensibility to flow further and make sure it is distributed well and the monetization is bringing back decent revenue.
Yeah. So let me quickly run you through something that has been seen by some of the community members even last year. This is the NFT infrastructure on Omniflix, and let me see. Yeah.
Well, I think this was presented during last Cosmoverse as well, and we wanted to make sure that we kind of show you how and where we are.
Yeah. And with that being said, I'll quickly run you through this. You have what are your Web2, crypto native assets, digital objects, all of these that can be, IP, AI models, all of these can be tokenized to create an NFT. Now, using that NFT, you can make sure there are non-fungible fractions or fungible fractions, and these, extend into multiple, or these can be categorized, or non-fungible fractions can be categorized into few types, additions, derivatives, and you have what are your pegged assets or wrapped assets. And if these can go into pools, they can be distributed, collaboratively create a pool of multiple NFTs and distribute that to multiple platforms, right? Where are we today? The greens that you see today are, that is where we are. Those are the ones that are completed. So we have what are non-fungible fractions. We have the additions part, the pegged assets or wrapped assets with interoperable NFTs. And of course, we are ready with the publishing platform infrastructure and, to a great extent, use of NFTs within games. What we are doing today, what you see on the screen, right now is a multi-year strategy. So it's not like we'll complete all of this, even in the next 6 months or 1 year. But at the same time, this is the journey. This is the way in which we are progressing. And of course, there is the community that is, contributing, coming together to shape the vision, right? So with Omniflix TV, we've had our publishing platform, with interoperable NFTs. We have the pegged assets or wrapped assets in place. Of course, with additions, the native protocol on Omniflix supports that. So with this being said, I'll hand it over to Daya to explain a bit more about the media infrastructure.
Well, thank you. Since you heard about the IP and the IP fractionalization and the distribution, right? How do we take it forward? How do we realize this or make it a reality? So we've been having the plan for a very long. As Sisla said, this is not something we thought about recently. This has been planned since 2016 and 15s. We put together a very elaborated roadmap, and we slowly making sure that products that being developed and delivered accordingly. So, for us to realize the media monetization and distribution in very efficient way, we have plans to make sure that there is a media layer that is coordinated with different types of apps. It could be D app, C app, regular sovereign app where a creator could self-deploy and make sure that he's self-reliant, censorship resistant, and at the same time he has a community that he can address with. So with storage, CPU, and compute at the core of the media layer, with the core, we make sure to integrate all of these with the IPFS layer that makes sure to have the storage both for the origin and for the CDNs, and the plugins like Jackal and Filecoin and XYZ could be possible as well. So we use compute to make sure that we have live streaming and transcoding and rendering, for example, taken care via the CPU. And the delivery, as I said, so we use storage as an IPFS, but the IPFS can be both origin and CDN. So we make sure to give an option, or the validators or the media nodes, operators can select the capabilities for them to choose and participate in this media layer network.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That being said, if that is the media infrastructure part, for the validators, for the node hosts, for those that are looking to contribute or get involved by running infrastructure, by making sure they power the network, this is a good way to get involved. Like how you have your Akash nodes, providing compute, you'll have media nodes that you should be able to utilize to be a part of the Omniflix network. But more on that, eventually.
Definitely, I think we wanted to demonstrate something using Akash, but doing all of these content, live streaming, and XYZ, we couldn't. But definitely, we have a media node, a roadmap, which definitely gives users to go deploy it using CloudMOS and various other tools on Akash, or you could deploy the same on GCP, AWS, or elsewhere. So the choice is up to the creator and the type of sovereignty he expects.
Yeah, and just quick 10 seconds. We utilize the Akash network, the infrastructure, the GPU testnet as well, and experienced a 16x increase in performance, compared to a normal CPU and, within that. And imagine, that with a cluster, completely optimized just for media ops, right? So it'll be insane. At least that's what we believe. And we all, encourage you to be a part of the, testnets that happen and the community activities that happen around it. Now, with that being said, let's take a quick look at the events that Omniflix has powered, in the last 1 year. So, with great pleasure, I share that we've powered the TEDx event, in India with ticketing NFTs, where there was this opportunity for us to onboard over 200 people just in a span of 8 hours. And these were people that never heard of NFTs, or they might have heard of NFTs, but they never bought an NFT. This was their first NFT, and the process was all seamless. Of course, thanks to MPC, multi-party computation, the Cosmoverse, the in-browser navigation of, or in-browser account creation, and so on and so forth, we were able to onboard people easily. Right, and with account abstraction, with fee grant, with Oddzy, we aim to improve the UX massively, right? So if that is, the Web2 real-world events, TEDx Hyderabad for, which is the local version of TEDx. You have what is a side event for creators, the TEDx Art Salon, that was powered by Omniflix as well. And of course, if you've attended the conferences during the summer in Europe, Awesome, that was the first one that happened in Berlin, and OsmoCon that happened in Paris, right? Both of these were powered by Omniflix, and of course, you see the infrastructure here, the ticketing, the media registration, the ticketing, the registration check-in. Thanks to our partners, Reach Tech team, we have what is the media production, thanks to the Flix crew, the fanatics that made sure to put all of this together, the media ops, or the media that you see on the screen in between, and of course, the live stream. So this was an experience in itself, and very glad to share that we've crossed over $160,000 in ticket sales and ops around media. So this is revenue that probably did not tie directly back to the token, but proves the potential of the infra, right? If this is about events, right, we have what is the next set of things that we'll be working on over the next, say, few months, an year or over that, right? First one, talking about the first set of things, we are right now working on what is the migration from the Cosmos SDK v45 to 47. That is underway. This is essential, crucial for interoperable NFTs. We'll be utilizing the XNFT module. Quite a lot of changes happening. Interoperable NFTs, of course, the ICS 721 standard. We will be utilizing the NFT transfer module, which is an SDK-based module as part of OmniFlix, and will be interacting with other blockchains, that support the ICS 721 standard. Now, we are working on what is the Cosmos DevNet and multiple contracts, within that, which involve publishing, which involve licensing, and something very specific for events.
So we'll be using Wasm mainly for the composability because we believe that assets should stay on native modules rather than on Cosmos. They could technically be IBC, but we're more bullish on the dynamic or the composability type of contracts that are gonna, soon come on OmniFlix. For example, launch pads, different type of auctions using the base assets and, maybe use the contracts for gaming and, XYZ. So, yep, we have both publishing contracts and licensing contracts. Publishing contracts majorly to make sure that you publish content to TV, your self-sovereign deployment, or, XYZ. Where licensing primarily, dealing with the fractionalization and at the same time handling the extensibility for you take forward the licensing and make sure that you distribute more and monetize well. Leaving those aside, we have events. What's current event infrastructure is both Web 2.5, majorly because we're using payments and everything else on chain, but we don't have the the type of details or the nitty-gritties that need to go on contracts. So soon we'll be making sure to migrate the 2.5 version of events to the contract version, and make sure to have a lot of add-ons and plugins that creators could use to configure and make sure to run successful events.
Right. So, events, just a small point about events. We have what is the current infrastructure in a Web 2.5-ish model because we've had to support Stripe, right? Of course, if such payment platforms, processors, gateways need to be accepted around the world or supported around the world, we would need something that is like legally compliant. But at the same time, OmniFlix will be working with Cado Money, and multiple other processors to be able to support fiat on and off ramps, right? So that'll be pretty helpful for events, and look forward to seeing that in action as well. That being said, Daya just mentioned about the media infrastructure. So the first step of that is the sovereign media node, where it'll be like WordPress, and you can deploy your own node and run it on your local system and process your media. If that is like the first step, all of these sovereign nodes, local infrastructure, will be connected as part of the media layer that'll power the OmniFlix network as a whole. And this includes storage, compute, and of course, the ability to deliver media right to the clients or consumers' devices.
And creators could run their own events as much as we're doing for Cosmoverse, because this media node has been in development for a long time, because videos are in general heavy, and processing and everything around that goes to deliver media experiences is a bit of, a time bound and very sensitive. So we took a lot of time and made sure to test with studios that we already work with. You can technically do an unmanned and automated live stream that runs 24/7, 365 days without going down. So we made sure to do all of these because we wanted to deliver an experience that is flawless, I wouldn't say, but yes, at the same time amazing. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll say flawless because in the last 3.5 years, the stream went down like thrice. Twice, it was none of OmniFlix's, it wasn't our problem. Channel, the YouTube channel got hacked and so on and so forth. But yeah, once we upgraded the infra and restarted. So in a span of 3 years, a live stream that was streaming onto YouTube by a record label went down only, or was taken down only thrice. and went back up almost immediately. And overall, streaming-wise, completed 600 million watch minutes, that were streamed just using Omniflix infra. You might have seen that in the AV, but it might have been too fast for you to notice. So that is the power of Omniflix Media Tech. So the people that have been seeing Cosmoverse 2021, 22, and 23, you all experienced Omniflix Media Infra, Media Tech Infra, and this is what will be opening up to the public, to the community going forward. Before that, before we finally conclude, there's one last thing. Again, how many of you were here for the Flix Fest? A huge shout out.
So you know the alphas, but otherwise...
Right? Of course, you all know what is coming up. But again, just a quick point about Flix Fest. 398 cosmonauts that attended, Interprotocol, Osmosis, StreamSwap, Strangelove, all of them supported, including Hugin Validator, who's a local team here, and massively helped put together the event. Without this kind of support, it would have been almost impossible for us to, host this and have a great evening together. So that about Flix Fest, and for those that were already there, you might know, but we are very excited and thrilled to share that Omniflix is now working with Disney in India, right? So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, why are we even working with Disney? Or, Disney Star, that's the name of the organization in India. But why are we even working with them? This is primarily for their media IP distribution and for them to utilize Web3 for their community building. And we're very excited to share this because you're all Web3 natives, involved in the Cosmos ecosystem, and we aim to be involved with the community while also interacting with multiple organizations, studios, record labels, and more. So thank you all. It has been a pleasure being here, and hope you all have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
One, two, one, two.
All right. Wow. You are the true cosmonauts. Really, the ones that are here. Yes. Okay. So now we have a topic that I really, really like, which is communities. Building communities is not easy. You've heard me joking around with Terra a little bit, too much, maybe. But it's because I was part of Terra. I actually helped them build Terra in 15 different languages, all their communities. And it was great, but we were also in a bull market, which is completely different. Now, building communities in a bear market, that's a challenge. So I really admire all the peers that are here working for communities and working to educate them and to bring them and for all the user retention, which is not easy. Now, I would like to introduce the moderator of our next panel, Adam Wozni.
Telk. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Final panel of day 2 at Cosmos. You guys made it. You survived. Oh, man. I know everyone's probably a little bit sleepy right now, so I want us to do a quick exercise before I bring up our panelists. I want us to all take a big breath through our nose and out through your mouth. Okay, we're gonna do it one more time because we need everyone to wake up. It's the last panel. We want to get this excited. We want people to have a good time here, so we'll do one more. But in through your nose and out through your mouth. All right, how's everyone feeling? Awake? We're awake? All right. Cool. So my name is Adam Mosney. I head up community for the Akash Network. If you guys don't know what the Akash Network is, then get out of here. I don't want to deal with you people. No, I'm just kidding. My colleague was up here and talked about Akash earlier, so I won't even get into that. But today we're going to be talking about community building in Web3. We're going to be talking about community health metrics and how they relate to business metrics. We're going to talk about Web 2 and Web 3 community management tools. We're going to be talking about community building strategy and tactics. And then most importantly, probably the most important part, is measuring the value of community building, which if you're trying to build a community, you need to showcase to your executive team, why does it matter? What are you doing that brings value to your business? But before we get into that, I want to introduce my panelists. So let's bring up our panelists. Big round of applause for Danny, Daria, and Avril.
So yeah, I will see it here.
Cool. How are you guys doing?
Good, great.
Good?
Thank you.
Did you do the
Pretty
breathing
good.
exercise with me? Did it wake you up?
Yep.
I hope so. Okay, good. 'Cause, yeah, you know, it's the final panel. Everyone's a little bit groggy.
Yeah.
Long night last night at FlixFest. Bravo to the FlixFest, OmniFlix guys. That was a great party last night. But before we get into any of these questions that I have for you, I wanted you guys to quickly, just quick around the horn, introduce yourselels, your title, and kind of what you do with the projects you work at. So maybe starting with Danny.
Sure. Hi, guys. I'm Danny from MarginX. So MarginX is a permissionless listing order book DEX. So it's just like similar to Uniswap. You just provide liquidity, then you can create your own perpetual market. And we are new in Cosmos and want to create perpetual markets for every Cosmos ecosystem's tokens. Thank you very much.
Cool. And Danny, actually, before, I'm going to have one fun question for each of you. What's your favorite hobby or pastime? For you, Danny.
I'm a boring guy, so I do reading. I do a lot of readings.
Reading's not boring. Reading is power. That's actually a really good hobby. I need to read more. Cool. Moving on to Daria.
Hi everyone. Thank you very much that you stayed with us so long. And for online viewers also, thank you. I'm Daria. I'm from Internet Computer Protocol blockchain. It is layer 1 blockchain from Switzerland. I'm a part of global expansion team and co-founder of Turkey Hub for ICP. And I will talk a lot about our global expansion program and our community grants today.
Excellent. And do you have any pets?
Right now, I don't have any pets because I'm moving around a lot.
If you did have a pet, what would you have?
Yes, but I think it will be a cat. I live in Cyprus. There are a lot of cats around, so I don't need a pet. But I love plants, actually. I love to growing some green friends for me.
That's cool. Yeah, I got a plant at home. I don't think it's alive anymore. I haven't been home in months, so I feel you. Moving on to Avril.
Hey everybody, I'm Avril. I'm the CEO of Hadron Labs, which is a company that contributes to the Neutron Network, a cross-chain smart contracting platform in the Cosmos ecosystem. Yeah, that's about me.
Cool. And maybe your fun question is, what's the last book you read? You saw you shaking your head that, Danny, that's a fun hobby. So what's the last book you read that you really recommend for people?
That's a good question. It actually was a while ago because I've sort of like replaced lately reading with indie gaming, which is probably not great for like my own culture, but it is actually pretty, pretty fun and interesting at the same time. The honest answer is I don't remember.
Honestly, I feel that. I'm trying to remember one good book. Actually, a great community book that I read. It's called The Business of Belonging by this guy, David Spinks. He started this project, which is actually one of my questions for you guys. It's called CMX. It's basically a community of community professionals, but it's called The Business of Belonging. So all of you should read this book, everyone here. All right, so we have about 15 minutes. I have a lot of questions. I don't know how many we're going to get through, but we'll try our best. I want to level set. So what, in your opinions, are the defining characteristics of building and managing a successful Web3 community? Starting, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I will try to keep it short. So I think we share the same common goal and common value that we can all moving towards to that direction. So the message has to be clear and clean, and everyone has to know what is this message about, and then where we're heading to. So,
Great, values.
If you build a real Web3 community, it will be global. So you need people, local people from communities on site who will explain to your project how to scale in these regions. Yes, because all cultures, they're different, and you need to understand how to represent yourself, how to be inside these locations, and truly understand people around you.
Very cool. Cool. I like that. Go ahead, Avril.
I think, so a community is a group of people, to me, united by an idea, a vision, right? And so, or a set of values as well. And I think what is the best indication of like a successful community is a community whereby the initial group of people is kind of like redundant for the community to function. E.g., there are so numerous and so intense like point-to-point connections between members of the community that they're able to just like sustain themselves, their culture, their vision, whatever it is that they gathered around in the first place, and just like, take it forward.
I really like that. So for me, at least at Akash and in my previous roles, I would say a community isn't really a community until it can self-organize. And I think what you were saying kind of touches on that. And it goes with the global. Like unless you can self-organize, it's going to be hard to be global. Because a lot of community people, they're one person. And the idea of being online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, impossible. So you need to be able to have that global touch. You need to be able to make sure that you give them the tools so they can manage themselves. And I think you need to have the values. It really does start at the core values. So I completely agree with you. Getting into some of the tactics of kind of community building, can you share a specific example from each of your experiences where a unique approach you or your team spearheaded led to kind of significant growth within your communities?
Yeah, sure. So MargX is like a very, like I say, a perpetual decentralized permissions listing market. So it's a rather complicated DeFi infrastructure, I would say. So ours, I don't know whether this is our unique way, but we do have a study group. So we will ask our community to join this study group. Then when we have a prototype or we have a new feature, so we will push it on that group, and then we ask for their opinions, and then collect their feedback, and then sooner or later they will become our ambassador. They will become our, our marketing manager to do it voluntarily, then help us to spread the words. So this is how our journey from 0 to 100. So I think that really helps to, to understand the need, or rather the pain point of our product, and what's the demand of our customer and user and community.
Right. I think that's really interesting. A study group leads to a more engaged or more enhanced kind of community member. Is that kind of how it's worked for you, Daria?
Actually, about ambassador programs, they're great because they don't need a lot of budget, but they have a lot of effects on the community. And we will open ambassador program soon, I think. But I want to tell about our experience with community grants. You don't need to have a huge marketing team. You just can share your budgets with different community owners, content creators, contributors, media channels all over the world, and they will help you to build a presence, and they will grow your communities of your product. And we just started this community grant program, I think, 3 or 4 months ago, and it has significant results already. These community grants, they are basis for our global hubs. So there are 15 of them already. These community grants, they help us to work with maybe not so huge players because they're expensive, but we can support smaller guys, and they will be really grateful, and they will do a lot of work, and it will be a win-win situation for both of us. So I think that the community grants program is a great example about how to scale globally and how to work with your community in different locations with local partners.
Yeah, very cool.
I like some of the ideas that I'm hearing from my other two co-panelists, which I understand as giving people the resources to self-organize, right? I think that's an underlooked but very important point of this whole process. I think another thing that we did that worked out very well for like increasing ownership within our community and like activity and such was we engaged like very directly with a lot of members who just like showed up with an interest to participate in the project, and basically figured out with them like ways that they could, you know, like engage very directly and basically become founders of parts of the ecosystem and community, right? And so basically from there on, like we had a number of calls and interactions directly with these community members that were basically like transferring as much of our knowledge and vision to them, so that eventually they become basically like independent, kind of like core cells in this like organism that you're trying to build, and they start like organizing people around themselves as well, right? So that you've essentially already decentralized kind of like core parts of the community, whereby like there's multiple kind of like groups of people actually conducting this activity of like sharing this vision, this values, this thing that we're trying to achieve together, rather than having this like one central team that like is probably the first one and that does all of the lift basically, right? So I think that's one of the things that worked very well for us, and that's also probably part of like, you know, how our on-chain governance works as well. Like there's room for people to basically, you know, take over functions for the DAO and you know, own them, get resources to do so. So that has been a very interesting experiment so far for us.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting a vibe, and this is maybe going a little off script here. I don't hope you guys don't mind, but I've always been of the mind that 90% of a community is kind of just flies on the wall. They're people that maybe, you know, maybe read some of your blog posts or potentially reach out with a question now and again, but they don't really involve too much. And then 9% of folks, you know, they get a little more involved. They attend an event, they maybe even offer to help out with something now and again, but they're still not super highly involved. But then there's like the 1%ers, right? That's probably a bad term, the 1%ers. But there's like 1% of a community that's like heavily involved. And like for us at Akash, show of hands, are there Akash insiders out here? We got some, all right, we got a bunch of hands. See, these are like the upper echelon of the Akash Network community. They're contributing to code, they're creating content, they're attending events, they're representing Akash. Those are the individuals you really need to harness. And I think everything that you guys just kind of touched on, those are the types of people that you work with pretty regularly. Looking at time, so I want to talk about user acquisition. This is about user acquisition as well, right? So user acquisition in Web3 world often involves navigating complex technical challenges, right? Setting up a wallet, depositing funds, signing transactions, etc. What is your approach to user acquisition, and is it different from your previous work in industries outside of crypto?
Yeah, like we said, so MarginX is like a relatively complicated, unlike a swap. So perpetual is you need to open the positions and close the positions. So our approach is a bit different. So we will have a bunch of introductory video that you can show on, you can find on YouTube or even TikTok or Twitter. And then the other thing is we try to gamify it, the whole process. So you get the free token from our faucet, then create a new pair, and then go through the LP token process, everything. So I mean, in short, we just try to make it easy, but just from Web 2 to Web 3 isn't that, it's just so complicated. So we tried our best to show the graphic and to gamify the process. And then somehow we will engage with some KOLs, and hopefully they can do some interview and introductory video against to their community. So this is basically what we did. And sometimes some incentivized program might be useful, some referral program might be useful, but that will lead to the other questions which you might invite some other users that you don't want.
Yeah, that is one of the things.
Yes, yes.
You don't want to bring in the wrong types of individuals.
Yes,
it's going to be cancerous to your community,
correct.
For sure. And for you?
On the internet computer, we have 150 startups already. And the best case is when the startup has a great UX, great user experience inside that doesn't include any Web3 steps at first. Yes, users just use our startups, for example, SocialFi services, some VR streaming platforms, and they don't know that they use something blockchain or Web3 at first. Yes, they just started, engaged, have fun there, and then the startups should educate these people about what is inside, if it is necessary actually, because it is a way how to onboard more people to make first steps simpler without these registrations and wallets, and then to guide them, to help them to understand why they need it, and maybe to make some special features that they will be opened only for true Web3 users and closed to people who don't want to integrate with wallets and other stuff. So I think it is pretty the same scenario as I saw in banks. Because you just give people free products that they will use every day, and then you sell them other products that are more profitable for the market player. So that's a scenario that we can use in Web3 also.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think we recognize that it's like still fairly early when it comes to like user acquisition, especially in Cosmos, and that there's kind of like low-hanging fruits of things that we need to do in order to like continue to remove friction, including like transferring between IBC chains, which is something that's like very core to Cosmos chains, is still today like not the most straightforward thing. Managing like gas denominations, all of these kind of stuff. And so we're trying to push like for a number of initiatives that we think will make it like a lot more seamless for anyone, regardless whether they're a Cosmos native or from other ecosystems like Ethereum and others, to basically onboard to Cosmos and have a good experience whereby whatever asset they're holding on Ethereum, let's say like they have rep-stake ETH, well they can bridge that, and then there's no need for them to also go to a centralized exchange, buy something, swap it for the native like asset of the platform that they're on. They can pay gas with that asset basically. Like all of the rest is like abstracted away. So there's a bunch of like kind of like UX hack that I think we still need to get right in Cosmos. But beyond this, we're also starting to see some valuable kind of like protocols and experimentations. Like the CoinHole team launched a project called Genie, which allows you to basically bring on-chain sort of like campaigns and rewards and basically like customize them yourselves so that you don't even have to like go through a vendor anymore. You can basically like build them on-chain with like that kind of like factory thing and just like run your programs to like an experiment, A/B test, and continue to go from there basically.
Yeah, so when it comes to user acquisition, I'm hearing education is a big part of it. You're talking about gamification. Ease of use, obviously, is a big part of it. I think that's what you were kind of mentioning. But really, when we're thinking about this, I want to kind of focus on tooling, right? So like education's a tool, gamification's a tool, but those are all tools to kind of support community, but it doesn't really help with measuring successes in community. So I kind of want to talk about Web3 successes in community tooling. So when you look at like what's available, we have tokens, NFTs, DIDs, decentralized identifiers. Those are a few Web3 kind of community building tools, yeah? Woo! I don't know who that was, but thank you. However, they don't really allow community builders to monitor or track successes, right? So I kind of want to know what are some Web3, or we can even get into Web2 world, tools that you use to kind of track successes in your community growth?
To be fair, I don't want to. Is there anyone from SocialFi or Galaxy? No, right? Okay, so we tried some of the so-called Web3 SocialFi or so-called the growth hacking tools Web3, but it turns out doesn't really work. So our experience is because we highly focus on two places. First one is Twitter, obviously. Then second is Discord. So by far, I guess in terms of the tools to measure the success rate, I think the Twitter tools nowadays is still the most comprehensive and holistic. So we are doing that, and then there are some Discord boards that used to filter the user as well. So these are two things that I personally, or rather my team personally, felt is really still useful. So I'm not saying the Web3 tool is not competent enough. It's just the Web2 tools for me as a OG, I felt I'm more comfortable with that tools.
Yeah, you're the user ultimately.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I hear you.
Actually, we are in the middle of the road right now between Web2 and Web3 instruments. For example, I use Zilli. I use Quest and other platforms while creating ambassador program, because if you need really a big ambassador program, you need automatization. You can't dive in all these applications by your hands and all these answers to your ambassador program. You can't measure it without these instruments. But also we have our own SocialFi projects on internet, build it on internet computer like District, Discover, Open Chat, Hot or Not, and they are on chain. So we have this on chain data to collect it and to analyze it. So right now we are looking for teams who will build like analog of Zidi for our blockchain, for our SocialFi. Maybe we will integrate with these solutions to measure also activity of our users and our ambassadors inside our SocialFi ecosystem, because they have pretty much activities there. Yes, so we really need these instruments because you can't use Excel sheets and Google Sheets, right, for these programs. It will be really tough for the team. Yes,
Right.
so you need to think about these instruments before you start growing and scaling your community.
Cool. And Avril?
Yeah, we use some of these tools that were mentioned previously. We also, I think internally have a pretty strong culture of kind of like cypherpunkish, where we don't actually want to track too much. And so we end up focusing a lot more on kind of like the on-chain results of whether or not the community is actively growing, e.g., are the patterns in activity actually evolving, becoming more complex, or are they not? And so that's kind of like through which we infer a lot of things. And the other thing is just by actively being in the community and seeing are there new faces? How is the mood of the community? Are people actually asking information, helping each other, or is it just somebody coming and being when airdrop every 5 seconds? Because that does give you an indication of the health of the community, right? Is it actually a place where people want to be and have conversations, or is it just whatever channel is attached to the website and you click to ask for the airdrop, basically?
Yeah. So we're actually a little over on time. I have a bunch of follow-up questions that I have. Maybe I'll grab you guys off stage. But my final question is something that I think is still important, so I want to get it in. I know we're over on time. Thank you all for bearing with me. But I mentioned CMX earlier. So CMX did a survey where they said 82% of respondents, and by the way, for folks that walked in, CMX is a community of community professionals. They put out a yearly survey called State of Community. And 82% of the respondents said community is considered a critical function to business success within their organizations. I think everyone would agree on that. However, 44% of these same respondents said that their organizations are reducing community budget. Kind of doesn't make sense, right? So my quick question, I know we're over, but I wanted to get your thoughts on why do you think that is, and how do you guys measure the value of your communities?
I think, above all, probably MagiX, we are still a new project. So above all, I think community is all we have. It's like, okay, as a project, the success of our project is how many users we have. So the conversion flow is how many users, and then times the conversion rate and becomes to our user. So the bigger our community, which is the bigger of our pot, then we can sort of gamify it or give incentivize to sort of increase the conversion rate, then become our user. So from my perspective, even now during the bear market, this pot, or rather the community size, should keep increasing. And this is so-called the lifeline of a project like us, like a new startup project. So I don't understand why they did that, because this is, I think, part of the marketing, or rather, they are the future earning capacities, if I may. So yeah, I will keep, I myself will spend a lot of time with community. Like I said, we have a study group. So we'll ask our community, our users, or our potential users, what do you need? What do you really want from us? So these are the things that I think I sort of a bit disagree with, and then this is how we tackle it. Yeah. Thank you.
It's either you can tell your executive team what's going on through community, through data, or they can see it themselves, whether it's at an event or people contributing ways. So yeah, go ahead, Daria.
Actually, when we talk about community building, every time I hear that it is the most cheaper part of the project. Yes, so that's why they cut our budgets, because we're telling them that it is cheap, and marketing tell them, oh, it is so expensive to have great marketing. So marketing gets the budgets and community not.
I have thoughts on that too, believe me.
Yeah, also we have a lot of instruments to automate the community. Yes, they're not so expensive. Yes, so you need budgets for people who run community and for some automatization, and that's all. That's why you haven't got any explanations for your financial department why you need more budgets. Yes, we like lost it in our words, previous words that we had when we talked with our C-levels why we need community. Yes, we told them that it will be cheap for them. Yeah, and also I wanted to say that we have a workshop tomorrow. If it's last question, please join our
It's not
workshop.
shilling time yet. We're not shilling yet. Okay. No, go ahead.
Shilling every time, smart shilling.
Always be shilling.
So workshops and other events like this one, it is marketing budgets, but community can use them. That's why you need to talk to your marketing team, share budgets maybe, yes, and the situation will be better.
Right. And then wrapping it up, I know we're a little over. Oh, actually, we got time added? I guess we got time added. That's weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, this will still be the final question maybe, but please go ahead, Avril.
Yeah, I think, agreed. I think we might be suffering from one of the kind of like frequency syndromes that we see in other industries as well, whereby like we're shortening the timelines at which we make decisions. And so as a result of this, we're kind of like, biasing against things that we're like nurturing, that we sort of like don't necessarily have like the same ability to really quantify and like put a value, like a monetary value on things. Whereas like actually like those things are fairly critical, right? And so we discount these because we're not able to say like, oh, it increased X token price by like 10%, but actually, without the community, there wouldn't be a governance, it wouldn't be a decentralized network. So basically, you're either doing a fancy database or you're not doing anything really. So yeah, that would be like how I would resolve kind of like the apparent contradiction between your two data points, basically.
Yeah. And I think, and the last thing I'll say on this is, I think a lot of people that get brought into the community profession are sometimes green, sometimes junior, and the longer you're in it, the more easily you can tell a business narrative behind what you're actually producing. And I use this model called the Spaces model. Are you guys familiar with the Spaces model? For folks that don't know, Spaces model is something that, again, CMX created, big fan of CMX. And they talk about, there's only a few things you can do on the community side to really highlight the business value of what you're doing. And at the end of the day, that's what you need to highlight to like your executive team, your boss. And it's support, it's product feedback, it's acquisition, which you were talking about. Acquisition is a big part for where you are right now, customer success, and engagement. And if you can find ways to highlight what you're building to showcase those 5 things, you're gonna have a job for a very long time and hopefully get a bigger budget, I think that's really all the time we have today. So how can folks get in touch with you? Now is the shilling hour. Go ahead and shill away.
Sure, so you guys can follow me on my Twitter. My Twitter is Argentinder. So or just visit Marginax and we are a permissionless listing perpetual platform. So I shout out to every Cosmo project. So we can help you to increase your project's liquidity by creating a perpetual market for you guys without an extra or additional fund. So please visit marginax.io, then we can give you a demo and then help you to create or enhance your liquidity. Thank you.
Cool.
First of all, we have Definity Foundation, and it is the name of all our social media. So Internet Computer, Definity, and ICP Hubs. We have a lot of Pokemons in our ecosystem. Yes, so Definity, it is a foundation who supports us, and there are the main news, grant programs, all events, and also you can find there the information about ICP Hub in your location. Yes, it is better to join ICP Hubs because you will have a chance to see people not online but offline, meet in person, attend some offline hackathons, meetups, ideathons, and other projects and programs. So please find us in all social media, actually. We use all of them. It is really helpful because we are global, yes, and people in different parts of the world, they use different social media, and we need to be everywhere. We are everywhere blockchain.
And I heard you have a workshop.
Yeah, and we have
I don't know
a
where
workshop.
I heard that. I heard it somewhere.
Actually, this will be a workshop from our ICP Hub Turkey because we just started this initiative. I am the co-founder, and we are looking forward to connect with the local community. But I see that there are a lot of foreigners here today and other days of Cosmoverse. So please join us. I will try to introduce you to your local ICP Hub.
Cool. And Avril, shill away.
I don't need to shill.
Nice.
Yeah, like if you're interested in Neutron, just Google it, and I'm around the conference, so you know where to find me.
You know where to find, perfect.
Nice.
And for us at Akash, just go to akash.network if you want to join our community. I want to thank our panelists. Thank you all for sticking around. Thank Cosmoverse. And big shout out to Nina
Thank
for
you.
emceeing all throughout here today. Thank you guys. Cool, that's it.
Thanks, well done.
Cool. Good job, dude. Great job. Thank you.
Nothing? Hi. There. Thank you guys. You made it through the whole day. So congratulations. I will see you tomorrow, but please go enjoy Istanbul. Bye guys.